What up, everybody? Hope everybody doing well. Tonight we just gonna talk. I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. It's been a while since I had a panel. I was looking forward to joining the Jedi's panel tonight, but he decided, or not decided. Apparently, something came up, so he's not going live. So I said, you know what? I'll kick off a live of my own. Thanks, actual facts. Thanks, Carl Croc Hunter Hansen. 7 years of frustration. What? What's the 7 years of frustration? But yeah, I'm gonna be dropping the link in a little bit. Um, we'll talk about this fight. We'll talk about other things. It's not just locked into this fight, but this fight is tomorrow. I'm curious to hear what everybody thinks, but I'll be dropping the link so y'all can hop on, um, tell me your thoughts, and we'll just kick it for a little bit. Is I'm kind of upset because I was looking forward to that live. I don't I don't drink that often anymore, but I was at the store today and I saw this. Is it a 12 pack? It was a variety pack of beer. I think it's a 12 pack. Bottles, not cans. I don't like drinking beer out of a can. Um, and it's Elysium. I don't know if that's like a local thing here or if that's something that's sold all across the states. But it's Elysium, and they got like a whole, fall just started, and they got like a whole pumpkin variety pack. Hey, how's it going, Brown Gone? Let's go, AJ. Sent Usyk back to the Ukraine. Never that the fights too. Stone Cold, when he first appeared on the WWF, he was talking about 7 years of frustration with the WCW. Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard Jim Ross talk about some of that stuff. I haven't been listening to Jim Ross for a little while, but when my girlfriend was in the hospital, for some reason, listening to Jim Ross really like kind of helped me to get my mind off of things. Um, and he has a great podcast. I'll get back to listening to it. Is just I would like go to like when my girlfriend was in the hospital, and I would sleep in the room with her. um, I can't sleep with dead silence. So what I would do is I would put a blue, I got the true wireless Bluetooth earbuds. I would put one side in, and I would put on just a random JR podcast, and I would go to sleep listening to it. If I woke up in the middle of the night, I would switch earbuds just so I can charge the one, and I would continue listening to JR. So, but now if I listen to JR, it's gonna make me think about, it's gonna be reminiscent of being in the hospital room and everything. So I've been listening to none of that recently, but he has a good podcast. I want to get back to listening to it. That's one guy that knows what I'm going through. The feeling of losing somebody that we're in a serious relationship with. In his case, it was his wife. In my case, I never got married to my girlfriend, but um, I was planning on it. So, we were together for 8 years. So, hey, how's it going, OG Boogie? How's it going, Jeff? I thought Jim Ross was dead. Jim Ross is still alive. He still does commentating for AEW. He's very involved with AEW. I've never watched AEW. I just know this stuff because he talks about it on his podcast. I think if you're interested in listening to actual facts, I believe the name of the podcast is Grillin' JR. Um, it's either Grillin' JR or Grillin' with JR. He doesn't really talk about grilling. He does have like barbecue sauce and barbecue rubs that he sells, and he'll plug that from time to time. But really, he talks. I like to listen to a lot of him talking about the old days. Like he talks of, there's a whole. He'll spend an hour or two just talking about the whole career of a wrestler. Like he talked about China. He did one about Stone Cold. He and countless other ones. Undertaker. Um, there's videos where he talks about specific events, like the what's it called, the Montreal screw job, and the death of Owen Hart. Just as a couple examples. So I'm not like into what wrestling is now, but I do enjoy listening to JR talk about wrestling from the Attitude Era and before then. And even a little bit after the Attitude Era. Those topics are very interesting for me to listen to. I think a big part of that is just because I was watching wrestling at the time, and to hear like all of the things that were happening in the background is very interesting. But yeah, it's like I said, I'm not really into current wrestling, but JR has a good podcast. He talks about the current stuff too, and it comes up in his podcast about, like I said, he goes over whole careers on his channel, and somehow like it'll just come up like Brian Pillman. Like if he comes up, sometimes he'll talk about Brian Pillman's son, 'cause he has a son that wrestles. So, but yeah, JR's still around. Last I checked. How's it going, Charles D? Let me see. Usyk coming in on Usyk coming in only 5 pounds heavier than the first fight. A lot of people thought he put on more weight. Yeah, I was seeing a lot of people thinking he was going to be heavier than AJ. I really didn't know what to think. Yeah, Jim Ross, the pro wrestling guy. I've listened to him before a few times. I don't like pro wrestling though. I did watch that stuff when I was a little kid, but before regular. Yeah, I same. I last time I like really watched wrestling, I was still in high school. Um, so I haven't really watched wrestling since then. But I was when I started the live, I had on Stone Cold's theme music playing. That's why we got onto the whole thing. Um, yeah, good old JR, OG Boogie, the original Pimp My Ride exhibit. Yeah, wrestling is ass. It's just I don't know. It's something about the Attitude Era and the era. I guess the era after Attitude Era is considered the Ruthless Aggression Era. That era is okay too, but anything after that, well, it seems to me that once they started going like PG, that's when it started going to shit. You know, I liked it better when they were trying to push the envelope. You know, but I mean, they do got to do what's right for the business. You know, um, so I get it. If it makes more, if you're able to sell more toys and and certain other things. I mean, I don't know. I That's the other thing. I don't hardly watch regular TV anymore, so I really can't even talk on that because I cut the cord a while ago. Like if it ain't a streaming service, I ain't watching it really. Um, but yeah, what's your favorite active fighter, bro? My favorite active fighter right now is probably Bud Crawford. Um, I mean, it changes. I like Usyk. I like AJ more. I would like for AJ to win, but I think Usyk is gonna win. Like if I had to if I was gonna put money on a guy, it would be on Usyk. It wouldn't be on AJ. Yeah, exactly, Charles D. Yeah, I got a buddy of mine that still watches wrestling. He told me to watch Raw one day. This was probably like 5 years ago, maybe even a little bit more further back than that. But I couldn't get through the whole thing. I started watching, and I'm like, this is garbage. I just didn't. I didn't even. I was like, I hope next time I see him, he doesn't ask me what happened because I'm not watching this shit. Yeah, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. Exactly. That's the wrestling I used to watch. But yeah, I think Usyk's gonna win this fight. I think that AJ will probably look better in the beginning of the fight and start to look worse as the fight goes on. A lot of people are saying that they think Usyk is going to stop him this time. It's definitely a possibility, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think, well, for one, because it's AJ, they're going to do everything they can to give him benefit of the doubt. Um, and two, um, I don't know. I just don't think I think it's going to go the distance. I think Usyk is going to win on points. He'll win quite comfortably. If he loses any rounds, it'll be early in the fight. But as the fight goes on, he's going to separate himself from AJ. That is how I think it's going to go down. That being said, y'all heard me talk enough. Let me go ahead and drop the link so y'all can give your thoughts. And we could talk about other stuff too. It's not, it ain't. Oh yeah, I saw that Triple H. Yeah, I did hear Vince McMahon. He stepped down, and now it's Triple H that's in charge. Um, so the thing is, like, I'm sub to Chisel Adonis, and he watches wrestling. So when stuff is going on, a lot of times I'll hear it from him. And if you haven't watched The Chiseled Adonis, I definitely recommend that you do. He is hilarious, funny dude. From my understanding, he also does stand up comedy, and he talks about the NFL. He does videos about boxing. He does videos about all kinds of shit. So wrestling is just one of the many things he talks about. How's it going, Brian Harkin?
How you doing, Red Glove? Everyone in the chat, how you all doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. You know, just hold on. Let me. The Vegemite King is that Paul? You took it and you ran with
Yeah, bro. I'm running it. I'm running
it.
it, bro.
All right. So
How are you,
real
man?
quick. Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good, brother. Good, good.
You just getting your day started over there in Australia?
Yeah, bro. I'm taking my family. We're going over Magnetic Island for the weekend, so we're going for tropical beach and yeah, going to drink some cocktails and yeah, have some family time, brother.
Oh, that's what's up. So
Sounds
real
Yeah.
good,
quick,
man.
huh?
I said, sounds good, man.
Yeah, it does sound good. I mean, I'm ready for the heat to be over, but I just want to ask Carl real quick. Is it true that um like in October, November, December is when it gets hot over there in Australia?
Yeah, yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
I'm in the
See
I'm in
that.
the I'm in the tropics too, bro. So it gets like 40 degrees Celsius, which is like 105, 110.
Oh wow.
And high humidity. So as soon as it rains, we get like 90 something percent humidity. So yeah, it's like really tropical.
Damn.
Your
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
your your balls chafe in the shade, if you know what I mean.
does it get humid over there too?
Yeah, where I am, I'm up north, so we're in the tropics. Yeah,
Yeah, because I'm in Florida, so I get like over 90% humidity, but that's during like June, July, August, um, and then September is usually when it starts to, I wouldn't say cool down, but the humidity starts to lessen.
so
Um,
it's pretty much
yeah.
reverse. It's pretty much reverse where I live, bro.
Mhm.
Pretty much the opposite. Yeah,
So the months I just mentioned, that's the cold months,
it's
and
winter
now.
here right now. Yeah,
Oh wow.
it's like 10 degrees Celsius, which is fucking freezing for me.
Yeah, I actually like the cooler weather. Um, I'm looking forward to the coming months. If you like the warmer weather, you'll be looking forward to the coming months because you're getting the opposite.
Yeah, I like the warmer months.
Yeah, well,
You can
yeah.
drink more beer.
well, well, in Florida, it doesn't get that cold. So even in the cooler months, it's not like I've never seen snow. I don't have to wear like layered clothing or anything like that.
Yeah, we don't either here. Exact same here, bro.
It
So it must
doesn't
be.
snow, it doesn't snow here a lot, but it rains a lot here in the winter. So
Yeah,
So
you you get rain all the time, don't you, my
yeah,
man?
we get rain. We no, the last couple of weeks though have been pretty good.
So we only
Like we've had some
yeah
hot weather. We've had one or two rainy days, but bar that there, no, the last couple of weeks has been good. So I'll take that.
yeah we get lots and lots of heat. We get like 3 months of rain. So sort of November, December, January are our rain. That's when we get
Yeah.
big. Like we get like torrential rainfall, and that's our cyclone season. Like I think you call them hurricanes, but yeah,
oh yeah.
we get cyclones, and yeah, they're pretty nasty. That's
Oh,
when we get our nasty weather.
over here in Florida, we call them tornadoes. Hurricanes is like a a hurricane is like a big storm. A tornado is the little cyclone that forms, and hurricanes can spawn off tornadoes. So
Okay. Cool.
just,
Yeah.
but what are y'all thoughts on this fight?
On Usyk and AJ,
Yeah, Usyk and AJ.
I think Usyk's going to stop him, man. I think like round 8, round 9. I think AJ's going to gas out.
Okay, AJ's looking real slim though. He looks like he has shut off a lot of the muscle weight. So I think his stamina is going to be better. But I mean, I'm not going to rule out a stoppage. Like I don't want anybody to think that I'm ruling that out. I just don't think that's what it's going to be. But if he gets stopped, I actually wouldn't be surprised either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he's going to have to come in with the mentality that he's got to. I think he thinks he's going to have the mindset that he needs to stop Usyk, and I think he's going to come out hard. And I think the first 6 rounds, I think he'll gas after 6, and I think he'll just be there for the picking.
Yeah, I think he'll try to push the pace there on.
Mm.
Right. As the fact, can he maintain that pace after round 5, after round 6? into round 7,
Exactly.
8, 9. Does he gain his second win? Right? It's hard
Yep.
enough when you're. I've seen AJ gas out when he's dominating fights,
Mm-hmm.
right? You know, like previous to this, right? I'm not trying to generalize, but previous to this,
Yeah.
I've seen him. It's different to. It's harder to when someone's hitting back at you, and
Yeah.
they're as accurate as Usyk, and they're as active as Usyk with the in and out footwork. You know, I have
Yeah.
an
It's
11th
different.
round stoppage, but you know, I think it won't be. I think the referee either steps in or the corner throws in the throws in the towel. I don't see AJ, you know, on his ass. I just
Yeah.
see it like continuous punishment at that point. You know, where someone just has to step in. You know, they'll
Yeah.
try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but when someone's taking a beating, what are you going to do? You know, you got to protect the fighter. You
Yeah.
know, so
Absolutely. Yeah.
you know, so
Yeah. A lot of people like to call AJ a quitter.
I don't think he's a.
Um.
I don't think he's a
Yeah.
quitter. The Reese fight, right? The Reese fight.
Mm,
He, you know, like I do think he was what's the word? You know, he took a shot to the head that you know is equal. I can't pronounce that word. Equilibrium.
equilibrium. Yeah.
Equilibrium. You know that just knocked off his equilibrium, and he never got that back. Now it was the point where the shot to the head, right? Like he
Mm,
got caught in the top of the head, on the side of the head where his brain shook. I honestly believed he what do you call that there when you know you have like that thing with the brain, you know
aneurysm.
no I forget
Stroke.
the no it's like an after effect. uh
Oh.
I
I'm
forget
not
the
sure then.
Concussion.
concussion.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Concussion.
think he put up a concussion in that fight, and he just wasn't able to fight back. That's what I honestly believe. I've been saying that for a long time.
Yep.
I actually have a video. I actually have a video out in my channel. Was AJ concussed? Right. So you know, during that fight, or you know, at any point in that fight, you know. So I think he was concussed, and he just never recovered after that. I don't think he quit.
Yeah. Same here. I think he got caught with something he just didn't recover from. I
That
agree.
happens.
You know.
That
And
happens. You know.
yeah, man, of course it does. I've been knocked out playing football, and I tell you, man, like AJ looked like I did after I got knocked out the first time I got knocked out playing football. He did not know where the fuck he was or
Yeah.
what was
Yeah.
going on, and he was just taking some serious punishment.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think his chin's like a lot of people are saying, you know, he come back again against Ruiz. The second fight was a totally different animal. But man, like you can't compare fucking Usyk to fucking Ruiz, the Burger
Yeah.
King.
No, I
Like,
can't. I can't. I
you
can't.
know what
Right?
I mean? Like,
Here's the thing, right? I give AJ all the credit. It's not AJ's fault that Ruiz came in that fight overweight.
Right.
He did what he had to do. He was very negative in that fight. He was boxing in the back foot. He kept it at long range. If he would have done that in the first fight, he would have won.
Yeah.
The fact he had Andy Ruiz hurt. I keep saying this, right? He hurt Andy Ruiz, right?
Mm,
Up to that point, but when he hurt someone, when he put them down, they were hurt.
mm-hmm.
Andrew Reese went down, but it was a flash knockdown, and he went in for the kill, and he didn't realize that Reese had his full faculties, and Reese just let his hands go in the pocket, and he caught him,
Mm-hmm.
and he just never saw it coming. And up to that point, right, because everyone he hit and they went down, they were hurt, right? He didn't know he never understood that, right? Because he never was in that position before where he flash knocked somebody down and they got up and they weren't 100% stunned.
Yeah, he
If
was usually able to go and finish him off.
he was never in that position before, so he didn't know what to do. And at that point, that was an experience, and he gained
Right.
experience from that there because he came back, he boxed long range, right? He did it against Pulev, right? And then he goes in against a completely different guy than both of them, in Usyk, and like He just first 4 rounds, it was Usyk, just pushing the pace. Every foot feint, every upper body feint AJ was falling for, and he just couldn't time Usyk. And at that point, later on in the fight, Usyk just felt more comfortable, and he just started letting his hands go.
Yeah.
So it was, yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the other thing about Usyk. I'm sorry for taking up all the show. I'm just trying to. Here's the other thing with Usyk, right? He's never in the one position, so he's always constantly moving. So if
Right.
you hit one punch, he's hard to hit with a second punch
Right.
because if you hit him, you more chance you're hitting him at long range, and if you hit him, that means he's moving to readjust. So AJ's always having to readjust with half turns.
You're right.
So that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I just think there's a skill gap. But here's the thing: AJ has power, and if you can catch him at mid range and let his hands go and get off that combination, I'm saying the same thing as the first fight. He could still knock Usyk out.
Right.
That's his probably the best chance, or trying to push Usyk on the back foot.
Right. Yeah.
He's
He
still
gonna
get
make him up.
comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think he needs to hurt him. He needs to hurt him early. He needs to
Yeah.
get in and hurt him because he does have that good. He does have that good right hand, and I think
He's
he's
a
got to get.
beautiful. AJ is one of the most beautiful combination punchers in heavyweight boxing.
Yeah, he is, and he's
When he
built
lets
like
his
a
hands
GI
go,
Joe.
Yeah.
He's built like an action figure.
Yeah.
But the thing that's a double-edged sword as well because all those muscles take a lot of oxygen.
Yeah.
Right.
So, when you're built like an action figure, I don't think he's built to go the distance, man. And he does look slim. He came in at what did he come in at 220?
241, wasn't it? Something like that. 240.
240. Yeah. Sorry, Usyk came in at what 221?
226, wasn't it?
Was it 226?
Which was like he came in 221 in the first fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Jeff said it before that he's only 5 pounds. People were saying he's a lot bigger. And I don't know, man. I think he's going to be a different animal this time around, Usyk. I think he's going to get in and really get some work done. I really see. You're just looking at those eyes, man. He had that determination, and man, he's got the whole of Ukraine on his shoulders, and I think he's just going to come out like an animal. I think it's going to be much of the same, but yeah, I think he's going to keep the pressure on, and all the things you said, Brian, with the foot feints and the head feints, and AJ's going to have to time
AJ just can't fall for them, right? He has to.
That's right. He has
sometimes
to time
in between foot feints, right? I've learned this the hard way, right? Don't fall for every foot or upper body feint, right? Sometimes when they're feinting, you punch. You know what I mean? Like, it took me a long time to learn that, right? So, when I first started boxing, I used to fall for it all the time.
Yeah.
Took me a long time to figure out, he's just doing it for effect. And then I started doing it, and, I figured out I could confuse a few opponents as well.
I started doing some head feints when my wife throws punches at me, like when I'm drunk. I'm starting to time them really well. She's catching a lot of air, and I'm like, you miss me.
You got the perfect air. Maybe AJ should get married.
There you go. All you need is an angry wife.
Yep.
The best training you could have.
One of yours for a month, Carl.
Yeah, he
see
was
how it goes.
Sorry?
Steven,
I said one of yours for a month. See how just say $1 million for a month.
Yeah, I'll train him up. I'll say, come on, wife, sort him out. Especially after they've had a baby. Oh, they're really cranky.
Yeah. Yeah. All the body changes and the lack of sleep, she becomes a different animal, huh?
Oh man. Yeah, possessed, I call it.
Just real quick, Mala said that he came in 221 on this fight.
I thought it was 221.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, he came in Usyk came in 221.
Yeah, I thought it was 221. I think there's
Oh,
like
okay.
242. AJ was 242, or
Oh, yeah,
I
he
think
was
there's
216 last time. Yeah, something like that.
yeah.
Yeah,
So AJ's the one that's come in heavier. Usyk's like 5 pounds. So
yeah.
Usyk's much the same.
I think AJ's coming something like 13 pounds heavier or something like that
Yeah,
than he was last
which
time around.
which which is what worries me with guy with big muscles, man. And, they expel a lot of oxygen in the,
Yeah,
it takes a bit, and you get that lactic acid build up in your muscles, and that takes some serious shit to recover from, man.
yeah.
Especially when you got 30 seconds rest.
You know what I found with guys with muscles? Some of them couldn't fight, right?
Yeah,
They were strong. They were strong as
too
a bull,
stiff.
right? You
It's
you
like they're
get some
too
of them
stiff.
guys, they could pull 300-400 pounds, in a
Yep.
weight gym, right? But ask them to fight, and they didn't know how to,
Yeah.
you know. But no,
Kind of
AJ
like,
is different. I'm not saying AJ ain't that, but like I'm
yeah.
just saying in general what I've.
It's kind of like somebody that you went to school with that has straight A's, but they have zero common sense. It's
Yeah,
kind of like like the same idea.
Exactly.
pretty much.
Yeah. Good analogy. Good analogy, right? Great
Yeah.
analogy. Dead. You're bang on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
straight A's, straight A's.
Straight A
Yeah,
student, but wouldn't know how to walk to the fucking shop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Very good analogy. And you see a lot of guys with muscles, they're kind of robotic in their movement. But I mean, like
yeah,
you said, Brian, AJ's got great combinations, and he's got to let his hands go. He can't sit
yeah,
back and wait, because if he sits back, man, Usyk's going to punish him. And I think it's going to be much the same, with just a slightly different outcome towards the end. I think
yeah,
Usyk's, round 8-9, I got him stopping him.
yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, I think.
we could be in for a robbery, guys. Don't dispel the robbery.
Yep.
the Quags brought up a good example. No shit. Remember Jeff Lacey? Dude had muscles on top of muscles, but didn't know. Yeah, yeah. You see
Yep.
that? What's that?
Kawasaki.
Yeah, Kazagi. You see
Yeah,
that Kazagi
that's
fight?
how that's Kawasaki's best performance. To the
Yeah. And
that's
Kazagi, he's lean. He was lean, but he wasn't like, he wasn't brolic,
yeah.
and Jeff Lacey was, and he just took him to school.
That was a boxing fucking lesson. I watched that night, right, and like and I knew a lot about thing. I didn't know a lot about Lacey at the time. I seen him fight a couple of times, right? So um, I didn't know a lot about Jeff Lacey, right? But I knew a lot about what's his name now? Joe Kawasaki.
Wait a minute,
And I
Brian.
think
Speaking of muscles and don't know what to do. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I respect Tony. Tony's a
no.
good dude.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Tony
Yeah,
is a boxer, so I respect that, right? So
yeah,
but there's a lot of guys that has muscles that don't, that
yeah,
are not good at boxing, or if you put them in the ring, they'd gas out in 2 rounds. That's all.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying, right? Because it's a different type of exercise.
Right, right.
Are you trying? Are you trying to get down to my height, Tony?
I just I just had to mess with Tony a little bit, you know.
Tony's a funny dude. Tony's a good dude, So yes,
Oh, I can't see the chat for some reason. It's weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It.
it's weird.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's not showing me the chat. I don't know why. That's weird.
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes. Even when I'm hosting,
yeah,
sometimes I have to pull up the live on a different device just so I can see what's going on.
yeah. Sometimes I do refresh it. You know, like just say if I'm on some, I had to go out and back in again.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, Tony, if you want to, you could do that. I'll let you right back in.
No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just pull it up on my phone. and then
All
I'll
right.
chat and hear y'all without getting off.
Yeah, and just so y'all know, Tony is a certified Elden Lord.
Oh yeah, oh
So
yeah.
I I still got to pick that up. I haven't got around to that one yet. But yeah, we just over here talking about the fight. You're more than welcome to give your take, Tony. I know you keep your eye on the heavyweight division. Like some people only started watching the heavyweight division when Wilder, started, what was making noise. But I know you and some others, everybody on the panel really kind of knows more. Like when I hear people say, "Oh," like not now, but before they were like, "Well, I never even heard of this Hellenius guy." It's like he was kind of a not a huge deal, but he was kind of a big deal at one point. It's we just got a
Yeah.
lot of fans who don't really know the heavyweight division until there's like one particular guy. So what's your thoughts on this fight?
Well, on Hellenius Wilder or on AJ Usyk?
The AJ Usyk, since that one's tomorrow.
Okay, I want to say this real fast. If I'm not mistaken, Hellenius is who Dillian White beat to get the silver title for the WBC. But
You are correct.
yeah, and I think that was that Hellenius' first loss or second loss? It might have been his
First, I
first.
think.
Yeah, I think it was his first.
Yep.
But yeah, as far as AJ Usyk goes, I got AJ getting knocked out into the 10th round. If he makes it out the 10th, he won't make it past the 11th. I don't see how he beats Usyk. Especially with Robert Garcia, I just can't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it either. I'm an AJ fan, but I'm gonna keep it real. I don't see AJ beating them. For those who are comparing this to AJ versus Ruiz, I think that's just a lot of wishful thinking. It is a completely different. Yeah, AJ had successes in that first Ruiz fight. I can't say the
It's like a
same. Yeah.
it's like a panda bear and a polar bear.
Yeah, because polar bears are the most vicious bears, and panda bears are uh, docile docile species of bear. So
They're
yeah,
like a koala bear.
I give a koala bear more chance than a panda. So short pants.
Yeah, but that's and I've heard it on a lot of channels, man, saying, "Oh, Usyk's the comeback king. He took a loss against Ruiz," and I'm thinking, man, Ruiz won the belts, and he just went on an eating rampage.
yeah.
He just went fucking shit up. Like I'm just gonna eat myself. He just did the Elvis Presley. I'm just gonna eat myself to death.
And now
Oh
look at
fuck!
him. He's
And
about.
then he goes, "Oh fuck! Hang on, I've got a fight coming up."
But now look at him. He looked like he's about to be a junior middleweight.
Yeah, I
That's
think he took a
crazy,
bit of
isn't it?
that serious.
If he would have took it serious then, he might still be champion. I don't
That's
think he
true.
beats AJ the second time, but I'm just saying. He
Yeah,
would have had a better
And that's
chance.
the thing about it. That's why I always wanted to see the trilogy with Ruiz and AJ, because I do not know if AJ was the best AJ when he lost to Ruiz, and I definitely know Ruiz wasn't the best Ruiz when he lost to AJ. So I would have liked to see them come for the trilogy when they're both their best, because they both know that they can beat each other. And
Yeah.
I did pick Dillian White to beat Tyson Fury, but what I did not know prior to that pick was Dillian White was going to come to the weigh-ins and start hugging Tyson Fury and laughing and joking with him. I did not see that coming. So
I didn't see it
train for
coming
that
either.
fight.
Here's the thing with Dillian, you never know what he's going to do. Right? We talked about AJ's unpredictable. Dillian is just as unpredictable.
Yeah.
But his
Yeah, but
his unpredictability could be in a good way or a bad way to him. I think he has to be mad to see the best of him.
How
Dillian,
disappointed with those 94,000 fans that went to? Was it at Wembley Stadium?
no, it was was at Wembley. I was thinking about the AJ Fink fight that was at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Yeah.
I'm talking about Tyson Dillian White. Look how disappointed
No,
would
that's
they
at
be?
Wembley. Yeah.
That was just a one-sided absolute beatdown.
It
And
was
like Jeff said, Shout out to dad bods. Tyson Fury gives us guy with dad bods a chance. I'm sorry, Tony, but I just had to put it out there for the guy, for all the guys with the dad bods, man. It just proves you don't need big muscles to win fights, you know.
It also helps to be damn near 7 foot tall too.
Correct,
True.
which I'm not.
True.
I'm actually I'm half Sicilian, so I'm a giant amongst my people. But yeah, 5'7", and
Andrew, he's made it thing that fat buds, not dad buds, fat buds can be champions. You know, so there's still a chance for me, even though I'm 40, next year.
look
I'll
at
give
Red
it a
Gloves.
here.
Look at Red Gloves avatar.
If one of these guys ever give me a call up, just say AJ or Fury ever gives me a call up or Usyk, I'll go fight them. Just put your titles on the line. I'll fight you for free. Put the titles on the line. I'll fight. I'll get my ass whooped.
Oh, man, Brian, you move fast. I see. There's only one person on YouTube I would not want to fight, and that's Brian. Like, to move as fast as you do with as much weight as you have, that's scary. That's scary right there. And then you got a low center of gravity with it. Nah, I fight all these dudes on YouTube, but you the last one I want to fight.
I don't think you could
Thanks for
hurt
that,
Brian.
Tony.
I think you could hit Brian with a truck, and I don't think you'd hurt him.
He'll go back to his corner and drink a pint of whiskey. It only takes him 8 seconds. He's like, I got 60 seconds. He's like, well, really?
How many pints you have?
It wouldn't be no spit bucket. It'd be a whiskey bucket.
That means you'd have to spit.
He's like, what's 60 divided by 8? I need that many pints. Hey, that would be bad though, because they say you got 8 pints of blood. So if you drink 8 pints of whiskey, your blood is 50% whiskey at that point.
Pretty much.
And you'd be pissing like a lesbian at a Katie Lang concert.
What's
that, Brian?
At that point, I wouldn't feel any pain though.
Correct.
I'm like, come on, hit me. I'll be like Rocky Balboa. Adrian. Actually, you want to know the funny thing about that, right? They used to call me Rocky. And you know the only reason why? My brother's name's Adrian.
Oh.
He used to get me to go, Adrian.
I'd love to see that in a fight.
I fought
looking for his corner man.
I fought him 6 times. So my brother.
Fought your brother?
Yep, 6 times.
Oh, you're mad.
And they say that brothers can't. They say that brothers can't box each other.
Well, Tim Zoo and
bullshit.
Those bullshit.
Tim Zoo and his little brother Nikita said they'll fight if they ever have to. They'll fight.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like saying, like when they say that shit, sometimes I feel like saying bullshit. You know how many times you guys probably fought for free? Now you mean to tell me y'all won't fight each other for hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars?
They would have fought. They would have fought over the PlayStation controller.
Yeah, exactly.
You just say both Klitschko boys, right? Both 6 foot, whatever, right? Both full of masculinity. You tell me that they didn't square up to each other and go, "I fucking whoop your ass. I'll fucking whoop your ass." And then, right, they actually threw punches.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Me and my youngest brother, right, he's taller than me, bigger than me, right? Chubby wise, like he's a chubby guy too, right? And me and him throw down at least twice a year over bullshit, So
after the 6 pints.
No, usually there's no drinking in it, but like I remember one time it started who's the better footballer, Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi, and it turned in personal after that there, and he started throwing punches at me and I started throwing punches back.
Mhm.
So it just started off something very simple, and then it just turned into blah blah blah, right? Personal bullshit
Was there
between me and him
was there a
over the
little bit of
years.
MMA thrown in there too, or was it just strictly boxing? Did it get to the
No,
ground?
no, 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 no. There was a bit of MMA in it too. It was, it was. My dad was sitting there watching, and my mum going, "Get off
Dad,
him! Get off
Dad,
him!
Dad
Get
was
off him!"
Dad,
Right, right,
Dad's
right. My dad said,
refereeing.
"You ain't doing it right." Let him harder.
Was your Brian? Was your dad a boxer?
My dad was a boxer and a bare knuckle fighter, and my grandfather was a bare knuckle fighter.
Oh fuck!
All
Wow.
my uncles were bare knuckle fighters too, so, and
Yeah.
boxers. And three of my great uncles were bare knuckle fighters on my dad's side, and two on my mother's side were bare knuckle fighters. So
Yeah, my wife's a bare knuckle fighter. She's the current married Australian champion.
The first time you said the current, like, cause you stopped, I could have swore you were saying that she's a cunt.
Yeah, that's what I walked
No,
in and thought he said.
That's what you thought too. You
Yeah, I
started
just
saying-
walked back out.
listen, she can probably hear me, so I'm gonna keep it down. And there's no way in the world I'd say that. 'Cause she'd be marching out the front door throwing hands.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. That I don't blame you. Like people can say what they want, but you're the one that got to live with her. You just mentioned that she
Correct.
just had a baby. You just mentioned that y'all just had a baby. Congratulations, by the way. And yeah, I don't blame you. You do what you got to do to live in
Let's stay upright.
peace and harmony.
Facts,
By the
brother.
way, shout out to all the dad bodies. This dude right here, Big Ed, he's a
Big Ed.
dad. Yeah, Big Ed, no neck. But yeah, his daughter is fine. His daughter
I,
is fine.
I guarantee you, he's no father of Ryan Garcia's.
Yeah,
I think with
no
that
father
chin,
Ryan
with
Ryan
that,
Garcia.
Garcia got all the
with
neck
that,
he's meant to get.
and that chin, he's got that chin up high, Brian. Don't forget that chin.
Yep, yep.
He likes riding that chin up high.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do we think that
That's
fight's gonna happen? The Ryan versus Davis?
No,
two different promotions. No,
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna
yeah, it
happen
won't
either.
happen.
But
right?
what about you, Tony?
I think Tate Davis is scared of him.
Oh yeah, you're a Garcia fan, right?
Yeah, he the best one out of all them. In 130, well, I guess he's 140 now, but at 135, he's the best one.
All right. I just wanted to get everybody. I didn't want to spend too much time on that one because I agree. I don't think it's going to happen, so I didn't want to put too much energy on that fight. But I was just curious what everybody thought.
I think we'll see Tank versus Pitbull version 37 before we'll see Garcia and Tank.
I agree.
Just throwing that out there. Yeah. Yeah, they don't like co-promoting, like
Who's next? Who's next in
cross-promoting.
PBC to fight Tank? Will Pitbull do again?
I think Pitbull will give him a hell of a show next time, man. I like that. I like the Pitbull and Tank fight.
Yeah. Due to inflation, that fight's going up. Right?
What's that?
Due to inflation, that fight's going up. The price of that fight's going up. Fight 37.
Mhm.
You know what? You know what I heard? I heard they're trying to make the Bud and EJ $150 pay-per-view. Like, man,
Ah,
that'll be the most streamed fight in the world's history if that's the case.
Oh yeah. Nobody's paying. Right? Unless you're going to go.
What's the cost? 150?
Bud and Errol.
Oh hell no!
yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about saying that the fights are too cheap. You know.
I just want to shout out Alexander Usyk YouTube channel tomorrow night. Everybody watch Ukrainian VPN, baby. Ukrainian VPN.
Free
He is
fight.
showing the preach for the Ukrainian people. So he is. He's showing the fight free on his YouTube channel for the
Yep.
Ukrainian
Yeah.
people. So a Ukrainian VPN tomorrow night. If you need one, there's a couple of good ones out there. I'm using what do you call it? Surfshark at the moment. Uh, I think it's $1.99 a month.
So
So
you got to do real quick. So all you got to do, I just want to get this straight, is buy a UPN, VPN, U, VPN
UPS.
service, VPN service, and switch your location to Ukraine, and you'll be
yep,
able to go to his YouTube channel and watch it for free.
yep,
Yep.
All
yep.
right.
That's what I'm doing tomorrow night.
So hey y'all, so think about it. You could either pay $25 for the month for I'm talking as an American for the zone to watch the fight, or you
Watch
can
it for free.
pay $2 for 1 month of VPN, not UPN, VPN,
Yep,
and all you got to do is make sure your location is Ukraine, which is
yep,
very easy to do on most. I can't speak for all VPNs, but most VPNs is very simple to switch your location.
yep.
You know what? I dropped the zone, right? I had the app. I had the app for about 2 years. I dropped the app when they made that fucking Canelo and Bavola pay per view. I was so dirty because they came out with the model of look, if you pay $12.99 a month, you'll never pay. We'll never change. This will be $12.99 a month, and that's all it'll ever be.
And
And when that,
here's the thing, right? His father, right? I forget his name. Eddie Hearn's father came up.
Barry,
Barry Hearn came up with a pay-per-view model in the UK for Sky.
yep,
So he was the first one to promote a UK fight in the UK for pay-per-view. So you tell
and,
me his son ain't going to do the same thing?
but you know that was the selling point of the whole DAZN app.
That was the selling point. That's where
Yeah,
they get you. It's marketing. It's
yep.
marketing. Get you in the door. And once they start, you're going to have to pay for this. You're going to keep the app in a way, but you're not going to buy it. You're going to stream the fight, but you're still going to keep the app. That's where they get you, right? So they have an idea of what they're doing. And here's the thing: some silly cunt probably bought it.
Yeah, I wiped it.
Right?
I unsubscribed and told them jam them $12.99 up their ass.
I
I was
have I'm doing it on a case by case basis. If there's a fight that interests me enough, I'll pay for that month,
me too.
and
Oh yeah,
then
I'm with you.
I cancel it before the month is up, and I wait for the next event that I'm legitimately interested in. Because I paid for a year up front, and it bit me in the ass because then the pandemic happened, and I didn't expect them to give me a shit ton of free months, but they should have tried to do something.
Yeah,
They didn't
Yeah.
try to do shit. They just, all right, well,
They said,
for the money.
"Money."
Thanks for the money. So
oh
I'm like, all right, well, when my subscription runs out, I'm not gonna pay for another year. I am going to only pay for the months that I feel are worth it to me.
I
Yeah.
wiped it like a dirty ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never buy it again. I'm streaming the fuck out of Eddie Earn shit from now on.
Yeah.
Fucking robber. But good fights I'll pay for, except on the zone. Yeah, I'm dirty at him, mate. I'm proper dirty at him. Like,
Mhm.
but the fights you want to see, like the Cambosis Haney fight, I paid for that. Like, man, I paid $89 for that fight in Australia, right? And Bob Arum went on. I saw Bob Arum's interview talking about, like they're trying to do this second deal, and he's saying that the fight was cheap in Australia. It was only $29. I don't know where the fuck he gets his $29 from because I paid $89, and anyone else, you had to buy it through your cable TV app, and there's no way in the world anyone in Australia paid $29. So even if you convert Australian to American, there's no way in the world that fight was $29. So he's talking out his ass there.
Bob is getting senile. He needs to
Yeah.
just. He.
Yeah.
I wish he would just retire. He's at least a decade older than Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon even knew when to hang it up.
Here,
Bob, you need to hang
there's
it
a
up.
story behind that because Vince McMahon did not know when to hang it up. He was fired.
I
Oh,
think,
really?
The board
but I
fired him.
think
Yeah.
I
Um,
think Bob Arum's going to outlive Keith Richards. I think Bob Arum's children have left everything in their will to Bob.
You might be
Like,
right.
You know what I said. You know what I said about Bob Arum.
what's
Bob
that?
Arum was so young, he promoted David versus Goliath.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
Right, right.
I wa-
And Bruce
well,
Ortiz was on the undercard.
I watched when George Foreman when George Foreman 2.0 when he come back and Bob Arum promoted him, and
Yeah,
and Bob actually had hair, bit of hair there. It was
yeah.
yeah, it was really strange.
Do you know the funny thing about that? Luis Ortiz was on that undercard.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
David versus Goliath. So I said that the first time. I don't know if you heard me.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. So Hawker Mustang says you guys need to buy a pay per view so Bud Crawford can get his $10 million to fight Spence. I
I don't
mean,
see, I don't see why they can't make that happen because, fuck, George Cambosa's got 10 million. How come Bud and Errol can't? Like, it's I don't know, man. I just if George Cambosa,
Do you want to know the funny thing about that though?
what
You
we're
know what?
talking about the
John
PBC.
Cambosos made $10 million.
What's that?
He's an entire fucking country behind him,
Yeah.
right? Bud Crawford is not as well known in America as, I hate to say this, as George Cambosos is well known in Australia.
Bud's pretty well known here because he fucking sorted Jeff Horn out.
No, no, I'm on about Bud Crawford in America is not as well known as
Yeah, but
thing in Australia.
Brian, hold up though. What is the population of Australia?
26 million.
So that's like a U.S. city.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like in general, right? In general, Bud Crawford is
Well, no, I
for
agree with you. I agree with you.
like
Campos probably had
for
more
per capita,
crowds,
right?
but
Per person,
I mean,
per person. George
um,
You
Cambosos,
know,
you know,
one thing, George, that was the first major international sporting event Australia had since COVID.
yeah.
So, and we were starved like everyone else was. We were starved and we were chomping at the bit to get the fuck out of our house and go and do something. So, people came from all around to watch that fight, and
Yeah.
I just
Like
hope we get.
If Katie Taylor's fighting Ireland,
people are
right?
still mad at me over that fight because I thought Cambosis won that fight. People are still mad at me because I said that, and I still believe he won the fight.
Well, I might rewatch it again, but I don't think he did. But who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe I was drunk enough the first time to miss it. But
hey, listen, Tony. Tony, I was a fucking fanboy of George Cambosis, but I don't think he won, man. I think I gave him 3 or 4 rounds.
See, I saw it different. I saw Cambosis because I watched it on TV, not ringside. I saw
Yep.
Cambosis playing a lot of shots to the body compared to Haney's little pity patter jab. Like power shots count more than jabs.
Man, I think George was paid 10 million to throw the fight. I really do because fucking George was not the fighter that fought Teo. George wasn't the fighter that fought Lee Selby. George wasn't the fighter that fought Mickey Bay. It was a totally and you can't tell me a guy that comes forward and walks in and counters that he's not gonna be able to get through that fucking jab.
Devin's a beautiful boxer. He has one pet peeve for me, right? Every time George Cambosis came in, right, he ducked down to his right hand side every single time, right?
Yep.
If George Cambosis punk faked coming in and Thing ducks down to his right hand side, left uppercut, right? He drops his head every single time. Watch it. He drops his head to his right hand side every single time. Watch it. If Cambosis comes in, pet peeve, right? Punk fakes, throws a right uppercut right on that chin. He could have caught him a number of times, right? That's all he had to do, right? Because every time he forward, he ducked down. He ducked down under the jab and he held and he grabbed, but he always ducked down his head to the right hand side first. That's a pet peeve for me. He didn't move to the side. He didn't. Right, he stood there, ducked down and hold. So he did to notify what George Cambosis was doing, and then in the splits, then he was just throwing a jab and moving. Right?
85 jabs. He
Don't
won that fight with 85 jabs.
The only time he moved, the only time Devin Haney really moved is after he threw a jab and then he slightly moved. Right. Every other time he was standing still. Every time George Kambosos came and ducked to the right, tried to duck under Kambosos' jab, grab and hold.
Yep.
That was his strategy the whole fight. So it was. That was a pet peeve for me. I think I said that in the night, and I was like, I thought it was an okay performance from Devin, but I was expecting better.
I got to be honest. I was kind of praying for the Jeff Horn Manny Pacquiao robbery in the end.
Yeah, no, I get that, right? But I'm just saying,
I'm just kidding.
I was just saying, I was expecting a lot better performance from Devin Haney, and I thought to beat George,
Well, what about
Kambosos, he would
George?
have had to give a better performance.
What about George? I was kind of hoping George would at least do something. George threw 1-2 piece the whole fight, man.
Yeah, yeah,
Fucking
right.
did nothing for a
He
guy
was
that counters and
he was easily tagged.
oh, it was
The thing
ridiculous.
about it, he didn't change his rhythm at all the whole night. It was just 1-2 coming,
One-dimensional.
step inside, hold.
One-dimensional.
That was it.
Yep. Very
That
one-dimensional.
all night long. He didn't change.
Yep.
He changed nothing in that fight. He didn't try to throw. The one time he caught him, he threw a hook right on the chin. He caught him. He threw. George Kambosos caught him with a lovely hook. So he did, and that was about the only time he caught him in the fight. And that was the one and the only time he threw a hook in that fight. I was very disappointed in Kambosos and his skill set. I thought he might have showed a little bit more.
Yeah, me too. It wasn't the same guy, man.
Yeah.
By round 4, I knew George. I didn't know what the fuck George was doing, but George wasn't fighting, man. By round 4, it was all over for me. He just negated everything with a fucking jab, like just the fundamentals of boxing. Like it's like everything George had. I think George fucking sniffed his own shit. Like I don't know, he was breathing his own oxygen or something. I don't know, man. But he was a different fighter. I didn't see the guy that absolutely beat the brakes off Teofimo in that fight.
Do you think he felt pressure because he was at home?
I think so, man. I said that on another panel. I said, this is a double-edged sword. George has got to perform at home. George has been a road warrior, man, his whole career. George hadn't fought in Australia since 2017, sorry. And then he just became this road warrior that was just, he was a split decision king. His last 3 fights he won by split decision, even though the Teofimo fight wasn't a split decision.
Do you think maybe he overdid it on the Vegemite since he had it so readily available?
I don't think he had enough Vegemite.
You think if he would have been like Popeye, huh?
Yeah, he just needed some spinach.
But here's the thing, right? Teofimo Lopez won that fight 11 rounds to 3.
11-2.
Or 11-2.
11-2, he called it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was terrible from Teofimo at the end, man. That just made him look like an even bigger clown. And then how he carried that on for months.
The senior said that.
I think George actually fucking gave Teofimo a mental illness. Like I think he suffered from George Cambositis. And yeah, I really think it took him a long time to recover, man, because that was 10 months. It took him to 9 months to fight again. And see, that's the thing. We don't see our fighters fight enough, man. Once a year is not enough in my eyes. It's not enough.
I agree.
Even if it's a tune-up, like Teo and Camper, I at least thought that we'd see something. But yeah, one fight a year is not enough, man. I mean, we're starved for our favourite fighters, and you get to see them once a year. And Giles Rodden, the George Kambosos, trained harder than any motherfucker in this country. I'm telling you now. And I thought he would literally beat the brakes off Devin Haney. And Devin Haney won that fight with a fucking jab, man. Won that fight with a jab. So I think he threw the fight. I think he was paid $10 million to throw the fucking fight. I don't care what anyone says. That was not the same dog I've seen fight previously, man.
Are we sure his name isn't George Horn?
Well, Jeff won. Jeff was never a champion. Jeff Horn's a great guy. I like Jeff. He's a good guy, but man, he never beat Manny Pacquiao. And anyone, any real Australian fighter, man, we were all just as surprised as everyone else in the world was when they gave him that fight over Manny, man. Manny was fucking robbed, plain and simple.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no way that wasn't even close. But yeah, and we're just grateful. Well, I am anyway. A lot of people jumped on Jeff Horn's fucking coattails and thought Jeff Horn was going to go on to be this undefeated world champion, and Bud Crawford fucking sorted him out.
I heard you
It's,
said an interesting conversation last night with what's his name? Tim Zoo.
About his dad. What's that?
Tim Zoo beating thing.
Beating Jeff Horn.
No, Tim Zoo beating the undisputed champion. What's his name? One of the brothers.
Jamel Charlo.
Jamel Charlo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he's got his dad in his corner for the first time in 21 fights. He's got Costa back in his corner. He hated having his dad there because he said that he said, all I could hear was my fucking dad yelling at me the whole fight. Yeah, Costa hadn't been to one of his fights since his first pro fight. But yeah, he's in his corner and he's training him. I actually think Nikita's a better fighter than Tim. But Tim's got a good chin, man. Tim's got a good chin, but he just doesn't have power. Like, he doesn't have that knockout power that Charlo's sort of got, you know?
I think well, Tim, I think he's too inexperienced to fight someone like Jamel Charlo.
Yeah, but you know, one thing with Aussie boxers, Brian, is they don't give a fuck. They will fight anyone. They won't just talk about it on Instagram. They'll sign the fucking contract and make the deal happen. That's one thing I give props to any Australian fighter. They don't duck any smoke. They're not Instagram warriors, mate. They just.
No, I'm not saying that. I just think he's not talking about his heart. It's an experience.
Oh, totally, 100%. He's only fought Terrell
I think Jamel Charlo beats him.
He's only just had one fight in America. All his fights have been in Australia.
Yeah.
And you want to know something funny? Last financial year, Tim Zoo made more money than George Kambosos did. Just with Tim's following in Australia. Just because everyone loved Costa Zoo. Everyone in Australia knows who Costa Zoo is.
I love Costa Zoo too. I picked him to beat
Ricky Hatton.
Ricky.
So that broke my heart. That broke my heart, man.
You know,
he was old by the time he got in there with Ricky.
Yeah, plus he only fought what? He fought once in 2 years, and it was second round stoppage. Who was it? Williams, wasn't it? Or who was it? He fought again? Sharon Bay Mitchell.
I'm not sure.
And you know, Mayweather never fought Costa Zoo. That's
ducked him his whole career.
Yep.
Mayweather ducked him.
Here's the thing. I love Costa, right? He just wants to hard hitting, you know. Yeah. His left hook.
Yeah, but his uppercut,
was devastating, you know.
His uppercut, he just threw the hardest, straightest uppercut I've ever seen in boxing. I've never seen anyone emulate it. You go back and watch footage, watch highlight reels of Costa Zoo, and watch that uppercut, man. It just comes from nowhere and just.
I've seen a lot of his fights, right? The other thing too, in that Ricky Hatton fight, right? Ricky Hatton just came out at the beginning every round, and Costa Zoo just threw a right hand right in his chin. And Ricky was like, fuck you.
Yeah, Ricky was a beast in that fight, man.
Ricky, that's probably his best performance.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Against that level of opponent, it is.
Yep.
I seen Ricky dominate guys, but I never expected that. Like,
no, I never did either. We all thought it'd be an early night for Costa. We all thought it'd be an early night, and the style of Ricky Hatton, you know, he's come forward, and I thought it'd be an early night, but man, you seen the Costa's eyes when he got hit, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Please don't do this.
Here, you know, that was Mark's first fight he went to live.
Your first?
No, Mark.
Oh, Mark. Oh, really?
Yeah, the Costa Ricky.
Wow.
So it was my first fight was the first Chris Eubank Jr. versus Steve Collins fight.
Yep.
That was my first fight.
He was going for Hatton, wasn't he? Because I know he was a huge Hatton.
Oh yeah, he's a massive Hatton fan. So he was.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
I
But
think Hatton's his
he would
favorite
have been
fighter
fucking.
of all
Yep.
time. Well, his favorite fighter of his lifetime.
Yeah,
I
because
like him. I like Ricky Hatton.
yeah,
It's hard not to like him, man. He's a likable guy. Much like Costa Zoo. Costa Zoo wasn't a grub. He wasn't, he never press conferences. I mean, people talk about marketing yourself and selling a fight, but I think once you build up a name or you build your name up in the ring, your name sort of sells itself. Well, I know it does here in Australia
right.
anyway.
It should. I agree. Like it should be.
Yeah,
You shouldn't have to act like a fool. Like look at
yeah,
what some of these guys do. Like Jamal Charlo getting
yeah,
all fucking drunk and acting a fool. You got
yep,
Adrian Broner, the hijinks that he pulls, and it does get them popularity, but it only gets them so much.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Here,
you know,
I think Adrian Broner's one of the only people on this earth. When he meets his children, he asks which one's the mother.
Yeah. I don't know who he fought, but AB, when he won a fight and he got down on his knee, everyone thought he was going to propose to his girlfriend. He asked her to brush his hair. I
He
thought,
is.
wow,
He's weird.
he,
He's
he's
weird.
he's an entertainer. But
He's weird.
and see George Kambosos, he tried that punk shit, like calling Devon a snitch and a rat, and like everyone in Australia, like we got fucking, like we know who bikies run Australian drug market, and like it just sounded fucking stupid when George said that about Devon, and I kind of lost a bit of respect for him when he started pulling that, because I'm like, dude, you don't need to do that to try. He tried getting inside his head.
well, let
And
me ask you. Oh, go ahead, finish.
no,
And
no,
I
you're
got a
right. I'm
question.
done. You go.
All right. So what I want to ask is, what was everybody in Australia's reaction? What was the word in the Australian streets when he said that shit about the art of war, deception?
He lost a lot of people. He lost a lot of Aussies, man. One thing with
That was
one
another one, huh?
one thing with Australians, man, is we're really humble sort of people, like, and we like our fighters to be the same.
Yeah.
Like we had Anthony Mundine. Tony Mundine was a fighter in the 70s. He was knocked out by Carlos Monzon.
Yeah.
His dad was a good fighter. His dad won a Commonwealth Games medal, and his dad was a good guy. He was a humble guy. He wasn't a big mouth. But his son, Anthony Mundine, he was just a fucking loudmouth idiot. And he had as much hate in Australia as he had love, similar to Ali. Like, he compared himself to Ali, but he just had that much hate. And then he kind of fucked himself when the Twin Towers were attacked. He turned around and said that America brought it on themselves. So the
Oh
WBC,
wow.
basically the IBF, all of in the boxing corporations turned around and said you can no longer fight for any title in any country, and he was banned from America. So he kind of, I don't know whether he did that on purpose so he could duck some smoke, but I'm just so glad Sven Otke fucking knocked him out, because I just didn't like the dude, man. He's just a big mouth, and he just didn't represent us as a country, like Costa Zoo's what we like, Costa Zoo was a humble dude. Jeff Fennick was a humble dude in the ring, but he was an absolute arsehole of a human outside the ring. He's a woman beater, and he was a jewelry thief, and just a terrible human outside the ring, but a great fighter in the ring. So,
Well, according to you, right? Some women need to be fought back against.
um,
like that
Your wife,
Swedish girl.
fair,
Brian, I'm not going to answer that on the grounds I may incriminate myself.
fair enough. I'm only joking with that one. Right. There's this site, right? It's called Mockery Dating Profiles.
Yeah.
Right? So somebody sent me one. I want a woman to beat me up so I can have an opportunity to beat her.
Oh wow.
I want a woman who will fight me just so basically I'll fight and beat the shit out of her. And it's her fault.
That's funny.
Don't ever come to Australia, Brian.
What?
Don't ever come looking for a woman in Australia.
Why are they all crazy?
There's crazy women here.
I'm Irish. Crazy women here too.
Well, to live in a place where every animal is deadly, you gotta be some kind of crazy. Like all right, Florida, we got alligators, but over there they got crocodiles, which is like an alligator that
On
is pissed
steroids.
off. Yeah, pissed off all the time and has an even stronger bite. You know,
Correct.
for every poisonous spider we have, they got like 30. 30 of them. You know,
I think the top 10 deadly snakes, Australia's got 6 or 7 of them
yeah,
out of the top 10 deadliest snakes in the world. Yeah,
and they got
it's
number one.
yeah, yeah. The inland taipan.
I believe that. Yeah. Now Australia's a dangerous place.
It is, but it isn't, man. It's like it's see if you look at a map of Australia, right? So if you went 100 kilometers inland from the coast, all around Australia, that's pretty much the only mainly inhabited. Like there are small towns in the center of Australia, but it's mainly desert and salt bush, and like it's not habitable. It's too hot. It doesn't rain. Um, you basically can't survive out there. It's good. There's a lot of cattle properties. We've got a lot of cattle sort of in inland, but yeah, we kind of live on the. Everyone lives within 100 kilometers of the coast around Australia, so it just so we can get a bit of salt water, and
Yeah,
it doesn't seem to be as hot on the coast. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think y'all have like the second best beef. Actually, like number one is supposed to be the Japanese Wagyu. But I think number
Yeah.
two is an Australian. It's also called Wagyu, but I forget what it's like called, like A5 or something like that. So
We also have the seafood. We have the only 5-star fish in the ocean.
the
Yeah.
only what kind of fish?
5-star. So
Oh, five
China,
star.
yeah, coral trout. We have coral trout, barramundi cod, and they're all like 5-star eating fish. So that was our main export until China cut us off.
Oh wow, I
Yeah.
would love to try that. I love seafood.
Oh man, you'd
I
love
love
like
seafood too.
I catch mud crabs. I don't know if you've heard of mud crabs, but they're like these big pissed off angry crabs that if they bite you, they'll take your finger off. But you boil them in salt water, man, and tell you what, you will not eat better seafood in your life.
Oh
Same
really?
as yeah, man. We got like where I live is like the fishing capital of Australia. Like all the fish come from sort of. I'm near the Great Barrier Reef. If you look on the map of Australia, the Great Barrier Reef is like an hour in a boat, and I'm on the Great Barrier Reef. And they're like fish with steroids out there, man. I've seen like a 20 plus foot albino hammerhead shark.
Oh
Um,
damn.
like, yeah, big tiger sharks. We don't really have great whites up here. I think great whites like the cooler waters. But yeah, we have the mako shark, the bull shark, tiger
Yeah.
shark, hammerheads.
Great whites
Yeah.
would be like over there in New Zealand, though, right?
Oh, they're sort of south. So sort of when you get below Queensland, sort of New South Wales, Victoria,
Okay.
Tasman, they like the cooler water. They don't like the warmer, the
Okay.
tropical water. But yeah, tiger sharks grow just as big as them. Like where I live is the biggest tiger shark nursery in the world. It's between Townsville and Magnetic Island. It's where most tiger sharks breed.
I ain't trying to fuck with no tiger. I ain't trying to fuck with no tiger shark. I ain't like. uh, Shout out to Mighty Max on Twitter. He's been doing like these who wins the last couple of days. Yesterday he did lion versus tiger. Today he did I think it was a grizzly versus a gorilla. And some very interesting conversations come up in the in the comments of the whenever he posts those.
Yeah. He's. I see a lot of his notifications on Twitter. I'm not really on Twitter.
Hmm.
Like I see notifications, but like most of them I just ignore. No offense to anyone. There's only one or two people I really follow on Twitter. And I just use it to keep in touch with them.
Yeah,
A lot of other people, if I want to get in touch with them, I got other means to do that. So
yeah,
you know what I mean. So yeah,
yeah. I've never been big on Twitter either. I've been on there more lately just because like I have more time now,
yeah, I get you.
and so
I've been
I've been
having pop
keeping
out.
up a little bit.
There's something wrong with my phone, something wrong with the volume, so I'm gonna have to pop out for a little bit.
All right, not a
Uh,
problem. If you
yeah,
hit the link again, I'll let you back in.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
I saved the link, so don't worry.
All right. Yeah, and Tony, I think you had came back in, and I didn't realize you even gone, and then you dropped back out. I think, but big shout out to Tony.
Yeah,
That wasn't on purpose. If that's what happened, but but yeah, those like animal fights are pretty interesting. Like and I think with the tiger and lion one, I think the tiger would win, and I think I put in there that I would like to see the jaguar get the winner because jaguars, even though they're smaller than both those cats, they actually have the strongest bite. They got their bite is the strongest out of all the big cats. It's more. I don't know how much it is, but I know it's more pounds per square inch than lions or tigers or any other big cat for that matter. Oh, hold on.
See what's
Is
going on,
this
fellas?
it's the 1-2 kid? Yeah, we're just talking about whatever 1-2. If you
We've
want to
gone
talk,
animals fighting,
yeah.
Australian women. Feel free to chime in with your own, brother.
Well, you just said animals, so that's the same thing, right?
Correct.
Hey, I saw a video. It was a Little Caesars. All right, we're talking about a pizza that costs like $5.55 or something like that. And this girl slapped the girl who was working behind the counter, and the girl working behind the counter pulled out a gun. And I'm not even gonna front. If I would have been the chick that the gun got pulled out on, I would have been like running out of the store. This crazy bitch walks. She goes behind the counter. Like I was like, what the fuck? Like she ain't scared of shit because she got a gun pointed at her. Instead of trying to get her out of that situation, she's like, no, I'm gonna get closer.
I don't know, man. Sometimes I don't know. It's like in them situations, how you gonna react? Either you gonna tuck tail haul ass, or you gonna be like, well, I want to get shot in the back, so fuck it.
yeah. I've never.
True.
Yeah, can you hear
Close
me?
the distance. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can hear you, Hawkins.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I've never run from a fight in my life. I've never had a
That's
gun
not a
pointed at me, but like
yeah, but to me, that's not a
That's a
fight.
gun. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna get into a fight with a gun, you're gonna lose. Like
Yeah.
to me, there's no shame in running away from that
Hell yeah.
situation.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Tell you the truth.
yeah. I mean, I guess it depends. Like if you're having a really shitty day, you know what I'm saying? And you like fuck it, or and
I don't even give a
maybe it
shit
goes
about
your way.
that.
Yeah, like
If
maybe
I'm
it
having a
goes your
shitty
way.
day, I'm spearing that bitch.
Yeah. Well,
Goldberg spear. Boom.
well, here's another good one. And if I'm not mistaken, this happened fairly recent. There was a birthday party at it's like a reptile sanctuary. I don't know what it is exactly, but they were doing a birthday party, and the girl is feeding the gator, and the gator snapped at her. Okay, now the gator's in the tank. She's standing right outside the tank. Now, if that would have been me, I would have jumped back. She actually pushed the gator's snout, which is not something I would have did. But in her interview, she said the reason why she did that is because 9 times out of 10, they're not expecting it. So when you do that, it buys you a little bit of time to make your next move. In her case, though, the gator ended up, her hand ended up in the gator's mouth. She claims that the gator didn't do it, that she did it by mistake, which I believe because I think because the gator, if he wanted to, if he was trying to, he would have took her hand off. And after that happened, she jumped in the tank with the gator. The gator tried to do the death roll, which he said if she hadn't jumped into the tank and he did the death roll, he would have took her hand right off. And then she wrapped her legs around the gator. This is on YouTube, by the way. You can see this whole video.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy. She
yeah,
full
and then
guarded him. She full guarded him like in the UFC.
And then
and this
gave him the
chick,
rear naked choke.
this chick, no lie, she couldn't have weighed more than 95 pounds. And but she did that. She jumped in there, she wrapped her legs around the gator after he tried to do the death roll, and then she tried to hold him there until the other people who worked there came over there, and she had to get like a cast. But I don't think she even broke anything. I think it's just from the bites, you know.
That's
So
What,
crazy.
can you
it,
imagine being a co-worker's coming over to help him? What the fuck are you going to do?
yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
fuck. Just hold on to him. I'm going to get a gun.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and the Gator's name was Darth Gator.
I'm wondering who you shooting at. I'm wondering who you're more afraid of, the gator or the woman.
Hey, she's smart. That like, cause I mean, I'm sure. Well, I don't know about Carl, cause he wrestles crocodiles apparently, but I think the other two of us on the panel wouldn't know what to do in such a situation.
I wouldn't have a
I
clue.
wouldn't know. I'd be like, oh, fucking
I'd
gator.
be like, just kicking it, punching it, like just,
Okay, I'll tell you
trying to
what to
jump on
do.
top of it, trying to. I know I couldn't drown it, but
I'll tell you what
imagine
you
my
want to do.
fucking weight on top of it.
Yeah.
Tell you
You
how you
know,
save yourself with both an alligator and a crocodile.
you know what I'll do? I'll try to jump on its. I try to jump on its backside, bang it down to the bottom of the river, and just squeeze it to death. Squish,
They're
squish it
strong
down.
animals. I don't know if you could do that.
Well,
Carl, what would
try
you?
here. That'd be the
Oh,
attempt, annoying. I'm 300 fucking pounds, so
All you
you
got
know.
to do is hold its mouth shut. Don't, because it's got no pressure in its open force, but its bite force is where all the pressure is.
Where
So
it
if you
yeah.
comes
can hold its
down.
mouth shut,
Mm.
if you can hold its mouth shut, man, you're laughing, and then gouge its fucking eye out.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Here,
crazy.
I'm gonna need one of them. I'm gonna need one of them. You ever see the movie Crocodile Dundee? I'm gonna need one of them knives.
I've
That's not
never heard of
bad.
that movie,
The
bro.
Bowie knife.
Yep.
You never heard of it?
I'm only joking. Of course I've heard of it.
I'm about to say.
That's not a knife.
Nah, just kids having fun.
That's just
You
crazy.
ever see? You ever? You ever seen? You ever seen that episode of The Simpsons where they went to Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like,
You played knife
he's
and
like,
spoon
that's not a
before.
knife, that's a spoon. He's like, I see
I see
you
you
played
played
knife
knife
spoon
and spoon
before.
before. Yeah.
The
Yeah, The
Australians have
Simpsons used
made
to be
it.
fun. Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. I love Homer's my spirit cartoon character.
I downloaded the thing, Simpsons predictions for 2023, and it's not good. They
Oh,
usually get it
really?
right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
got
they
you,
usually get that fucking shit right.
you got
I think Simpsons is done by a time traveler.
you got to tell me,
I,
Carl. What is Vegemite? What is it? I know it's and she gave me a Vegemite sandwich, but what is
so
it?
it's like a spread that you put on toast, like,
Uh-huh.
but you put it on really thin. You don't put it on thick like peanut butter. You put it on really thin, just so it spreads all over the toast. And you put some cheese on it, man, and melt that shit under the grill. And I eat it every day, man. Here,
What
like
is it though?
it's a paste. So it's like it's kind of like what do you call it? Jelly.
Oh, I
Like,
got you. Yeah, all
but
right.
yeah, it's like people say it's brown. It's more black to me.
Yeah, it
It's
looks black when I seen it.
yeah, yeah. It's like black, like tar, and you spread it on toast. Like you can actually put it in. Like my wife puts it in spaghetti bolognese as well. Like it gives it a bit of flavour. But yeah, man, it's an acquired taste, but it's something that Australians are just brought up on. It's just
Yeah.
first time you start eating solids, when you're a toddler, your parents are jamming fucking Vegemite toast down your throat. So
Yeah. Let me read this. I read this the other day when we were talking about Vegemite, and I'm gonna
yeah,
read it. here. Vegemite is a thick brown, which I agree with you. It looks black to me. Shiny paste that is made from brewer's yeast that is left in the bottom of the barrel when beer is made. The spread has a rich umami flavor and is often smeared on buttered toast in Australia or stirred into recipes to deepen savory notes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Then I guess it is an acquired taste, but
Yes,
Yeah,
got
you
a lot
don't.
of flavor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
man, you
why you
don't
go
want to get a
light with it.
spoon and eat a spoonful.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go and eat a spoonful of it, it's going to taste like shit. But if you just put it on toast or on a cracker,
Yeah.
and do it nice and light, man, it's not like a spicy taste.
Mhm.
It's oh man, I can't explain it. Like
So
I'll
it's
have
that's
to,
like a spicy paste.
nah, it's
Basically.
not spicy at all. So it doesn't leave like a burn, like a
yeah.
spicy taste on your palate. But
Mm.
it's kind of like a tangy, like I don't know, man. I can't. There's
It's
nothing I
it's
can
called
compare it to.
umami. It's called umami. It's umami is another category like spicy, sour. Um, so umami it's like its own thing aside from
Right.
spicy and sour. I don't even really know what umami tastes like.
I've
I
never
just
heard of it.
know about it. I just know about it because I do watch cooking videos to get like ideas for what stuff I want to learn how to make, and I've heard that term come up. So it's not spicy because it's umami. We
Yeah,
just got to
no.
figure out what that we just got to figure out what that is exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to get everyone's address and send them a jar of Vegemite, man. It's easy. But I'm only going to send you a little one because I guarantee you 99% of you are going to go, that tastes like shit and throw it in the bin.
you
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want
yeah.
to you want to spread it. You don't want to spread it thick like peanut butter. You want to
No.
spread it. You want to spread it thin like Keith Thurman's hair.
Okay, who do I hate the most? Yeah, I'll
Well,
give you their address. Who do I hit the most?
I'll have to send
I
some to you and Mark, Brian. But
What?
yeah, I'll have to send some to you and Mark. But yeah,
That'd be
you
cool.
don't pig out with it. You treat it like it's a ghost chili pepper and you want that shit on really thin. But don't treat it like it's spicy like that. Like
yeah.
treat it like,
I
treat
don't
it like,
do things by half. I say they're coming on thicker.
I
I
need to
don't
know,
know.
oh,
Red. Who do you despise more, Keith Thurman or Mauricio
Oh,
Suleiman?
Mauricio.
Oh
Keith,
no,
is- Keith is small time compared to Mauricio.
no, no, Mauricio definitely right. Um,
Right.
yeah, he's
right.
an
But
ass.
I don't say Keith. I don't say his name. That's not his name.
What's his name?
Keith, I want $10 million to fight anyone, or my wife will leave me Furman.
Yeah.
$10 million don't duck me, son Thurman. Yeah, man. Yeah,
No, 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 no. You see, right? The whole thing, the whole joke was when he wanted after the Manny Pacquiao fight, he was asking everyone for $10 million,
mhm.
right?
Oh
And the thing about that, everybody was talking about his hot wife at the time. So the joke was, Keith, I want $10 million to fight anyone, or my wife will leave me Furman. So that was the joke. So I remember one time I was in this chat and I wrote that, and somebody said that's fucking brilliant. So I stuck with that, you know. So
yeah, but I agree, man. I got Suleiman over it, but see, but Red's got like a deep in anger towards Thurman because he was following him and he was in his town. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
and then he just kind of fell back. I mean, because I admit it, man. Like Keith was one of my favorite welterweights at one point in time.
yeah,
I was like, how can you not like this dude? And I don't know, man. I'm probably with you, Red. I'm mad disappointed, man.
Yeah,
his
he disappointed me big time.
his thing is was he seemed humble. And
Yeah.
that thing, I'll fight on, what do you call it, on prime time, and
Mhm.
I'll never fight for pay per view.
Right. He did
You
say
know,
that.
Yep.
he said that, right, and I believe him. I'll go. Here's a humble guy who wants to do it right, who wants to make a name, and he was making a name for himself. And after he got beat by Manny Pacquiao, he did go into seclusion, and like that thing, he came out. He came out once in a while. He said, "I want to fight Bud Crawford. I want 10 million. I want $10 million." And then a few other fighters came out of his mouth, and every time it was, "I want $10 million," because that's what he made for the Pacquiao fight, right? So he believed that the only reason he got $10 million was not his name was Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I
so
agree.
he believed he was worth $10 million every fight,
Right.
and he spent what 2 years, 2.5 years doing nothing, while other fighters were making a name in the sport. Not that they were doing much, because like
Right.
just fighting
And
once
see,
a
this is
year.
what
Oh
this
shit!
is what I don't understand, right? Jamel Charlo gets undisputed. 5 days later, they announce Tim Tszyu as his Mando.
Yeah,
That make sense to me. Like, how come that guy doesn't even get to hold his belts for a week and then name him a Mando? Even though his fight's in January, they still called that fight straight away. I don't understand that when,
who was
George
it? The
Kemba,
WBA, WBA was it?
WBO, I think it was.
IBF.
You know
It's
what's
Was it,
usually
was
it's
it,
usually though it's usually though the IBF calls Mandos, right? WBO, they call Mandos all the
I think,
time, and that fight
I
never
think it
freaking
was,
happens.
I'm sure it was the WBO.
Yeah, that's the IBF though. They're the ones for calling Mandos and sticking to that script.
you know
Basically, right, the way it's done. If the the IBF belt wasn't defended within 2 years, they can call Mando, or I think it's 18 months. So I don't really know how it goes,
but Tim
but
Tszyu hasn't had a fight since he tore both the tendons in both of his hands.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well,
So
that's
I mean
different.
that's
That's an
not
injury.
right. But what I'm trying to say is he ain't fought since, right?
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah.
So
No,
since
that
so
August, yeah.
so that means you literally can't use your hands.
yeah.
You're getting
That's
thrown to the
that's an
Yeah,
injury.
sharks.
you ain't punching anything with two torn tendons because I'm like, how do you tear two tendons in both your hands?
I
Like, what
I
was he
don't.
holding on to? I'm like,
Yeah.
he was holding on to something that said, like, was he tried to grab a horse and try to, or a rope, or like,
Yeah,
what
but
was
see
he
what
holding
the
on to?
what the Tszyu boys. So Nikita and Tim, their dad used to train with a bowl full of steel balls, and they just punch that bowl with balls in it to toughen their hands, so to kill all the
Yeah,
nerve endings in their hands,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how he caused the damage because he didn't feel it. So that was the training regime of what Costa used to do. He used to punch a bowl full of little steel ball bearings,
Mm-hmm.
and they do
yeah,
that for hours and hours on end, just to kill all the nerve endings in his hands. So
Yeah,
that's how the injury came about.
like the
Because
monks, right? They do that.
yeah.
Yep.
Costa, man, if you look up Costa who's training, he had some crazy. He used to stand on his head with his body up in the air and his feet against the wall, and he'd turn his neck to the side and push his whole body up with his neck without his hands touching the ground.
yeah.
Like,
Like
man, that shit.
I've seen some break dancers do that, and I was like, how the fuck do you do that?
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
know,
man. Like, he
I
had some
next level, man.
crazy
my
training.
my cousin, right, when he was a lot younger, he's older than me, right? When he was 17, 18, and 19, he won the Ireland breakdancing competition 3 years in a row. And I think he represented Ireland in world competition
Cool.
at the time, And yeah, at that time he was the best breakdancer in Ireland, and he used to do some shit. I remember when I
Wait a
was,
minute, hold up. You had breakdancers in Ireland? Like, that's awesome.
yeah,
Like, that's
We had him in
dope.
Australia too. I
Yeah,
was
I
the
didn't
booger.
Oh
expect to hear
man,
that.
I
yeah.
was the
yeah.
I
He,
was
he
the
was
booger.
he was the best. He At one point he was the best. Like, it was competition. Like, it's not like America where where everyone was trying it and doing it, and right. But there was a few people who did it right, especially back in the late 80s and early 90s, as it was.
Yeah.
1987 when
Yeah,
Breaking came out. Boogaloo Shrimp.
you know, it was the mid 90s, and he was the best. He was the best in the country, and he
Yeah.
represented Ireland in a few competitions. And like
Everyone
he,
pulled
he
out the
used to be able
cardboard.
to do, like, I remember seeing him on dance floors, and he was doing some shit, man.
Yeah, we stopped
Like,
doing it right in the 80s. Like
yeah,
when the 80s ended, that was That was it. There was not much breakdancing. Occasionally, you see people who could still do it, and it was nice to see. But
Yeah,
you know
I
what I
loved
mean?
it. Me and my brother used to break dance.
yeah,
There's
I
no
did too, man.
stopping us. No
yeah. I think
This
he.
sounds
stopping.
this sounds like
No one
something that
does it
could be
better.
this sounds like something that could be a movie. Like, remember Cool Runnings? The nobody expected the Jamaicans to be doing the
Right?
bobsledding. I could
Yeah,
see Disney making a, you know, luck, lucky breakdancing or some shit, and it'd be about. Is it your cousin? You said,
my cousin. Yeah, Trevor.
yeah, because
Yeah,
I did not expect that.
Yeah. Neither.
yeah. He at one point he used to do some shit in the dance floor, right? And I seen him do that neck thing number of times, but he had no freaking wall to do it, right? He could turn his neck, turn his bodies in different ways, and you know, he used to do flips, somersaults, and fucking like crazy, like crazy shit. I think he came something like eighth in the European competition. So he did.
Hey
Damn.
guys, I'm gonna
So
jump off. My wife just threw a three-piece and I had to throw two head feints and I caught one. So I gotta jump off and get this family ready and get over to this island, boys.
All
All
right, man.
It's
right,
been great. It's been great talking with you, Red,
same here.
Brian, and unos
no worries,
dos.
Carl.
Yeah, man. Take care and have a good weekend, guys, and I'll talk soon.
All right,
You
have
too,
fun
man.
with your family.
Have a good
Cheers,
one.
brother.
Yeah, have a good one,
Peace.
man. Peace.
Man, everyone in my neighborhood used to do it. Like everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody had cardboard. Everybody had a boombox, and it was like there was teams and shit like Puma Nation versus these dudes. Like
yeah.
I remember that shit. Like it was hard body, and everybody had different outfits and shit, but they were all matching like your team. That shit was dope, man. We had a
Man, you
lot of fun.
talking about my era.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, by the way, OG, if you were waiting there for a while, my bad. I wasn't
No, no
paying
worries. No
attention.
worries. It is what it is.
Well,
Yeah, I looked. I was like, "Oh shit!" I got OG sitting in the background.
Yeah, I heard something about breakdancing. I'm like, hold on now. That's my era.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
man.
the ones that
Remember I
brought out
told you.
top, the
Remember I
one
told you my cousin. Remember I told you before my cousin did it.
yeah,
Yeah, like at one
look,
point he was the best in Ireland.
the ones that brought out, and this is not a lot of people know this. Okay, the ones that brought out top rocking was the Sex Boys back in the days.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, the Sex Boys was a crew. They were down by law. They'll fuck you up and all that shit. But they also used to do on the side. They used to do battle competitions of top rocking. My cousins was the one of the Sex Boys. Well, two of my cousins was one of the Sex Boys from back in the days. I'm talking about 1968 and up. Okay, they've been breakdancing, top rocking, and all that stuff from way back. And then in the 80s, that's when breakdancing started coming out. I was there in the late 70s, early 80s. We
yeah,
used to we used to practice because my brother was the one that actually introduced me to popping. This was in 81.
yeah,
Mhm.
And he was like, yo, check this shit out. Boom, 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 boom. I was like, oh shit. So I started mastering that shit in fucking because we had a glass mirror and shit. And I used to started practicing, busting that shit out. And then because my brother used to be the DJ up in Prospect Park, the roller skating ring. You
okay,
know, that's where everybody used to go battle at. You know what I'm saying? And then the dudes that used to go up in the city to the Lamplight to Roxy's Studio 18, which is still Roxy's, and all those other like the World, the Bond, all that stuff. Going up to Harlem, going up to Bronx, South Bronx, Bronx. Yeah, man, I used to travel like a motherfucker on the trains and shit when I was young. Nobody bothered me, back in those days. You know what I'm saying? Even though you had gangs and stuff like that,
yeah,
I wore I wore Lone Wolf, which is a white bandana on my stuff. So, but I knew all the top players of b-boying from Rocksteady Crew, New York City Breakers, Dynamic Breakers, the Magnificent Seven, uh, old school motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So because Crazy Leg is what? He's only, I think he's like 3 years older than me or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So, dude, I wish they had a fucking video of me from back in those days. I was in the big break dance contest. It was me and my boy Tito. He was from the New York City Breakers. The guy with the bandana, and if you look at the in Beach Street, that's Tito from the New York City Breakers. Technically, we all was New York. We wore the New York City Breakers colors, and Rocksteady Crew. They always used to come with like different, the blue joints. Everybody matched it up differently. You know what I'm saying? Because back in those days, you had the Pumas, the Adidas. My brother used to hate my ass because I'll take all his brand new shit and I'll be fucking his shit up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
So
I tried it. I tried breakdancing, and I could, like I can't even dance. So even like like my fucking rhythm's off. If it's
Yeah,
not in a
Brian.
boxing ring, I got no
Yeah,
rhythm.
Brian. I'm talking about. I was there when my cousin. I have a cousin that he passed away.
Yeah.
But he battled Grandmaster Flash and Body Rock. Anybody that knows who DJs are DJs, they know those names. Body Rock and Grandmaster Flash.
Yeah, I heard of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
My cousin, his name was Popo. We call him Pop. But everybody nickname used to call him like they used to say he's black Chinese and shit because believe it or not, he was half black, half Hispanic, but he looked like a black Chinese kid. You know what I'm saying? And he was diesel as fuck, but he battled in Marcy Projects, and I bet you anybody that's alive know what I'm talking about. When he fucking battled Body Rock and motherfucking Grandmaster Flash, he destroyed them, son. He destroyed them. And let me give you a little bit example. Everybody think that Grandmaster Flash he did the 3 techniques. Yeah, his thing is timing the the records, because he used to put a circle with a line on it, and then that's when he knew that was the break of the record, so he can spin it and catch it from the other one, catch it and throw it. Well, he did 3. Body Rock, his thing was that he used to flip the records upside down. He was the first one that did that. Flip the record upside down and then fucking put a tape under it and then play that shit in backwards. He'll play that shit backwards, but he'll catch it and then he'll like have 3 turntables and be able to fucking play one record back and the other 2 scratch it and then spin that shit forward and catch it on beat.
Yeah, yo, that's crazy because at that time it was entertainment plus sound.
Yeah.
So and you were like everything was just like they were performing that and then flipping back and forth and just doing all.
Bro, they were
crazy
doing
shit.
that look, back in those days, it was all about, inner city kids and everybody. The ones that didn't want the violence and shit like that, we took it out on dancing. You know what I'm saying? So we battled like motherfuckers from, okay, I go to East New York, I'll battle them motherfuckers. I'll go to fucking Bronx, I'll battle them motherfuckers. I even took Spider's name, and I also burnt. Spider is from New York City Breaker, the black dude. I took his name because I did a better resemblance of Spider than he did. You know what I'm saying? So we all bit. In reality, we all bit from each other, but it made it better because if you can have a tighter routine than the next guy and have the ooh, ah, oh, all that shit, while he has to break and pause and while you going straight up into his shit. You know, that hypes up the fucking crowd. That hypes up. That's like in a boxing match. You go in a boxing match, you know you in your hometown, and you fucking dude up, and the more they keep the crowd keep on the background, you hear the, you know, you really ain't paying attention, but you still feel that energy coming.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't explain it, bro. I cannot explain it.
Yo, you know, one of my favorites was this guy right here. I remember all his mixtapes. You know who
Who's that?
that is? It's Dirty Harry. You don't know
Hey,
who
he looks
Dirty Harry?
older.
You don't know who Dirty Harry is?
He looks older.
Yo, I'm like, yo, but man, I liked his shit because he he did the rare thing of like putting like 3 or 4 beats together.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
that's what when I would mix, that's what I would do. I'd put like 3 or 4 songs all in one song. And but I would just like, I don't know. I did it a little different.
They call it blending when you blend in
Right. It's
3
blending.
songs and then you like, oh shit, what the fuck? And then
Yeah.
boom, next song come in, oh shit, and that shit is on time.
No. I mean, he would put them all in one song.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That he'll
Right.
blend them all, that they're the tempo of it.
Right. And it would just be, everything would just flow perfectly. And
Yeah,
he did that. And you know who else did it? But he did a lot of R&B. Who I liked, well, not like Dirty Harry, but he was still nice. Is Juice. I like Juice too, and Craig G.
yeah,
All those guys, man. Those guys, they had the best mixtapes for me anyway.
yeah. I got
Because
to
when you
meet.
was with a chick, you pulled out Juice. You know what I'm saying? When you was with your boys, you pulled out Dirty Harry or Craig G. It was just,
Yeah,
I
back in
remember that.
those days, I was like, what? Shit, in '82, that's when everything started banging.
Yeah.
'82, I was 12, so I was 14 battling dudes because I used to master pop locking. I could pop lock, wave, glide. I could do all that. And then I just started learning b-boying. You know, like I knew how to top rock and all that shit, but I wanted to be like the whole package. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be, I could fuck you up top rocking, bring it down to the floor, fuck you up, come back up, and then start pop locking on your ass. And you'd be like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Yeah. But I gotta say this, thanks to my brother for showing me. He went, you know, the move, the tick move, where you go with your hand, put your arm out, and then go lock, 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 bring it all the way down,
Yeah.
and bring it back up through your stomach and bring it up. Yep. That
Okay.
motherfucker was the first one to show me that shit.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
But I wish
yeah.
I had a tape, bro. I came in 6th. It was me and my boy Tito. It was the big breakdance contest back in '86. There was 164 crews. No crew had less than 5 people, and it was just me and my boy. We came in 6th place because my boy, he fucked up. He jumped over me. He did like a jump move over me, and he stumbled a little bit, but he didn't recover. He didn't, you know, how can I put it? He didn't recover. That made it look like it's part of the routine. Even if you fuck up, you don't stop. You keep going. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't matter. We wound up coming in 6th place. Yep. In that big breakdance contest out of 160, it was 164, 167 crews, some shit like that. It was a big breakdance contest. Big.
That's crazy, man.
That's how I met Blondie. Blondie wanted to manage me. And I met I knew Fat Five Freddy, but I never met him in person. Because he was banging Blondie that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And fucking what's his name? Vin Diesel. I used to see him in all the clubs. He was a bouncer and shit. Oh,
Wait, Ben Diesel's from New York?
yeah,
I didn't
He
know
was a
that.
break dancer.
yeah,
He used to break dance too, but
yeah.
he
He
was
had some weak ass moves.
yeah, but he was a
I'm
break
sorry to
dancer
say
too.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
man.
he need he got the right thing. He's big. He's like about 5'11". He's about my brother's size, 5'11", 5'11 and a half, some shit like that. And then he started because I remember he let me in one of the I believe it was the Red Parrot. It was a club up in Manhattan. You got to be like 20, 21 or 25. I was fucking 17.
Yeah.
He let me in that motherfucker.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I'm terrible dancer, so right.
Hell
I
no,
could
Brian. I know you got some legs.
I got right of it's not boxing or of mine got no shit.
You
You know? You
like
know.
Fred Astaire.
Yeah, okay, I go for it there and legs, yeah.
Same old
What
two
about
L.
you, 1-2 kid? Do you? I still got you up there. Do you break dance or anything like that?
I did when I was younger. Yeah, hell
Yeah.
yeah, I did. Like in the '80s, hell yeah.
How
I
old
can
were
Like
you?
in my me, well, we're not gonna age ourselves on.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. I'm
I'm just saying,
52, bro.
but
I
but
don't give
but
a
I,
fuck.
I I look at it. I look at it like this, man. Like the first time I heard, like when I started, I got introduced to it myself. It was
Yeah.
like 1980,
Okay.
and I was like, "What is that?" And I remember, but I was younger than you, and I was like, "Man, this is." I was like, "What is that?" And I just had to. There was some folks from the city that came up. It was two young kids. He was a 16-year-old. He had his own apartment and he had his little brother with him. It was just him and his brother, and they moved from the city to my city, and they were and dude, they had a big ass apartment, and he had no bed, no couch, no nothing. All he had was turntables and fucking uh, big ass speakers, and I was like,
Crates.
yeah, crates and shit. And that's all he had in his apartment, and it was crazy because there was like a little up step in the apartment where it was like there was nothing but party. All he would do was throw parties, and that's
Yep.
how I got introduced to it. And then we went out, got our little shell tops, or we got our Pumas. Either we went Adidas or Puma. You know how it was either or at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like boom, we just got down with that shit because I was tired of the 8 tracks and pumping that other bullshit, and I was just like, I just like the sound. Fell in
Yeah.
love with hip hop and that shit ever
Man,
since, man.
but that was the fucking days, bro. Back
Hmm.
then, son. That shit was like, man, you could have fun, you be chilling, you dressed up, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, dude.
Yeah.
And then the funny thing, like one time I went to Japan and shit, I met this kid. If you look him up, his name is B-Boy Taisky.
Yeah, you were telling me that before. Yeah, you were
Yeah,
telling me this. You were telling
I
us
was, I,
you were telling me this on the D50 day stream. I remember
yeah,
this.
I was 50, I was 30, 38. This was in 2008. I was 38. And I still, had my energy because I was exercising again and shit. Um, so he was, practicing outside. It was like next to the train station. They had like buildings and you could see kids, practicing and shit. So he knew how to do power moves. You know what I'm saying? Like the fucking air tracks and go from a windmill into air track into a fucking how they do the pommel horse when you
Yeah.
flare. They call them flares, but it's like imagine a pommel horse in gymnastics and you opening up your legs into a flare and you doing that on the ground. So they call those flares. Um, so he was doing that in power move, but he wasn't like steady with it. And I said, me and him didn't know how to communicate because I didn't speak fluent Japanese yet. And he understood what I was saying. And I was like, oh, yo, let me show you. Like pointing to my eyes, let me show you. And he said, oh, so. They like fucking, he'll stick out his hand and just like wave it up and down. So. Like, go ahead. So I did it. I said, put on the beat. Put the beat on. And mind you, I ain't breakdancing in years, but I was light enough to be able to perform some of the shit to him. So
Yeah.
I went from a top rock into a floor control, then bust out a couple of flares into a floor control, and then mixed it up, and then did a windmill, got into a fucking float. Float is with two hands under your stomach, and then you go to a side. Since I already had the movement of the float, you put your right hand, which is my dominant hand, and then I put it on the side of my hip, and then put my body weight on that while pushing with one leg, the left leg, and it rotated me, and then boom, I went into a head spin from there, like flipped off of that, like you open your legs into a scissor, and then it gives you the momentum to go into like a windmill, but instead of a windmill, go into a head spin. And then from there, I like freezed, and then I slid off of that. He was like, oh shit, like he was impressed that an older gentleman can come in there and then show him continuous motion, not pausing, not boom, there's one move, boom, there's another move. No, tying it all together. And then he understood what I said. I said, now you do it. He go, oh, and dude, when that motherfucker started, right now, if you look at Taisky, you look at Taisky on one of his videos, dude, that motherfucker, yo, he's on a couple of Kill the Beats remixes that they show the B-boys. He's part of the what they call it, the Red Bull Champions. Is like there's Lilu, there's this guy named Wing from Korea, there's this Taisky is from Japan, fucking you got the Brazilian dude, no, Colombian dude, his name is G something, little G. You got Nagi. Nagi is from Brazil. He used capoeira and shit. He mixes capoeira with his breakdancing. Yo,
Yeah.
these motherfuckers took it to the next level, son. And these guys are 30 years old now.
Yeah. I know two words in Japanese. That's it.
Chin chin nami nami.
Don't know that.
Chin
Konnichiwa.
chin nami nami.
I know konnichiwa. That's hello.
Hey, say this to a Japanese girl. Chin chin nami nami.
Chinchi nami nami.
Can I get my dick sucked?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll try that. And
All I
sake.
know is konnichiwa. That's all I know.
Konnichiwa and sake.
Konnichiwa, konbawa. Ohayou
And-
gozaimasu. Do itashimashite. Genki desu. Genki desu ka? Hai.
And sake.
Oh, no, when you say
It's pronounced sake.
Sake.
I'm just kidding.
you know they got more than just regular rice wine. They got like it's called plum wine.
Okay.
They use is the same thing as fucking sake, but they got this one shit, this one drink. Don't ever fucking drink it if you want to hallucinate. It's only legal in Japan because they can't sell it over here. It's called habusaki.
Habusaki.
Yeah, look it up.
Whoa,
You're gonna be like,
Habusaki.
what the fuck?
Habusaki.
What they do is check it. No, what they do is they take a fucking habu snake. It's a venomous snake over there. They take the habu snake, throw that shit in sake, and let the motherfucking snake drown. As it's drowning, he's releasing venom into the sake. And then when he dies, they curl him up in the bottom and leave the clear shit up on top, and they take from the clear shit. So that shit has the sake plus the venom.
Yeah, they be eating like puffer fish and all types of shit, man.
Yeah, I
You gotta
wouldn't
cook
fuck with
perfect,
that.
man. If you don't cook it right, you're gonna die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
shit.
and
That shit.
it's like $1,000 dish. So you gotta
Yup.
trust the chef, pay this top dollar 10 grand to eat this shit, and then if he cooks it wrong, you're gonna die. Like I'm saying, hey, but I want to ask y'all a question. Do y'all know who this is? This fighter?
I can't.
Hold on. Let me make it bigger.
Anybody know who this guy is?
Give me
Because
a
if you
second.
know who this guy is, you're a hardcore boxer fan.
Give me a second.
I don't know who that is. I'm a casual.
I
Nah,
ain't
nah,
gonna
nah,
lie.
nah. Like you were like
Mhm.
a double, triple hardcore fan. So like, nah, because you're a hardcore fan. I know that for a fact, right?
That shit is
I'm
like
just,
Mark level of fucking boxing.
that's Skipper Kelp, y'all.
Who?
See,
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Skipper
Skipper
Kelp.
Kelp.
Y'all don't remember? He used to fight in like the '90s.
Is he
It,
like
he was a
fucking?
welterweight.
What is he? What's his nationality? He looks
I
like
don't know. I
fucking.
think he's I think he might be. Oh man, shit. I think he's um.
He looks
Damn.
Kyrgyzstanian or some shit.
Um. I think he's. Let me find out. Uh, th- I know what it is, but let me see. He's but I forgot. Um. Damn it. I just lost
He's
it.
outside. I'm going back outside.
But anyway, yo, he used to try to knock everybody out that he fought. I remember watching one of his fights passing a bar. And me and my buddy had seen him, and we're like, the other dude's like super chiseled and he's ready to not. And yo, Skipper Kelp just iced this dude. I was like, yo, and ever since I was a fan. He wasn't like, he didn't have like crazy technique and all that, but the dude was definitely fun to watch, man. He was definitely fun to watch. If you ever watch a fight of him, like you'll enjoy it. I never really seen him in a boring fight ever. But yeah, man, he was a fun guy to watch, man.
That's like that guy. What's his name? Fucking Ricardo Torres. A lot of people never talked about him. The best fight he ever had was fucking with.
He's Vietnam. He's Saigon.
Okay, he
Yeah,
looked Asian. That's why I was
yeah.
saying.
Yeah. Did he fight Rule Fernandez?
Um, he fought Javier Mendez, Raul Marquez, David Taylor, Bronco McCart, um,
Yeah.
Mike Powell. Yeah, he had a resume. He had a
I
decent
think I seen.
resume.
I think I seen him in the Bronco McCart fight.
Yeah, he got stopped in that fight.
Yeah.
But
Bronco McCarr. Yeah, I remember that fight.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember Bronco McCart
mhm.
stopped him.
Yep, the Bronco
Dude, I
McCart
know so
stopped.
many fights. I just can't remember. I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
bad. I'm bad with people's name, bro.
Yeah, he
I
was
I'm. I'm.
only
butcher
like
that shit.
24-4,
Yeah.
or yeah, 24-4-1.
Yeah.
I
I'm.
don't even,
I'm good. I'm usually good with pictures. Right.
but just
Give
a
me
fun
names.
guy to watch. You
Yeah.
know what I
Give
mean?
me. Give me names. And like I don't. If I don't see the picture, I don't remember them. Or.
You
Dude,
know
the
who he
best
reminded
fight.
me of? He reminded me of a basically a Vietnamese fucking uh let's see
Pacquiao.
nah, oh nah uh, fucking Arturo Gotti, Andre Ward. I mean Ward.
Mickey Ward.
Mickey
Mickey
Ward.
Ward.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Mickey
Yeah.
Ward. He reminded me of a Vietnamese guy that that was just
Almost
like,
like
but
Rombicide,
but he
but
I
was
better
would
a,
say
technique.
but he was a headhunter though.
here.
So and he
I
hit
would say he reminded me a little bit of Barry McGuigan.
really.
Yeah, the way he fought. From what I saw, I think I only seen a couple of his fights, but I remember some because I grew up watching Barry McGuigan. Being so like a lot of Barry McGuigan tips, and the couple of fights I saw, he reminds me a little bit of Barry McGuigan.
Yeah, I like the style though, man. He was fun.
Yeah, yeah, he had power. Barry McGuigan was a better technician than him, but
Mhm.
his style come forward, right? Tried to pick shots.
And
He
he
had
sold,
power in both hands. He
but he sold out.
intimidation
Like this
puncher.
dude sold out every fight. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And I was just like, you know what I mean? He gave it his all. He just would
Dude,
go.
the one that I used, man, that's still to this day is like an incredible fucking fight. Was undefeated Miguel Cotto with Ricardo Torres, undefeated.
That
Oh,
was, yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, that and
Oh
fucking
my
Kodo
god,
got
bro.
fucking ring dinged in that shit.
Dude, he got knocked down like three
Yeah,
times, man. He got
yeah.
dizzy
And
like
then he
fucking
came
five
back. Yep.
times.
That and that boy was putting hands on Kodo, man. Like he almost put a stop to Kodo's little reign in the
Yeah,
beginning.
he was fucking undefeated. Both of them
Mhm.
was undefeated up and coming prospects.
You
And
know
they
what
were
else was
knocking.
you know what that fight reminds me of, sort of? Was what was it? Fuck. The kid that fought Thurman, who was undefeated from another country, and then he wound up fighting the dude out of Garcia's camp afterwards. Oh fuck, I can't think of his name. Was it Chavez? But he was from like Argentina. The well,
Oh,
the
you talking about what's his name that wound up passing away? But I don't think he fought. No,
he was
he never.
undefeated. He fought Keith Thurman. What the fuck was his name?
Yeah,
It
nah. The one I'm
yeah.
thinking about is not. He
Uh,
didn't fight Keith
he
Thurman.
fought Keith and then he fought shit. Oh fuck, man. But anyway, it reminded me of that fight because Thurman. That was the
Are
first
you on
time I
about
seen
Lopez?
Thurman tested.
Are
Oh,
you
you
on
talking
about
about
Lopez?
Colazo?
No.
Oh, let's RGM bring up the box right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, I'll find it. I got it. I got it right now,
hmm
y'all. I got it right now. It was okay. Nope, not Colazo. Boom, boom, boom. It was the first like real test. The
Quintana.
dude was
I don't
Diego
think he.
Gabriel Sanchez.
Gabriel Sanchez.
Yeah.
no, Diego Gabriel Chavez.
Oh,
Diego Chavez.
Did I say Sanchez? I meant to say Chavez. Yeah, Chavez. I meant. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't know why I said
Chavez.
Sanchez. I meant to say Chavez.
I don't know. You
They
was from
sound
New
very
York.
similar.
Yeah, but it was a badass fight. Like
Yeah.
Chavez had his moments, and then I think Chavez. That's when he fought. Who the hell did he fight after that? He fought. Then he just went completely downhill
Yeah,
after
yeah, he
after
did.
the Gabriel. Oh fuck! Who was it that he fought after that? Brandon Rios.
Brandon
Yeah.
Rios.
Yeah,
Yup, yup.
that's another one that went down pretty.
Mhm. That was a weird ass
Like,
fight, man. They stopped it for disqualification. He was disqualified, and
Yeah.
then he fought Tim Bradley, and it was a draw. And that was when Tim Bradley was only like 31-1, like when he was a hot topic at the time. So he had his little moment, but yeah, Diego Chavez was like he could scrap, man. But then he just went completely downhill. He lost like
The one that
five.
the one that I want to see that to is that guy, that lanky motherfucker, Fundora.
Oh, that dude's a fuck. That dude's a problem.
That guy, man. Yo, imagine
He's
fighting
fun.
that tall motherfucker at 154 pounds.
Dude, how do you train for the dude?
You just gotta rip
I
body
would,
shots at
I
his
would
ass,
love,
man.
right. If I was 154 pounds, I'd love to fight Fondor.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I'll,
seriously, right? I
I'll
love
try to
fighting
rip
taller
body
guys than me.
shots at his ass.
Man,
I
you
love
gotta
fighting.
you gotta
I like fighting taller guys than me who are, you know who like to fight. So, right?
yeah, well you're different. I'm just saying, like the average cat, like man, how you like you gotta little Mac this dude all night. You gotta jump up in the air to land a jab.
Uh, uh,
You know
uh,
what I mean? Like you gotta, yeah, and then you think you're out of range,
How do
and
you?
this dude hits
Yeah,
you with an uppercut from Florida.
yeah,
Bow.
Dude, a
yeah,
big motherfucker like that, bro. I'll be working inside of that big
yeah,
motherfucker,
Yeah,
yeah,
boy,
you know
yeah.
what?
because he got the. I can't match him on the outside, so that means my footwork got to be fast enough to get me into mid range and close range
But
because
here's the thing. Here's the thing with him. He likes fighting. He likes fighting
Inside
inside. He'll often
in
give up
mid
his.
range, yo.
He'll
yeah,
often give up his. He'll often give up his length to fighting inside.
And he gets full extension on his inside shots.
Yeah,
So you got to be like all the way inside or all the way outside,
yeah.
yeah. But
like
can
the
I
other
ask
side of the
this?
ring outside.
Can I ask this though? Has he fought yet a fighter that has enough power to knock him out in
No,
either hand
no,
to
not yet.
test
No.
him?
Um,
I don't know. I think his last fight, he fought a guy with damn good power.
yeah, he did. Who was it? Oh, Jesus Christ, I forget who it was. And
That's Black Horseman likes that guy.
I know who you're on about. I just forget his freaking name.
Yeah. Um,
Because I picked that guy to beat him.
yeah.
So I did. But I just forget his fucking name now. Um, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Fundora, right? How do you fight Fundora? I think first thing you have to get him is a ladder. I did
And
roll
you
that in
gotta
there.
fight him dirty, man. Like when
Yeah,
you get on the
you have to rip.
inside and he starts getting off, man, you gotta just scoop him and put him on his ass a couple times
You
because
had to
it's
rip
gonna
his
take a
body.
lot of energy for him to get back up. Like
Yeah,
you're gonna have to
I
just
would.
dirty fight him, man, and then
I,
close
I,
your eyes and just launch it because he has zero defense on the
yeah,
inside either, too. Though
I
that's the
had
thing.
I had him like 50 times to the body.
See,
But
with him, since his inside game, even though he tries to throw those uppercuts from hell, and he's so long and shit, you have to quarter
Yeah,
turn him to set him
yeah,
up
yep,
for a hook to the
yep,
body and then a hook to the. I will be aiming for if it's me. I'll pat that fucking jab that he got. I'll duck under it as I'm coming
yep,
in
yep,
with a
Sam.
left. I'll
mhm,
hit him right in the motherfucking liver.
yeah,
Bow.
Yep.
And
yeah. You
then
gotta
I'm gonna try to
sidestep it.
quarter turn and hit him with a right body shot.
But your liver
I'll try to
shots,
match.
but your liver shots is like hooks to the head.
Here, I'll try.
That's
Here,
okay.
here, I'll
That's
try to
okay.
match. Here, I'll try to match him for output. That'd be my strategy. And I think I've got quick enough hands to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, but that would be the way to beat him is to use angles on his ass and
Oh
keep him
yeah.
turning
Yeah.
because he's so long, he got to catch up to you constantly. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? As long as you spinning that motherfucker around, yeah. So
I got
he would
better. I got better footwork than him,
if
and a boxing
Lomachenko
ring.
was a 154 guy,
Yeah.
he'd get that tall motherfucker hell.
I wish I was 154. I'd fight him. That'd be fun.
You gotta understand too, like he loves to grab you, like he'll since he's too his arms is long, right? And if you quarter turn and he hits, you hit him. He's
Yep.
still got that right hand. So let's say you quarter turn to his left and to your right, you quarter turn, boom, hit him with a body shot. Now, the only thing you got to worry about is just his right hand because he's going to throw that uppercut. And if you got good footwork, dude, you can time that shit because he likes pulling you with his left hand
Yep. Yep, I know.
inside,
I know.
so he
I
can
know.
catch you with that uppercut. If you got good footwork, you quarter turn again to the left, dip, dip to the left, quarter turn to the left,
Yep.
at the same time throwing a fucking overhand right. Oh, he's catching it, bro. He's
Man,
Oh yeah.
catching
stay
that
low.
shit.
And the other thing is when you do go to his body, it's gonna be really difficult not to hit that dude with a low blow.
I can. Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I could hit him. I could hit him like 15 times in 10 seconds.
Because you're gonna be otherwise you're gonna be speed bagging his nuts. Because
Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I fought. Here's the thing. I fought taller guys than him, so it's not that wouldn't be
damn,
a problem for me.
how tall motherfuckers you been in the ring with?
I'm a 5'9" heavyweight.
Yeah, but I'm
So
saying though, how tall
I
is
fought
he?
guys 6'4", 6'5".
How tall is he?
He's six
What
six.
is he? Yep,
Yeah, he's 6'6".
yep, yep, yep.
But
Yep.
the problem is though, if you look at his fight, he like bending down and getting into the size of the opponent because he likes to lure the opponent and still catch him with the long jab.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying,
He,
when he
he,
got you at distance.
here's my thing with him, right? If I was fighting him, here's my thing. I know I can get on the inside of this guy. That's right. 'Cause he's going to give me that. He's going to give me that. That's half the battle. Just keep turning him, pop, switching up the angle, pop, 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 switch up the angle again, pop, pop, pop. Keep switching up the angle, right? Try to right when he tries to grab me, uh, move to the side, he grabs me, right? So if he tries to grab me with his left hand, move to my right, right? So he's out of range, pop, right? Just keep my hands moving, and I can do that. I can throw punches from any angle. There's not a position in that ring where I have not been, where I'm not uncomfortable throwing my hands because I can throw my hands when I'm low. I can throw my hands when I'm up high. I can throw my hands when I'm moving to the side. I can throw my hands moving backwards. I can throw my hands moving frontwards. I can throw my hands moving right or left. Right. I can throw my hands moving quarter. I can throw my hands, on the full turn. It doesn't bother me. Right. There's no angle in that ring where I can't throw my hands.
Yo, you know what a fighter that I watched recently that's always in position to punch you?
Who?
Jessica McCaskill.
Yep.
Chick. She is
Yep. No, she's
always
very good. Yeah.
she's always in position to catch you with a haymaker. Even if she's getting tagged or whatever it is, she's always in position. Yo, man, I like her. I like her, man.
Bro,
I got
I
a
was
question for Brian real quick before you go OG Boogie, because we
yeah.
just heard Brian talk about how he would fight Fundora. But Brian, how would you fight a guy who's about 5'1", 200 pounds, and no neck?
I'll lean on that motherfucker. I'll lean on him.
Sorry, Black and Brown was laughing because I used Big Ed's picture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I would lean on that motherfucker. I'm bigger than him. I'll lean on him. I'll put pressure on him. Right. I'll wear down his arms, grab his arms, just lean on him, just put my weight on him. I'll be Tyson Fury in that fight.
By the second round, he'll be huffing and puffing, huh, Brian?
Yep. Yeah, I'll be here. I'm not used to being the bigger guy when it comes to height, so I'll be Tyson Fury in that fight.
Hey, do you
Brian,
guys
Grab him right in the
Brian
neck.
is gonna be butterbean up in that motherfucker.
yo, I truly believe, man. I truly believe if this guy right here didn't lose his mind, he'd be heavyweight champion he would have been heavyweight champion for a while, man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I really
who's that? Hold up.
Abeabuche.
Yeah,
Bayabuchi,
Buche,
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That
He
dude,
just,
man.
I think, man, he just lost all his
Yeah,
shit like
yeah,
right
man.
before he fought Tyson.
Shit,
Was it
man.
him that fought Tyson?
Nah,
Yeah,
man. He went toe to toe with Tua and beat him.
Tua
He
was a
knocked,
bad
he
motherfucker.
knocked Chris Bird out. He got the Chris Bird before anyone touched him.
Yep.
Like dude did everything. He was trend setting in the boxing ring. Nobody went. Not even Lewis went toe to toe with Tua.
Did they
Yeah,
call him the Black Rhino? Is this a bad
I,
Bucci?
yeah, I always remember the David Tua fight.
Yeah, man. Oh my God! It was like it was. He looked like a blown up Holyfield in that fight,
Yeah,
but literally a little better. Like I was just like this dude looked it just bigger. And I was like, damn, man, like watching that dude fight in that tour fight was just I'd never seen a fight
Shit,
like that,
look
bro.
at that fucking picture you got up. That motherfucker swole, son.
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
Look
yeah.
like he got every known steroids in mankind on him.
Yeah, man.
Shit.
You know what I mean? I
And
mean they
he just got out of prison like a couple years ago.
What he do that he got in prison?
he lost
Totally
his
forgot
mind,
about.
man. I think he had like his niece with him and ran into like a brick wall in a car. That was a rumor or some shit, and tried to take them like kill himself and his niece or
He
some.
got charged with kidnapping, right? That was one of the charges.
I don't know, but it's a damn shame, man. Because you know what's that? When you get hit too much in the head, or
CTE.
yeah,
Yeah,
CTE, like that
Yeah,
shit is that's real, man.
yeah, no, it's real as fuck.
That
yeah, I
shit's
like
real.
that. I like that one movie that they talked about it with what's his name? That was
Will Smith.
Will
yeah,
Smith, the American football,
yeah, it was an
the doctor.
African
Yeah,
doctor that actually found out about the how CTE starts and stuff, and it fucks up your
yeah,
mind. And then when they did Lou Alzado and all them motherfuckers, even though he was taking steroids and shit, but he still
yeah.
had concussion problems and shit
They,
back in
they
the
say
days.
they say the
Supposedly,
steroids. They say the steroids doesn't help either.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm sure it
It,
doesn't.
no,
But
that's just like
supposedly, Chris Benoit was suffering from
CTE as
CTE.
well. Yeah,
I bet you motherfucking that's why they tell remember back in the days Deacon Jones used to have that cast on when he broke his fucking right arm and he used to box motherfuckers up to the head. Bow! He'll like forearm them to the head and shit in football. That's why they said, nah, you can't have that shit no more. That
Mhm.
yeah,
motherfucker was using that shit as a weapon.
yeah.
And Deacon
That's
Jones
crazy.
was no little man. That was a big dude. Oh,
What's this here? Okay.
What happened?
No, no, just going through my notifications. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, people been trickling in and out.
yeah.
Um, Black and Brown's the latest one. Yeah, yeah,
What?
it ain't no joke. That's why I say, if any of these guys they're like their heart ain't in it, then they need to get out of the sport
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not nothing to play with.
that's what I
did
say.
you
You can't play those sport. Yeah,
RGM? Did you hear about that new uh for CTE when people getting concussion, they got this chamber or something and some medication that they found that will help reduce the swelling and all that shit when a motherfucker get concussion. They give them that, keep them in a and some doctor just came out with it. I forgot what the fuck it was called, but it's like a new medication that will lessen the swelling and lessen the concussion effect.
yeah.
Um, I
Do
just heard
they?
it like a week ago or something like that, man. I forgot what it was.
I haven't heard that. No.
What are, do they? How are the side effects though? Because like
Well,
I.
they testing it now.
Oh, okay. So we don't know yet.
They've been testing it and now it's in they're using it in football, but they're just bringing it out now this year.
Mm,
They already been tested. They already been, did a lot of things. They found out like what neurologists and shit that they found out. Yeah, it causes the reduction of the swelling and the the lesions that thing causes from to your brain.
Yeah.
And what they do, they take you out and they put you in some fucking chamber or some shit, and then they give you the medication. You stay there, and then you can come the fuck back out in like an hour or 30 minutes later in the
Oh
game, and you're
damn,
fine. Yeah,
That's
I forgot what
crazy.
the
that's
fuck it
That's
was
crazy.
called,
dope,
man.
yo. That's cool though. I mean, it's crazy too though because it's like it's not the guys that fucking ice you at one shot that do damage, man.
That's the
It's
constant. Yeah.
the clubbing motherfuckers or the light punchers that are just peppering you all fucking night and you don't feel a thing. You know what I'm saying? And then you
Well,
Yeah.
go,
they said that the worst concussion. That's why they don't like when a fighter, like, okay, for instance, like fucking Canelo did to Amir Khan when he knocked
Yeah.
him out. He banged his head. You could see his fucking
oh yeah,
feet
yeah,
bounce off the ground, and his head bounce off the ground like twice before his foot come up, and then he bounced down. Hit his head again. That is the
Yeah.
secondary concussion
no.
that 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 um really creates that effect in
That
a
happened to
box.
Roy too when he hit the ground. Not in the Tarver fight, but when he fought my boy
Glenn
Glenn
Johnson.
Johnson. Yeah, my boy
Yeah,
Yeah.
Glenn. And yo, when he hit the ground though, that's when the effect kicked in. You know what I'm saying? It was just like boom, and he just froze from hitting the mat. And it's because you're not when you're going down, you're not expecting. You know what I'm saying? You're looking for a shot, your legs is gone, and then you hit the mat. I would imagine that you're not even expecting it, and that it's like getting hit in the back of the head with a punch you don't see,
yeah. It was
like
like
full
one.
power.
It's like from they showed it on one of the Julian Jackson fight. He hit this one
Oh,
guy.
that dude, man, holy shit! But
Dude, he hit
you
that
don't
guy.
need it. You don't. He
The
don't. You
guy,
don't need to bounce your head off the
look,
mat for
no,
that
he
guy though.
bounced his head, and the guy with his left arm for like a whole minute. They said that motherfucker was laying down, punching in the air. That
Yeah,
motherfucker
but
was,
that dude had. But
He
that
ended
dude
his
had
career,
fucking
right?
bricks. He
huh?
had bricks.
He ended his career, right?
Yeah. After that fight, that guy didn't fight no more
I
because
can't remember. I can't remember his name right now, but I know who you're talking about.
it was a
Yeah.
brother. It was a brother.
Yeah,
Hey,
they call him
dude.
G-Man. They call him G-Man, but
Oh
I
no no
forget what his
no
real
no no
name is.
No,
no!
no, it wasn't
G
G-Man. No,
Man
that
stopped him. G Man
yeah,
stopped
G-Man
dude.
stopped him, knocked him the fuck out,
Oh,
split him
Yeah,
in the brow.
yeah.
That was in
Nigel
the first round.
Ben. Nigel Ben did that to G Man.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
And,
I
and,
was
and,
getting it
and
mixed up.
Nigel and I gotta say too, like G Man was beating the shit out of fucking
Here.
Nigel Ben, and
It's
then
yep.
not
he got
Michael. It's not
stopped.
Michael Cabby.
Oh,
He was a middleweight. A
Yeah.
middleweight or 185, somewhere around 180, 186. I mean 160, 68 to like 160. He man, it was a Julian Jackson fight. I just saw the fucking knockouts of Julian Jackson. I forgot what the guy's name was, but he knocked him. Julian hit him with a fucking left hook, boom, and then came with the straight right, bow. That motherfucker just fell back. I mean, you saw he was asleep. He was asleep, but then after he fell, he hit his head like bam, like
yeah.
real hard because he landed on the back of his head. Bam. And then he just laid there with his eyes glassed out. His fucking mouthpiece was half in his mouth. And then he just punching with his left hand. He was punching the
Yo,
air.
didn't Tio's trainer, you know you guys
Joey
know him,
Gamache.
Gamache, he sued Gotti and his team and the network and everything, didn't he?
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
Gotti fucking destroyed him because
yeah.
Gotti came in 20 pounds heavier.
Yeah. He came in and then he caught him with a 3 knockout punch
Oh
combination
my
on the way
God,
That
down.
son.
was deadly.
That was deadly. The first punch knocked him out cold, and before he hit the ground, he hit him with 2 more on the way
Yep.
down. Wow,
Yep.
Yeah.
wow. And,
Yeah,
and then he hit his head on the mat. Boom.
I just want to say hi to Michael Caballero.
What'd you say?
I just want to say hi to Michael Caballero.
Oh, you talk about Carbajal? That was
Yeah,
one of my favorite fighters, man.
yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
Michael
I like him.
Carbajal
The
was
great fighter. Yep, Carbajal. Yep.
fantastic, man.
Yeah, he was a fighter, dude.
Yo, I
That
love
motherfucker.
this dude, man.
Yeah,
Love
He
him.
didn't quit.
that's a profile picture.
Yeah, man. Yo,
So
that dude was a fucking beast.
He was a great
Yeah.
fighter back in his day.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And there was a fight. He was supposed to fight a guy, and it never materialized. You know, kind of like Bud and Spence,
Yep.
and it just sucked. Yeah, it sucked. But he went into war, man. And yo, I like when he came out of like retirement, fought a guy, or right before he retired, and he was washed up supposedly, and he stopped, dude, and then retired. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Like that shit was boss as fuck. Yo, you gotta see, yo, you know what I'm talking about, Red. You know who Michael Carbajal is?
Hell yeah, man. Everybody knows
I,
Mike Barbahall.
Yep.
Little Hands of Stone.
a
Yo,
little many hands of stone.
yeah, but but they said this dude was knocking heavyweights out. This dude was like a buck and
A
nothing.
buck 20 or something like that.
Yeah,
Buck
and he was
18.
dropping fucking heavyweights with body shots in like
Damn.
sparring. Like, yeah, for real. Like the dude, and I remember watching his fight. Who did he fight? They fought like 2 or 3 times, and these 120 pounders, like these dudes are super light, and you could every punch they landed, you heard pow, pow, pow. I was like, yo, like check it out, check it out. If you like look him up, and then you watch those fights, all you hear is crack, 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 crack,
Okay.
crack.
Okay.
Like
We
you
got
hear everything.
Michael Carbajal on here and Ricardo Lopez.
That's right.
Yes, Lopez. That's what it was. That's what it was.
Yep. I'm good. I'm good with pictures.
And
Like I
Gallo,
just for the
Gallo,
pictures.
Oh my God, yo, I gotta say, man, that was all the fights that they had were fantastic.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
yeah, I was like, shit. If you like fucking Gotti Ward, watch them too. You know what I'm saying? If you what in all those other fights, like there's so many fights, man, where these guys could go to war and these style matchups was great. Marquez and Pacquiao, fucking I think Marquez did the perfect thing and was like, all right, I'm retiring, I'm out.
he's like, fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cherish this fucking moment.
Hell yeah, I was like, shit. And I
I,
think I'm gonna be
I
100. I think he came in on the juice, and I think they were even on an even playing field. He iced them and bounced.
yeah,
That's
The
just
funny
that's
thing
just
about that fight, though, if you look at it, he bent down and had his eyes closed when he threw the punch, and Pacquiao did his normal pattern double step. I call
Yep.
it the double step.
Yep.
He double
Yep.
stepped and then he tripped over
Yeah,
Marquez's feet,
Marquez's foot. Yes, I
I
and
did
then
too.
I call
And
tap tap step.
and
Yeah.
ran right into his right hand.
yeah. But the
Yo, was
funny thing was, if you look at it, Marquez in slow motion, he had when he threw the punch, he closed his eyes and just threw it. And when he landed that shit, and Pacquiao would knock out fucking Cole, you see him. He looked, and then he like, oh shit, I knocked the motherfucker out.
Good enough, Jim.
I did a
Here.
video on it because he had a blazer, and on the inside of the blazer was a picture of him knocking out Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
I did a video on that shit. That shit's funny as fuck. And it was like Charlie Murphy, and he cracked.
You know what I did today, Red Glove, on my stream.
What?
I played because there's a big fight tomorrow. I played Undisputed Rhapsody on that.
Oh, did you?
And at the
This
end
is
before I left.
hey, this is Pacquiao. He was bent over backwards like this.
Oh man, yeah. Yo, they mean the
Oh
shit on
yeah,
the
I
Pacquiao.
got it.
Hold on.
Remember them? I got it. Oh, jeez.
So,
What the fuck? Who's with it?
Oh, you missed it? Hold on, let me
No,
get back.
no. I was looking close, and then all I seen was fucking Triple G half naked, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like you got
The
me with it.
old bait and switch.
Yeah, the old bait and switch, man.
There goes
So,
Jake.
yeah, it was. Yeah, and I had it big too.
Yeah.
but Brian, you said that you played the Undisputed Rhapsody.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
one that Red
On
did?
my channel. So that's
Yeah,
I love that. Every time there's a big heavyweight fight, I put that. If I go live, I put that on my channel at the end of the stream.
yeah.
Yo,
Hey, that I'm glad that you do like that. That's why I like when I make shit like that. I don't mind anybody else using it. You know,
Uh,
I'm
I
not
hope he
making
doesn't
money
mind.
on.
it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
dope
nah.
though. It's dope.
Yeah.
It's creative, man. Like Red Glove is a creative dude. Like he's an artistic dude. You could tell,
My, my,
and he
my
has
two
fun.
my two favorite bits. My two favorite is when Usyk up behind right,
Bob
and
Bear.
the other bit when you had the stick face, the stick figures doing the
Oh yeah,
twerking, and
and
then you had Deontay
Deontay
Wilder.
Wilder is twerking on
I'm just
what's
in
it
the double,
Mauricio Sulaiman.
and they're twerking on there. Just hilarious.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
If you never seen it, OG Boogie, I recommend that you check it out.
What?
It's a song parody I did. It's called
Undisputed
Undisputed
Rhapsody.
Rhapsody. And yeah, there's like a part where I got um Deontay Wilder twerking on Mauricio Suleiman, and I got all kinds of shit on there that I edited together.
Oh shit! I gotta check that. I thought I saw every one of your stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's
yeah,
brilliant. It's brilliant. No, I played it at the end of my stream today.
yeah. But just so you know, I made it back when everybody was talking about AJ and Fury. So it might not be as relevant now as it was when I made it, but
But it was
It's
funny as
so
fuck.
funny as fuck.
yeah.
I love that. Like every time I feel down, I pop that on. I put that on and I go. I just laugh at that. That just cheers my day up.
Yeah, and I think it has some of the better editing in it too. Like I try to do my best on each and every one of them, but that one just came together better than some of the other ones I did.
Yeah.
Like everything, it really
It
does
just
seem
clicked.
like a music video.
It just clicked.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
It just
everything
clicked.
clicked. Yeah, I know.
Like,
I had that. Yo, I had that happen when I did the Bibble video
uh-huh.
when they were doing the horns, and then it had the dude, the Mexican dude, was doing the horns when Canelo came in. I didn't plan that shit. It just that part. That was the one thing I didn't
Yeah.
plan. It just showed up, and I was like, "Oh hell yeah, I'm gonna keep that right there." I was like, I ain't gotta move it. I ain't gotta do nothing. You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah,
That's what
the
I'm saying.
timing is just perfect.
Yeah,
Like
yep,
it was like I didn't even think about it that way.
yep,
It just kind of happened.
yep. It just kind of happened, and I was like, "Oh,
Sometimes
that's
those are
dope."
the best things. So just happens, and you
Yeah.
go, "That's
Yeah,
fucking awesome." Like
yep.
that's just perfect.
And that's
You
the
know.
problem is when you do the videos, sometimes when you're trying to be creative, you don't want to force everything.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because then when you feel like you're forcing it or you're pushing some shit it don't feel like I did one and I did a suspect moments in sports and I never put it on. I never dropped the edit because it was just too. I had to bathe after I did it. I
Yeah,
was
you weren't
too.
happy with it,
Yeah, I
huh?
had to take a shower. No, it was too good, and I was like, nah, I can't put this shit out because it's
Is
gonna
that
bring the wrong community to me.
is that Big Trouble in Little China?
What's that?
OG Boogies. I think
Oh,
that's big.
yeah. You know what? Is that
China.
Big Trouble in Little China?
I think so.
Yo, that'd be like a perfect name for a porno.
Yeah.
Big
First time I heard of that movie, I was like, "Are we sure this isn't? This is because that's
Yeah,
with what's his name? Kurt Russell, is it?
yeah,
With Kurt?
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Right. Um,
Trouble in Little China.
here,
Yeah.
if you had the WWE superstar China, you could go Little Trouble in Big China.
Oh wow. uh,
Oh man.
I'm surprised
real,
nobody ever made a porno about that.
hey, apparently Big China was in some pornos. I'm not interested in that, so I never watched it. But
Yeah.
apparently, her and X Pac.
Yeah. She was also she also did She Hulk.
Did she?
Yeah, she did She Hulk porn.
Oh shit.
Why does that not surprise me?
Damn
And
it.
you know, she went to. I didn't know. I didn't find this out until it was earlier this year actually, because I was listening to JR and all this. She went to University of Tampa, which is like real close to where I live. I was like, damn. But she's from. I think she was from New York though.
Who, China?
Yeah, China.
You mean Chino?
Oh man.
Chino. Hey, I don't blame her for wanting to get her jaw redone and all that shit that she did.
Yeah.
'Cause
China,
she had a
that was a
It's just
strong.
big
funny.
chick,
It's
man.
just funny.
That was a big chick, man.
Yeah, she had a jaw that that the Spartans would be proud of, which is funny because University of Tampa, they're the Spartans. So,
Shoot,
That was
they gotta watch that now. They might have to change that because this woke ass shit.
oh yeah, one of the local high schools over here, they took down the their mascot was the Chiefs,
Yeah,
and they took it down.
check out my Chihuahua, man.
Oh, hold on, let me. With the Trump wig
that
on.
looks like it looks like the hair smoked.
That's funny though. Uh,
It looks like
That's
smoke coming off
Popito.
the head.
it does, but that's funny though. Yeah, that like I was like, are you for real? Like I don't agree with it, but I can at least understand with the Redskins because you know that the word Redskin. So I was like, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but if they want to do it, I can kind of understand it. But the Chiefs at a high school, like I
Nah,
couldn't
man,
believe it when I heard it.
like I don't know too many natives that have a problem with the Redskins or the Chiefs. I honestly I don't.
Bro.
I haven't heard one native that I know, and I know a lot of them, ever have an issue with any of it. Like they literally fans. You know what I mean? They like
I don't know
watching the
any
show.
natives. So.
I
It's
do. I know. I
like
was I was
Hey,
on a
Greg Love, you
reservation,
speaking
so
to one right now.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, me too.
well,
And
I don't know any like I mean, are y'all like involved with like the tribes and and all
I
that?
am. Yo,
You are?
my son is a star lacrosse player and playing right now lacrosse championship in fucking in Canada. You know what I mean? Because they won all the championships here. He was gonna be a a punt returner and a kick returner for Syracuse University, but he turned it down and he wanted to do venture into whatever he wanted to venture into. I told him to go for it, but he wanted to go his own way. So whatever he want to do, but he's
That's right, Dad.
hardcore in the music.
Support your son, Dad.
Yeah, yeah,
That's right.
exactly. So I'm with him in whatever he's doing, and but yeah, he's like super athletic, and he's on a dogger. He's on a dogger tribe, Eel Clan, and and I'm Mohawk, and he's on a dogger, and right now they challenging because that's where all the lacrosse players come from. The best lacrosse players from tribes, believe
Yep.
that.
Oh, okay.
Well,
They,
it originated from tribes.
Right, exactly. But what I'm saying is that's where you find the best like lacrosse athletes. Is like okay, like and so when you have schools around reservations, they're always trying to recruit people to go to their schools, whether it be
Yeah.
college or high schools, constantly, because they need them there. Because it's like regular lacrosse is this way, but box lacrosse, what they play is like hockey, which
Yeah,
is like you're fighting it, like these dudes practice and they scrapping in the locker room.
Yeah.
I seen him throw like a 10 punch combination. His boys was recording it, him and his man with helmets and gloves on, like blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
they just
damn.
they oh, he got his nose busted in games. They be high checking you with their sticks, like
yep.
it's serious. It ain't
I mean,
no joke.
that's like the college that my wife came from. They don't have football teams. They got lacrosse teams,
Mhm.
field hockey for the girls.
Mhm.
You know, they Ivy League. It's not an Ivy League, but you could consider it as an Ivy League
Mhm.
because most of the Ivy Leagues school that don't have the like regular American sports like basketball,
Mhm.
baseball, shit like that. They use lacrosse. That shit is big money, dude. You ever seen a fucking lacrosse fucking like fucking game? That shit is
OG,
big.
OG.
Yeah.
Are you Six Nations East Coast?
No, I'm technically my grandmother is Blackfoot,
Okay.
but I also have which is not recognized. They call you know because we're original Arawakan,
Uh-huh.
but they don't recognize us as like some Mexicans are Apache, and some Mexican,
Mhm.
they don't recognize them because they don't feel like they're part of the tribe. But
Mhm.
my great grandmother, she is part of the tribe. I can go over there because I'm over 27% Native American. My mom is 67% Native American. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So they don't it's a lot of politic bullshit. You know what I'm saying? To get your native card, even though you can prove your
Oh, you're
lineage.
trying to get your red card?
Yeah,
Yeah.
your tribal card from
Yeah. Yeah.
either 12 tribe or
Yeah.
six tribe, depending on which tribes you talking about.
Yeah.
Because
But
you got the
no, they
Alaska.
tax free. They tax free cars though, so you
Yeah,
don't have to
yeah,
pay
yeah. But
taxes on nothing.
the whole thing is with that you have to be involved in. Let's say if you could prove that your lineage came from there and that, but still they have to vote you in. The elders have to vote you in, and then it's a lot of
Mhm.
politic bullshit, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They deal with their own. They got their own politics.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
you know,
It
Yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah.
it's
I
just
haven't
like
had too much. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All I was gonna say is I haven't had too much experience with like I mean I'm sure I know Native Americans. Like I think I already knew that 1 2 Kid was. I didn't know that you were till you just told me, OG Boogie. I mean, really, like we have reservations here, but like the closest one is a casino. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
Yeah,
that, and
Get that
I know,
money.
uh
Get that money, y'all.
huh.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah.
Hey,
when I was in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, I met plenty, Native Americans. Like so. Yeah.
oh, did you? Yeah, I mean, I think there's tribes pretty much in every state.
Yeah.
Like over here, we got the Seminole Indians, which they're the ones that own the Hard Rock that
yeah,
is near me. But there's I know there's other tribes here too. I just if there's anybody that I know that
yeah.
is Native American, yeah,
But
You got
like some
Choctaw, you got
uh,
Seminoles, you got
but
fucking
the difference in the nations is some are super sovereign to where they
yeah,
won't have a casino because they're true sovereign. Like you
yeah,
know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Onondaga is not like that, but Oneida is. Like they have they have a casino and stuff, because basically when you do that, you're giving up some of your sovereign. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? By having that, by
Yeah.
transitioning, and you're bringing it in, but at the same time, you might be, you're dealing with the pale face. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So so
Yeah.
so so you want to keep it. You know what I mean? You want to keep what you got, and you don't want to let even if it's money. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to lose that tradition, and they have that
Right.
tradition heavy where I'm at now, and well, I'm not now, but where I've been, and then I'll tell you, man, like my son, he still lives there, so like with his mother, and I gotta say, man, yeah, great people, man, fantastic
Yeah.
people,
Yeah.
Well,
fantastic people.
I
right
want to take
now,
a guess. I want to take a guess at your newest character. Is that Tony the Tyson?
Yes, yes, Tyson.
Mhm.
That's Tyson. That's Mike.
Remember
That's
Tony the
Iron
Tiger,
Mike.
Breakfast
That's
Cereal,
Iron
remember?
Mike. And I was like, yo, this is perfect. And I
Yeah,
edited the fuck out of that shit. Now I was like,
yeah,
I'm gonna put the headgear on the tiger because I'm the tiger. And I was like, I'm gonna put to let them know that I'm boxing. Well, I'm in the boxing. I put the headgear on, the sparring headgear, and then I was just like, yeah, let that ride. 1, 2, 3.
yeah. So that's Tony the Tyson.
Yep. Tony the
Cause
Tiger.
remember the Breakfast Series, Tony the Tiger.
Yeah.
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 Not
Well, that's my
Tiger,
name though.
Tyson.
That's my name. I'm Sicilian and native, so my name is Tony.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
That's
that's
my
So
cool.
brother. That's my
yeah,
brother's name.
yeah,
That's cool. Okay, I get that now. All right.
yeah.
I've
But I
had a
never
couple
told
Tonys here today.
I never told
Mhm.
reviews that though. Till they just came out today. Yeah.
Oh,
I try to keep it mystical.
oh, he didn't know your name. He didn't know your name was Tony till today.
I don't know.
Well,
Oh,
He
yeah,
was
okay.
I just
listening.
learned that today. So yeah,
Well,
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you do though. Corey knows. Me
yeah,
and
I was gonna
Corey.
say that's how I found out because he mentioned. I think he said your first and your last name
Yeah.
before.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
So
did, and he was
yeah.
like, "You don't mind?" And I'm like, "Well, it don't matter. You just said it."
Yeah, right.
That's like somebody's at your house and they went into your fridge and took one of your beers. Oh, you don't, and they already started drinking. Oh, you don't mind, dude, right?
Yeah.
Because we
Yeah.
were
You
we
know,
were
you know
we were
they
Facebook friends.
you know
Ladies
what
and
they
gentlemen,
trying to do now in the Caribbeans, like in Puerto Rico, they trying to um get it sanctioned to get the Taino tribals, from all over from Brazil all the way up to all the Caribbeans. They trying to partition to make it to law that they're native, and it looks like it's a a thing that might happen.
Oh
Who
wow, the
who?
Tainos. That's
Yeah.
like basically the whole. That's basically the whole island. Like almost everybody is descent from them in some way.
Mm,
Yeah, well, they originated from South America, from Brazil.
mm,
Is they're part of the Arawakan tribe that
mm,
they were very adventurous, that they'll go all over through the to the Caribbeans, like West Indies, Jamaica, shit like that,
mm,
all the way up to Cuba, Colombia, to Santo Domingo and shit like that.
mm.
So they have people that are Indian descent from that, and they never knew that it came from Arawakan. The
okay.
Arawakans, is just like most Mexicans. They they consider them, oh, they Mexican. No, they wasn't Mexican, because you understand, if you know history, back in the 1700s and shit like that, the Mexicans used to mix McLeod with the Indian Native Americans. The same way like the Eskimo side,
Yeah.
they're they have
Spaniards and
Russian
Asians. Yep.
and
Yep.
Chinese
Yep.
descent.
Yep.
So
Eh, But I mean, I don't think people understand that though. OG Boogie, like when people went to war, there was a lot of fucking going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
Always
And
a
you
lot
know
of
what?
fucking going
And
on there.
this, and you know what? It is like, okay, so now you are this.
Yeah, I mean, just
You know,
Fight.
talk
What
to
time is the
any.
fight?
It's at 12 Eastern time tomorrow.
Oh, in the
Well,
afternoon.
yeah, it. That's not when the main event starts. That's just when the card starts. I don't know when
Who's
the
gonna
main
be in the
event.
undercards?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't heard nobody talk about the undercard.
That's some fucked up shit, man. Should have
Here,
had.
um, okay, I got a bit of the undercard here. Give me a second.
Go
wait
for
a
it, bro.
minute, wait a minute,
Yeah.
damn it. What network is it on?
It's on the zone.
Oh, it's on the zone. All right, cool.
Yeah, against
Count.
AJ Usyk.
Because I
Yeah,
know, I know, but they said that Matchroom took it, or somebody else took it
I
from
think
the
Sky
zone
took it. I
for
think Sky
Sky.
took it in the UK, but here in the US, it's gonna be on the zone, and
Okay.
it's not, and it's on regular the zone. It's not on pay
Sweet.
per view.
No pay per
here,
view bullshit. Good.
here,
Yeah,
Callum Smith.
man.
Here, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Tell him.
Callum Smith versus Matai.
Matayev.
No, Matai Bang. I can't pronounce his name.
Okay,
Barty
butcher.
Leakey. Barty
Just
Leakey,
call him the butcher.
the butcher, right?
Yeah.
Philip Perkovic versus Zhang, the
I
Chinese.
didn't realize
Oh yeah.
Hergovic was
Zing.
fighting.
Philip
Yeah.
Perkovic is fighting
Big
that
Bang
Zhang guy.
Zang.
Zhang Zhang. Bobby
Mhm.
Jack versus Richard Riviera.
Is that
What the hell,
cruiserweight?
Badu Jack still
Is
fighting
Badu
for?
Jack's fighting that cruiser?
He's getting himself another draw.
Yeah.
Probably.
Mhm.
He
That's
getting
that's
cut
the
in his
undercard, then.
draw. He drawing blood.
Here, here, guys.
I like him though.
I'm going to save you some money. Get a VPN. Get a VPN and set it to Ukraine and try to find Usyk's channel. He's giving it to the Ukrainian people for free on his
That's good. That's
YouTube
good.
channel.
Yeah, God bless him, man. Good for him.
So I think Saudi Arabia said we'll give it to you, and he
They
said, you know
need
what?
that though.
He goes, I'm going to give it to free on my YouTube channel, and I'm probably going to get super chats out the ass.
Yo, shout out to him though, man, for
Yep.
putting that out there because you know what? They need as much hope and inspiration as they can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real talk. So I mean, good damn. And he made the moves to pump that shit out to where they could get that shit. That's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I'm
just
waiting for
gotta
Keith Thurman. I'm waiting for Keith Thurman to do that. Maybe I won't be so mad at his ass. Mhm.
Yep.
Who is he supposed to fight?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like we were talking about it earlier, how years ago he was saying he didn't want to do pay-per-views and stuff, and now he changed. You know,
Yo,
he's singing, he's playing a different flute right now.
Yeah. He ain't playing the
but
didgeridoo.
I totally feel you though, man, because you know what? He was talking the talk that you want to hear from a fighter, and he was beating ass
Yeah.
Right.
in great fashion at that time. And it's like, and he ended up stopping Diego Chavez and taking his O. And he wasn't
Right.
afraid to let that O go. And now he's still saying that shit. And it's like, nobody's listening.
You
Yeah.
ain't got no O to let go.
Yep.
He'll bring it
Yeah.
up like, I wasn't afraid to let my O go against Manny.
We need
Against
to address
Manny,
it that
like
way.
no
We-
one's afraid in the welterweight division to let their O go against Manny because it comes with buku dough.
We
know
never
what I mean?
we never address them that way. We only address them one way. Keith,
What
I
way
want
is
$10 million to fight someone, or my wife will leave me firm.
it?
Every time you say his name, you have to say the whole thing.
I gotta say it though, man. When he went to where he went, where did he go to meet her?
Ah, I don't know. He went up to some fucking mountain or something. I
Oh,
don't know.
isn't
What?
she like from? Isn't she from Nepal or something like that?
Oh my God, man! But you know what? To be like to take away my boxing fanism and to step back and go, yeah, that probably fucked my life up. Yo, cause
Aren't they
she is
divorced now?
pretty bad, bro. She's
Here,
pretty
here,
bad,
here,
man.
here's the thing. Aren't they divorced now?
I don't know.
I think they
I don't
are.
be keeping. I don't be keeping up with these guys' personal lives
Yeah.
like that.
I think they are. I think he didn't get his $10 million.
Oh wow.
Yo, did
Because
Bibble
every
ever get
interview, I want
paid,
$10
yo?
million to fight this guy. I want $10 million to fight that guy. Shut the
Yo, did
fuck up and just fight.
yo did Bibble ever get paid?
Oh yeah. What's up with that? These guys not getting paid. It happened to Bivol, and then it happened to Dubois.
Yeah, they pay Canelo too much. They just got enough for Canelo.
Oh
Oh
damn.
I
man.
guarantee you that's it. I think the pay per view didn't do as good as they thought. I bet you a lot of people stream that shit. I bet you
Yeah.
that's why they went to a pay per view
What
model to pay Canelo, and the people are like, "I'm getting rid of the zone."
they need to stop with the pay-per-views.
Yeah,
Like if they're gonna do pay-per-views, they need to do it differently. Like this
yeah,
whole shit of you're gonna charge like crazy amounts of money, to put on like a good like let's say a good main event, but a piss poor undercard, or just charging just the ridiculous amounts of money. They can subsidize it in other ways, like do ads and charge me less,
yeah,
or
Right.
don't charge, or what I'm saying. There's different ways that they could do it and make more money, but it's like they're stuck on doing it the old way.
yeah.
You're already streaming on the internet.
They used to
Right.
they used to make their money off sponsorship deals, but
I mean,
uh, apparently
oh
boxing
man.
is a controversial sport now for sponsors to be a part of.
You open up a
So
can of worms, Red. Cause
you know,
yo, I seen this dude. Um, I don't know if you seen it, Brian. What was it THS? It's usually just his the channel is just basically usually just like highlights and dope shit. This motherfucker
Hmm.
got on live and did a live, and he was talking all the right stuff at first, and then that was the bait you in. I was like, oh, this little crafty motherfucker. And this is what I don't like about YouTube and boxing fans or so-called boxing fans that are basically working for other motherfuckers. This dude just switched it up and said, "Well, but the hardcore fans really, and the people who want legacy, all the fans that are talking about guys getting legacy, they don't pay for the fights." I'm like, what? Like everybody I know, from Harkin, I'm pretty sure OG Boogie, to Red, to everybody in the chat, Black and Brown,
except for Bruce Gas.
UGBC, like yo, NBBC. I know for a fact that these dudes ain't streaming fights unless they bullshit, unless they
Yeah.
not legacy fights.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm like, what kind of is this a new narrative? Not only are the fighters saying it, the promoters are saying, well, who's that fucking guy from Showtime? Espinoza? What the fuck is
yeah.
his name? Yeah, that piece of horse shit, hot Highland monkey shit.
I'll do.
Yo, this
I'll do Conor McGregor. You fucking little weasel.
yeah, yo, this dude's the way he talking, the way this dude talking, I'm like, y'all trying to push this narrative to these casual fans, and not to mention the little bullshit that De La Hoya be saying, that Ryan be saying, that the PBC, some of the PBC fighters be saying. Like, I'm like, Smeller be him too. Like these guys, you know, Bud and it was all about Bud and Spence, right? And they talking about these guys, and the narrative that they're pushing and what it really is well, you got to understand these guys need their cut and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, the money is there. Neither one of these guys gonna make more money.
Yeah.
fighting anybody else in the welterweight division because Pacquiao's gone. Mayweather's
Yep.
not there.
Yep.
Pacquiao just left. There's nobody there. Why risk it with a young lion when you're moving up to 154?
Yeah.
Afterwards, what's the point? And you mean to tell me that two networks can't work together? But first off, this dude ain't yo. I don't even think Bud Crawford is with a network or a promoter. I mean, he's not on the other side of the street. He's in the middle of the street on the curb, like come off the porch.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now, what y'all do? Who makes more money and why fans give a fuck is beyond me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
I
these
don't. I
dudes
don't.
are making more money, I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to cut you off. I know
No.
y'all
No.
want,
It's okay. It's okay.
but if these dudes are making more money than they ever made, it's an undisputed fight, the biggest fight you can make at welterweight, and all right, we'll just say two networks can't get along. Let's just go. Let's push the narrative that they're pushing, right?
Yeah.
Y'all can literally buy a stream for fucking a G, right? Not even a venue, a stream, an unlimited stream where you can pump this shit out in HD. What the fuck is the problem? Y'all can, it's a promotion. You're only doing, oh, well, the promotional teams want all, they don't want to share. It's like, share what? You're doing half the promotion for full price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like none of this shit makes sense to me. And I'm tired of the motherfuckers holding the fans back and saying, like Ellerby, well, the hardcore fans make up a small part and nobody really cares what they think. And it's like when your fighter gets knocked the fuck out, right? When that fighter that you hyped up that don't have a real championship or a fighter that never even won a fucking championship gets knocked the fuck out, it's gonna be the hardcore fans that keep that motherfucker alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and the reason why he does that, and this is my theory, is because he knows that he can't sell us the bullshit. So because he can't sell us the bullshit, he
They're
can't
act- Yeah.
he can't tell us, oh well, Tank is the top guy at 135 because we know better.
Mhm.
But the casuals they don't know better. So what do? They go along with they're like, oh, the nose knows apparently, and and they just go along with it. They're
Right.
already fanboys, so
Right.
they like what they're hearing because he's telling them exactly what they want to hear. He don't even have to sell them the shit. He
Right.
just they've already bought into it without even saying the shit. But because we won't accept it because we know better, we actually have a brain that we use to say, okay, he might be the most popular guy at the division, but and even that ain't even that like that's even debatable. Like when Tio was there, you could make an argument that Tio was bigger than him, and
Yep.
Tio had most of the belts at at one point, whereas all Tank had was some baby belt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, we know better. We know that he's not the top guy in the division, not by merit, and
Mhm.
he's not even the top guy by popularity because there's other guys who are just as popular, possibly even more popular than him.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is the reason why they're not making the fight is a simple fact. And it's not that this guy's afraid of that guy. It's not that maybe it's not even like because I might be wrong. Maybe it's not even that they're afraid of their fighter losing. You know what I think that they're really afraid of after really thinking about it? That if
What?
they give you the fight, the big fight for the big unifications, then in the big on pay per view, ain't nobody once they taste that, they ain't gonna pay for the bullshit no more. Not even a
Uh,
casual. So that's why they stalling it out and milking the system
Well,
because
if you ask me what destroyed the pay-per-view model, right? And I've honestly believed this. So many people went in and they bought Floyd Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao, and basically it was a blowout.
Yeah.
mm,
Yeah.
Right? Manny was injured. A lot of people, um, I hyped up that fight before. I was talking to people. I was like, you know what? Uh, I picked Floyd to win on boxing style. I
mm,
thought he had the style to beat because I saw what Marquez did,
mm,
and I thought Floyd is a better version of what Marquez could do. But I
mm,
thought it would be a lot more competitive than it was.
mm,
Right. So I talked that fight up, and casuals, people who don't watch boxing, right? They came to me that Monday morning and they said to me, "Where's my fucking money? You told me to buy that shit."
yeah.
They wanted me to refund them.
Dude, I
Would
look
you
at it
believe that?
if motherfucking Pacquiao had 2 arms, he would have fucked him up.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man.
I just
And,
thought
and, and
it was a
and if
technical thing. That's
Lomachenko
what it
had
was.
2 arms, he would have fucked Tio up. But you know what? He
What?
signed the fucking contract.
Yeah,
Yo,
but
OG Boogie, I agree with everything you said until you just said that. And I like
well,
you,
you got to
OG.
look at it like this. First of all, who did Floyd ever fight that he gave? It was an even thing. The only one was Castillo, and what happened? He lost that shit, but they gave it to him. So whatever. The whole thing is he will never give the advantage or a fair one to
Yeah,
anyone because he
I agree.
always needed the
But you know
Yeah.
what,
advantage.
though, OG? I felt like how you felt. You know what I did? I rewatched it and I scored it with a super nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did. And you know what? We had both had it 7-5 for Mayweather first fight.
Wait, who's
And,
super
and
nerd?
who's the little dude? Not IBT, the other dude. My bad for
You're
Intangible.
talking about I
Intangible.
know.
Mighty Max.
Yeah, him.
no, not Mighty Max.
No, intangible.
Intangible. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Intangible is not a biased dude. Like he's just annoying as fuck because he's on point constantly to where it's boring. And so, and you know what? But you know what though? I like that about him, and because he does keep it real in his own way. So I like that about Intangible. But Joe, we both scored the fight, and we were both saying we remembered the fight, and we felt like Castillo pulled it off. We scored the fight live, like
Yeah.
together. You know what I'm saying? And we both had the same score, scored every round the same, and we gave it to me. Watch it again, OG. You know what I'm saying? Just
I
do
watched
it.
it. I look at it. It could be 7-5. It could be 6-6.
It could be
But
seven.
but
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but,
It
but,
was very
But
close.
but the point that I'm making though, y'all, that I think OG you might be missing is check this shit out. They they don't want to let this shit ride because they know that if the shit goes that like this is like you just said it yourself. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, but you guys just said it yourself. Brian Harkins said it himself. He said everyone was upset about that fight. Why were they upset about that fight? Because it was too late. So they
Yeah.
didn't learn from that. All they learned from that was look at the money it made. They
Yeah.
Yeah.
didn't learn about the result and the damage that it did
I
to
was
the
doing. I
sport
was
in
doing.
the
I was doing a
process.
course. I was doing a course at the time, right? I was doing transport management, and it was a 9 month. It was a 9 month course, and I was doing it right in between the fight. So I was there on the Friday. I was talking the fight up. I had people who had no interest in buying it. They bought it, right? As I did, right? I bought the fight too. Me and my brother went half for it, right? So and
Yeah.
mm,
I,
right,
I,
they were saying to me on the Monday morning when I went back, and where's my fucking money? I want a refund. You told me to buy that shit. You give me the money. So I went down to the bank machine and I funded like 12 people. That fight cost me fucking more, and I picked Mayweather to win.
You know,
Well,
Damn.
I was like one of the only motherfuckers that picked Mayweather to win,
Yeah,
and well, in the house that I was in, because
yeah,
I was in my spot and I invited. My father was a boxing fan. All my friends that were boxing fans, I invited them, and it was probably not a group that I should have put together, right? But I put this group together. We had a great time, but everybody complained about the fight.
yeah,
And you know it's funny. You got four people on the panel, and I can guarantee you, nobody when we bringing up great fights or we bringing up legendary fights, nobody ever brings up Mayweather and Pacquiao.
no, no,
So
never,
No.
why
never.
wait? Why
That,
wait when you
that,
got fucking Wilder and AJ that was right there? Why wait when you got Spence and fucking Bud when they
yeah,
right there? This is what's killing the sport. And I'm thinking about the long game
yeah. Why
because
whip? Why whip when you got Ennis Butts versus
right.
a young, or what's his name, on the top rank, or he's what thing now?
you
What do you
mean
call it?
Ortiz?
Uh,
Virgil Ortiz?
Sergio Ortiz, where
They
like
selling out.
they're gonna overstretch that ship too.
Right, but they selling. But what I'm trying to say is they selling out. When you seeing Jake Paul and all these guys, don't get me wrong. If they getting their bread, they getting their bread. What I'm trying to say is they selling the fuck out. They using everything up, and then nobody's gonna when the shit does finally get back to where it should be, and it does.
Yeah,
If it does clean itself up, no one's gonna take the time to even look that direction because of this circus show that they got going on a regular basis. And
yeah,
you wonder why, oh, it's not as big as football, it's not as big as basketball. And it's like, but at the same time, basketball and football was big when boxing was huge too.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So you really can't use that as an excuse.
yeah.
It's
I feel like boxing has lost its character.
yes,
There's no
it's essence.
characters.
Yeah.
Everybody has to be politically correct. There's no motherfucker this, no motherfucker that. I'll beat your
No,
fucking
they need to
ass.
bring it back to like the old days, how the
Yeah,
motherfuckers get in the ring and fight
yeah,
and talk their shit while they getting in that ring and fight.
But
yeah,
It's
this
just like we miss,
right,
even though
right.
Mayorga, he used to talk shit like a motherfucker and he gets you in the ring. He try to hit you and beat you, but he ain't gonna beat you.
He
But at
gave you
yeah.
a
least he
fight
got in
though.
that
He
fucking
came
ring.
to fight.
He
Came
can
Yeah.
to
be right,
fight.
right?
And he was gonna give his
That's the
all,
most
even
important
against
thing, though.
Trinidad. Even against
The
Trinidad, he
the
did that.
the thing that I hate, or should I say, I dislike, um, is the and even though I don't shit on him as a person because even though he should be shit on, but um, that's not for me to judge him or anything like that. All I'm saying is what he brought to the sport of boxing was entrepreneurship, which I
Yeah,
understand that aspect of it, which is Floyd Mayweather. But the
yeah,
rest of the bullshit, he could kiss my ass with all that bullshit,
yeah.
fucking A side bullshit, only fighting in, But I ain't going in through that. Everybody
He,
knows that.
he had that
Nobody
idea.
liked it.
He had that idea. I'm going to get mine. Fuck everybody else.
Right,
Right.
when you
That was his basic plea. And I'm going to fuck you. I'm going to fuck you while I'm at it. I'm
Look,
going
let
to
me
fuck
tell
you
you
over while I'm
something,
at
man.
it.
but when it
They,
Basically.
come to
you gotta
Mayweather, I could never get mad at him. You know why I could never get mad at Mayweather? Because Mayweather did it the right way in the beginning. And these guys aren't even
They're not
remotely
even doing that.
close
Yeah.
to what he did. And then he got fucked by the game, and then he wound up fucking the game. And then everyone said, okay, we'll take that blueprint. It's like you can't take that blueprint because in order to take that blueprint, you got to be an employee first, like Floyd was.
Yeah.
Floyd
well,
fought Corrales. He did that. Tank, Ryan, and all these dudes are, oh, I fought one big fight and or one decent fight. And so now, okay, now we all good. It's like this dude fought De La Hoya. He fought Hatton. He
Has
fought
Ryan even
Pacquiao.
fought?
He
Yeah,
fought
has Ryan even fought a big fight yet?
the biggest fight that he fought, and I gave him props for is when he fought Campbell. And then after that, it was like boom. The same with Teal. Teal was
Disappeared. Yeah.
bulldogging through 35. He was
Yep.
bulldogging through 35. He wanted the top guy. He got the top guy. He beat the top guy. And just like fucking Jermaine Taylor, once he beat the quote unquote one of the pound for pound guys, he
Bernard. Yeah.
never switched up and then he drank his own Kool-Aid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Look, this is what I want to see. Fucking Tank Davis, stop fucking kissing Floyd's ass and tell Floyd, look, man up. I need a motherfucker start taking this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fucking Devin Haney. Okay, you got the belt. Now what? Okay, old man Loma is coming back. Now, are you going to fight him? Or are you going to play that bullshit and say, oh, I can't make the weight. I'm too heavy. You're going to fight, what's his name? Cambosis the last time and then move up and drop the belt? Okay,
Yeah.
that just shows to me that you ain't really wanting Loma. You don't want to test yourself. You don't want to say, I conquered him. Okay, Tio went in there. Yeah, let's say Loma had a fucked up arm, whatever. It doesn't matter. He still get accountability of himself. Even though it was late, he said, fuck it, I got to take it. I can't give no excuses. Okay, let's do this. Boom. He started
Yeah.
putting it on Tio. Too late, but it was too late. So,
I
okay,
never. Here's the thing with Loma. I never heard an excuse come out of his mouth.
exactly.
You know, like I heard it from Bob Arum, I heard it from other people, but I never heard it come out of his mouth.
Yeah.
I'll put it like this though. Listen, his shoulders fucked up 1 minute at the end of the fight, but prior to the fight, he had a great training camp, no injuries, and he was set. So which are you believing? Like to me, that's bullshit. He tried. He thought this is just my honest opinion about that whole fight. He went in there, and this is why I said he was going to lose, and why I made money on this shit. He said this kid gonna punch himself out because he's gonna try to knock me out in the first 6 rounds, and then I'm gonna just start teeing off on this motherfucker. And you know what happened? He lost the first 6 rounds. He didn't expect this dude to steal the first 6 rounds because he was shocked at how quick he was. Then Teal was shocked at how skilled he was for the next 4 or 5 rounds and was like, oh shit, he's eating me up. And then Teal turned it up on him. You know why Teal turned it up on him? Because Teal was a young kid with youth on his side. And then when he started hitting fucking Loma in the 12th round, not only was he hitting him, he wasn't hurting his face. He wasn't rocking his brain. He was moving his whole body when he would punch him in the head because of the weight difference. And then this man got up in there and said, yo, my shoulder fucked up. But prior, he wanted to smoke. He didn't. He was so confident that he didn't put a rematch clause in. That's on him.
No, that is on him. That is on him.
Yeah. I'm not. What I'm saying is, okay, after this fight, Loma is done because he only got 2 more years. He's already what, 32, 34? I mean 33, 34.
But
Okay,
OG,
so you figure
this
he
dude
only
ain't
got 2 more
drinking
years.
though. This dude ain't drinking. He ain't doing drugs. He trained hard. We
Yeah,
watched
but
Bernard Hopkins fucking fight till he was 50.
yeah,
That
Bernard
is
is a
in the middle of
different
a war.
animal. Though.
Yeah.
His technique was never as like Loma is. You cannot
With
compare
activity.
technique.
With activity.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it also has to do with the weight. Because you talk the lower weight classes, they tend to
Age
they don't tend
faster.
to right exactly.
Mhm.
They do tend to age faster. So we are talking about Bernard Hopkins, who
and then
is a bigger guy.
you
Right,
gotta
right.
also look at it when Bernard fought De La Hoya, Trinidad. He was a weight bully. He fucking was already.
Yeah.
He was always in shape, but he knew how to manhandle. And then like with Tito, when he fought Tito, Tito was outclassed. He didn't what? He didn't fight in 2 years. He was
Yeah.
fucking retired basically, and he
His
came
his
back.
best his best performance was against what's his fuck, you know, the white guy from I think it's from Ohio. What's his fucking Kenny Pavlik? That's
Yeah,
his best.
Kenny Pavlik.
That's his best performance, right?
Yeah,
Um, right. The one time I really seen Finn get schooled in his heyday was the first Roy Jones Jr. fight.
yeah,
That was the one fight I saw him got schooled. Bernard.
yeah, and he was in his prime in that
He was
one.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Heyday prime. Yeah.
Yep.
So like that was the one time I seen him get
No,
schooled.
but that's every your OG. Come on, man. You're not being honest, bro.
How am I not being honest? I'm giving
Because
you.
but now I'm just saying, like, he had fought. I believe didn't he fought? He fought Vargas in like 2000. He fought William Joppy, right? And then he fought, like, I think it was like 8 or 9 months later he fought Bernard Hopkins.
Who you
And
talking
I'm
about?
talking about Trinidad.
Oh, Trinity. No, but he had a 2 year hiatus. He quit. He quit. He
When?
quit boxing for 2 years, and then he came back and fought Bernard for that
That's
fight.
not that's not true, man. They fought
Go
within.
look it up.
Yeah, I'll look it up, but I don't, let me see.
Trinidad.
Nah, that's not true though. He destroyed Joppy. Yeah, I remember he destroyed Joppy, and
William
it wasn't
Joppy.
that
Joppy
much
wasn't.
longer.
Joppy
But
was garbage at that time, man. He was done.
I'm just saying, like,
Trinidad.
no, see, boom, I'm right. He fought Vargas in 2000, right, at 12:02, right. Then he fought Joppy at 2001 5:12, right, and then he
That's a
fought
year later.
Bernard Hopkins at 2001 9:29. Boom.
Yeah, but he was at 160.
So you talking about 6 months between every fucking fight, but William Joppy was at
Nah, it wasn't
160 and
6
was a
months. It
kid.
was a year on the first one, and then the next time he fought Bernard was like 7, 8 months. So, and then that was his first weight that he was at 160.
No, he
Because
fought Bernard Hopkins. I'm looking at it right now. He
he's
fought
fighting.
Bernard.
He
He
fought
fought
Bernard
Bernard
Hopkins at
Hopkins.
160.
He fought Bernard Hopkins 4 months after he fought William Joppy, bro.
But Joppy's garbage.
Oh, see, now you reaching. That ain't
No, I'm
what you
not
said.
reaching. Joppy was
But that's
garbage.
what
That's
you
like
said, though,
saying
bro.
fucking.
Come on,
That's
man.
like saying, oh, Floyd Mayweather took
Okay. Oh, but it was all good
Summer
when.
Mitchell.
But what I'm trying to say is,
Mitchell. Come on, man.
But what I'm trying to say is, check it out. Who was he supposed to fight? Who was Trinidad supposed to fight? And everybody was down with it. Roy Jones. But Bernard Hopkins fucked that up.
Yeah, because he came in there, he was like, "Yo, I'm gonna fuck you up," because Trinidad didn't have the style that see what beat fucking Trinidad was motherfucking Bernard Hopkins' ability and his mental strength.
Right.
Trinidad it wasn't ready for him. He ain't had the
Right.
skills.
But I'm right.
I'm
made
just
a
saying though,
lot
that
of
was
money
just an
off of that
easy
fight.
belt for Hopkins because Hopkins was fighting at 168
But what I'm trying
and
to
he
say
came
is,
down.
right? But Trinidad, you're just saying Bernard Hopkins was a weight bully, but literally Trinidad walked around heavier than Bernard Hopkins did outside of the ring.
No, hell no.
Yes,
Hell
he
no.
did. He walked
Hell
around
no.
200 pounds, bro.
No, that's because his fat ass when he fucking started losing. Look, when he lost that fight, when he won against De La Hoya, who was the next fight? When he left the fucking middleweight, he blew up, went straight to 160, bro. 160. He had probably what I'll say one fight at 154 or two fights maybe with Mayorga. He had one fight with Mayorga at 154, and then he had another fight, and he just blew the fuck up.
No, he fought Mayorga after he fought
used
Hopkins.
to walk around. Look, bro.
Yeah.
Hopkins used to walk around at 190 something, bro.
No,
And
he didn't, man. He was always in
bro.
shape, bro.
Hopkins Yo, bro,
Hopkins was
telling you, bro,
never over a buck 70.
bro.
At that point in time, that the reason why he went up to 170, 175 when he got the light heavy is because he was like, I, I didn't run as much, and that helped him. But what I'm trying to say is that's just his natural weight from training on a regular basis. He was
Hopkins
listen,
was
Hopkins was 160 almost his entire career. And I mean to say he's a weight bully and maintain that weight that entire time, that's I don't
Hopkins
know.
was
That's
6 foot. He's 6 foot tall, 6'1", maybe,
yeah.
possible.
So what?
Don't know. So okay, 6'1". He
Uh,
he fought all the way. He fought all the way. He went from 168, came back down. He
uh,
went back up to 168. He fluctuates somewhere around. If with him not training, which that's a fair heresy. Hopkins always was in shape, always.
right.
But the times that he did not work out and he did not have a fight, he used to blow up to 190, bro,
I don't know,
out
man.
of the ring. That shit ain't nothing for him to drop 20 pounds from 190 to 170. And then you got to show up in the fight at 168, 2 pounds. That
What
shit.
about what do what I'm trying to say is if I'm in shape, that's a props to me.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I'm
oh,
saying?
no, no,
So
no,
what
no,
I'm trying to say is
no, no.
he wasn't
Okay,
a weight bully. What I'm trying to say is
no, no, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. Then, okay, okay. What I mean in some of the fights, Hopkins was the bigger man. Okay, he did show that in some of his fights. He was the bigger man. That's why he knew how to manhandle. On if you look at some of his fights, you see how Hopkins do that dirty shit. He'll box you in, grab you, snatch you up, and then move you around. And then once he lets you go, boom, he lands on you. Or he'll once he sees that you miss that shot, he comes in, he'll like take his little cheap shot real quick and then hold you up because he already knows he can walk you down.
what,
You know what I'm
what,
saying?
what,
He's stronger than you.
what I'm trying to get at is when you got guys like Tito, when you got guys like Canelo, guys that can make the weight and are bigger guys, right? They're bigger guys. And when Tito used to touch people, welterweights, he had crazy power. When he would land that right hand or that left hook, I mean, and he would set his feet,
Yeah, that
it
was his
would
best
be
shot, his
different.
left
Right,
hook.
right. But
His
what I'm
left hook.
saying is when it was different, when he hit them, it was different. He was a middleweight cracking them guys. You know what I'm saying? So when he would touch you, it'd be different. That's why, and you can say, Joppy wasn't this, but Joppy was a middleweight. Number one, he was a champion. Was he a great champion? Nah,
Hell
you're
no.
right. Hell, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm totally with you on that. But the way he just iced him, because Joppy was undefeated at that point as well.
Was
The
he?
way he did, yeah, I believe so. I believe he was. I could check. Let me check.
Yeah,
William.
check.
Oh no,
I
he had
think
lost
so.
one fight. He lost one fight and one draw. So he was 32 1-1. That's
My
pretty
box
damn.
rec ain't working at the moment, so
Yo, that's
Yeah,
pretty
but
damn close. It's pretty damn
who did
close.
he fight? The guys that the caliber of fighters that
Oh, Joppy,
jo-
you're right.
Joppy fought were not fucking like
No,
super
right.
duper.
No, they weren't. They weren't.
Yeah.
But he gave his all, and he was the bigger guy too, naturally. And he got
Yeah.
iced easy by Felix Trinidad.
Well, he
Ice.
ran into that hook.
you know but then you take you look at but the skill set always gave him problems. I don't know if you seen the whole fight because you can't find that shit on
Yeah, I think it
YouTube.
was four
But
rounds. He
I
beat
think
him.
David Reed was in there too early with Trinidad, and he was slapping Trinidad around until he got stopped later on. Like it
Yeah.
was it was one sided for most of the fight. but they'll only start the fight midway to when he was about to get knocked out. You can't find any of the rounds where he was dominating and putting Trinidad on his ass when he dropped him like a few times or dropped him once. Like you're not gonna see what David Reed had did. But David Reed was too soon. What I'm trying to say is Trinidad was a bigger guy fighting a way bigger guy fighting in the division that as long as he's making the weight, hey, he can do it, and he's performing well at the weight, and he don't look drained. Hey,
How old was
more power
Trinidad in
to
that
him,
fight?
huh?
Hey,
How old was Trinidad in that fight against Bernard Hopkins?
How old was fucking Bernard Hopkins? he was. That's a
hey,
bad
he
argument,
got
bro.
yeah, he got
No,
yeah, he
I'm
got you
just
there.
I'm just asking a question.
Oh, okay. Let me check it out, bro. Yo, I'm not taking shots at you either, OG, because I enjoy conversating with you. You was a cool
Yeah,
dude,
I
man.
like learning as I'm talking.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel you,
Hey
man.
guys, hey
What
guys,
up, bro?
it's nearly 7 a.m. here, so I'm gonna pop off for a couple hours because I had to get up at 11. Me and my brother heading off. So
Your
You're not gonna watch
eyes,
the fight, Brian?
eyes are
what?
smiling.
You're not gonna watch
Seven
the fight?
a.m. not p.m.
Yeah, he's just gonna get some rest for now, I guess,
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
which
I'm
is
gonna
understandable.
I'm gonna get a couple hours because me and my brother are heading off at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
So seven,
10
eight, 9, 10, 11. So I got what probably 3 hours of rest.
We can make this real interesting, OG Boogie.
Yeah.
Yo, Red, what you think about the whole situation?
Wait, hold on. Before we get into that, take it easy, Brian. You're welcome
Later, Brian.
anytime.
Have have a
Get yourself some rest.
have a good
But
God
one.
bless, Brian.
Have a good one, Big Ed, 1-8, and
Later,
OJ.
Harkins.
Have a good one,
Enjoy.
guys.
Yo, Harkins, before you go, did you
Yep.
ever use that big dog thing?
What?
Did you
No,
ever use
no.
why?
I I tried to. I don't know. It just never came out right.
Oh, okay.
You
All
know.
right.
Yeah. I tried to do a promo on the big dog Roman Reigns, right, head of the table, the tribal chief, right. Basically, my promo was dogs don't eat at my table. Dogs eat outside. Dogs obey a master, and if he disobeys, he gets stomped. Basically, it was going to be my promo, only a lot more elevated.
Hey,
Basically, I was going to treat him like a dog, and not in a good way, you know. And if he was a disobedient dog, I'll take him down to the Philippines, cook him right there.
Oh damn.
ah, damn,
That
man.
got
Damn,
really
Floyd.
really dark.
Yep.
Damn, Floyd.
Mhm.
you know. So yeah, So yeah, I'm the master. He's the dog, basically. But have a good one, guys.
Have a
You
good one,
too.
Brian.
I
So,
might try it again. But yeah, have a good one. Thank you. Thank you, Rare Glove. I'm tired right now.
no, it's
OJ,
all good.
um,
Anytime.
1-2 kid. Have a good one, guys. Peace. And the
All
chat.
right, peace.
Peace.
Later.
So, so you want me to weigh in on whether or not
We
um
want you to weigh in on their weight. Nah.
whether or not he's a weight bully, he was a
Nah,
weight bully?
nah, like just like what's your thoughts on it? Like, what do you think about the whole situation? Because I mean, this is my opinion, this OG's opinion. It's just the way we looking at it as boxing fans, because we both got passion for the sport, like yourself.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to what you think about it. That's all.
I mean, for me, it's there's a couple things that I look at. It's well, for one, the guys they sign the contract. They know what they're getting into. They agree to the weight. They agree to the weight. Um, that's one of the things that they agreed to is what weight is the fight going to happen at? Is it going to be in this division, that division, or catch weight? So neither guy is really caught by surprise. Now I will say sometimes I think these guys they do cut weight to get an advantage because they know that naturally they're bigger.
Mhm.
But the reality is this: if you can make the weight, you can make the weight. So I personally don't use the word weight bully all that often. But I don't knock others for using it because it just depends on what your context is.
Right.
At the end of the day, Trinidad and Hopkins, they agreed to fight at a certain weight, and the fight happened.
Right.
It like I said, they knew when the fight was going to happen. They knew how much time they had to make weight. They agreed to the weight. So, like I said, I just don't. I personally just don't use the word weight bully all that often. Um, and Unfortunately, these fights happen when they happen, and they don't always happen when they should.
And
So it's
I
tough.
gotta say though, Red, like OG, the reason why I get so into it about this fight is because I was a young kid chasing around grown ass men for my money. And it's like and I was
I
explaining
feel
to
you.
them when they were saying the same thing, and I was like, so I had these arguments over and over, and I was like, listen, you bet me, motherfucker. And it's like, but he was bigger, and I'm like, no,
That don't matter.
I'm
That's
Yeah,
bigger.
bullshit.
when it comes to gambling, it doesn't your how you feel about the fight doesn't matter. I'll never
Exactly.
forget I walked in, well, not walked in, but I came into a panel where JFL was trying to make a bet
I
with
heard of that.
Rap Star, and he was like, but we don't we're not gonna honor any robberies. It's like that's not the way that the shit works. You
Right.
go to Vegas, you place a bet on a fight. Them bookies do not give a shit about how fair the outcome was. They don't give a shit about how rehydrated one of the fighters were. They don't give a shit about if the referee was giving favoritism to one of the boxers, and they don't give a shit how lopsided the scorecards were.
Yeah, they
Whatever
only
the
care
outcome
what.
is, that
Yep,
is what they're gonna go by.
yep. They're only gonna go by
Yep.
what was read.
What's on the ticket?
Yep.
Exactly. And if that ticket didn't go in your favor, guess what? That bookie is keeping your money.
Hmm.
Yep.
And you better catch the judge if you at the fight. You better catch him on it at the in the parking
See,
lot.
I'm one of these. I'm one of these guys. If I ever say anything to another gentleman, we made a bet. Let's say, and he said, "Okay, who you want?" I just say for the win. And if I win, pay me my money.
Right,
If I
right.
lose, I'll pay you your money.
Uh,
That's it.
Right.
uh,
Exactly. Exactly. Like, and somebody, I forget who it was, but when I walked it when I was listening to the whole debate or that whole argument, because it turned into an argument, which rightfully so. Like, you're telling me you want to bet on a fight, and now you're trying to find a way to weasel out of paying me if
right,
it doesn't go your
right.
way.
Exactly.
Um, but somebody said to JFL, they said, if you think your guy is possibly going to get robbed, guess what? Maybe you need to be betting on the other guy. Like
Right.
these are the things you need to take into account when placing a bet.
Yeah.
Like who is more likely to get benefit of the doubt?
Yo, I
You
would
probably
never. Yo, but
Yeah, I
Red,
did.
I would
I got
never bet a dude that's saying that Danny Garcia is undefeated.
yeah, because you know better.
Yeah, I mean, but you know
Yo,
that.
I bet this one time, fucking Ruiz, man, he got me paid, son.
Oh, with the for the first AJ fight,
Yeah,
Wow,
he
that's
got me
dope,
paid,
yo.
you
son.
you know I thought about put I actually thought about placing a bet on Ruiz, even though I thought he was gonna lose.
Yeah.
Some just told me to, and I was like, nah. Now I wish I would have, because I could have won me a nice chunk of change off that fight.
Dude,
But
I had a feeling when I saw that they was gonna make the fight, right? And then I said, let me look at this Ruiz dude. So I went back and saw like 5 of his fights. I said, yo, this motherfucker got some quick fucking hands, son. And then I read into it, about how he lacks of training and shit like that. But I said, nah, he's gonna come to this fight to win because he's he's the he's gonna be the first heavyweight Mexican. I said
yeah,
this motherfucker coming in to win, son. So I said, you know what? Let me put grit in that shit. So boom. That's bat, bat. First
yeah.
the third round, I said, oh man, God dang. And then let's came back, bat, bat, bat. Even though I know some of those punches was illegal as fuck, he was rabbit punching them, but I didn't give a fuck. I was like,
Yeah, you want your money. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a couple different things. Like, he was also fresh off of another fight that he took very little punishment. So he was already in training camp. Like, I think his fight was just like a month before he fought AJ. Because remember, he
yeah,
was the
it
last.
was like 2 months, and he said, oh, I don't need training right now. I'm
Yeah,
already
he's
in shape.
already. Yeah, he was already in training. So all he had to do was keep doing what he was already doing,
Yep.
and the other thing is AJ had been preparing for a completely different guy the whole time.
Yep,
So
he was for pharmaceutical baby
Miller,
Miller.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, big Dwayne Reed Miller over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a combination of a couple different things. But real quick, I wanted to do this earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the whole flow of conversation. Um, we were talking. One of y'all mentioned that boxing doesn't have character right now. Now,
I think that was
uh,
Brian.
yeah, it probably was Brian. I think it was him too. But I'm gonna play a clip from the just the audio because I don't have the way to show it, and it probably would get taken down anyways. But I think with the audio, I'll be safe. Just
Yeah.
a small part of the audio from the new Hulu show, Mike, which is gonna premiere on the 25th of this month. So I'm gonna play just a little bit, and then we're gonna talk about it. So I'm gonna play it right now. People just see an animal. They call me a savage. I'm the most vicious, ruthless champion that's ever been. No one can match me. My style's infectious. I'm ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat your children. Praise be to Allah. Were y'all able to hear that at all?
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, I think all three of us are familiar with that with that interview, which that's not the audio from the original interview. It's the from the show
Right.
that they're doing. Now
He
let's
was
think
talking
about
Lennox Lewis fight.
right.
Right.
But we talked. So Brian mentioned, because I'm pretty sure it was Brian mentioned that boxing doesn't have any character right now. All right. So in 30 years, what would they if some company were to say, all right, we're gonna make a movie or a show about any of these guys right now, what would they possibly be able to use? Like, you're gonna use let's say it's about Deontay Wilder.
Twerking.
But I mean, his most famous interview is the "Till This Day."
Yeah.
But he's there. how badass does it look talking shit to Radio Raheem? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then Tank Davis, he got about the personality of a shoe. Um, you know, like boxing really doesn't have that electrifying character that it once had.
Oh,
You know,
can I say this to my French people out there? Boxing don't have je ne sais quoi.
yeah, it don't got no je ne sais quoi. It don't got no feng shui. It don't got no. It like I mean, right now, one of the fights that I see kind of trending. When I say trending, I'm just talking about on my own personal like timeline. Is people are showing that ridiculous jacket that uh, Eubank Jr. was wearing at the press conference. You know, like
He was Raleigh 2.0.
he was looking ridiculous, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like pretty much the character is a bunch of these guys barely even fight. You know, we're lucky to see them once a year. Then usually it's against a tune-up, and by the time they fight again, they need another tune-up since it was so long since their last tune-up.
And then the
Um,
fucked up thing is, Red Glove, the fucked up
uh-huh.
thing is the people that do want to fight, they can't get nobody to fight them because nobody want to step the fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like back in those
Right.
days, in the 90s, back then, everybody fought everybody. 80s, 70s, they fought everybody. You
Right.
know?
It pretty much ended with Roy
Yeah. Well, you
because
know what I?
Roy,
Uh-huh.
Roy,
Go ahead. Go
Roy,
ahead.
Roy. Oh my bad.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But when Tarver called Roy out and was like, "What I gotta do? Piss on your mom to get a shot?" And he was like, "I'm gonna fight you." He said right then it was on and popping. He didn't tell him to
Tarver's
leave.
famous
He
line?
didn't say, "You're never going to get the fight." He said,
Remember
"I'm gonna beat
Tarver's
your ass."
favorite line? What he said to Roy?
Yes. Got any
He's
excuses tonight? Got any excuses tonight, Roy?
Damn.
But when it came to the phrases, I got it on a lot of my videos. It had to be Glenn Johnson's after he stopped Roy because it meant everything that was boxing was about, man, to me anyway. And he said, "I'm not the best. I'm just here to fight the best and all those who claim to be the best. And I'm not ducking and hiding from no man." I was like, that's what people want. Warrior sport, gladiator, in the arena. And Roy used to say that shit too. I'm the king of the hill. Oh,
hold
you
up.
want to come up and want my title? Is that what you want? I think you know what I mean. Like you can't take this from me.
I remember one person that Roy didn't fight. I think his name was Jonovic, but then what's his name? Lights Out Tony fought him to take his title. That white dude, that Russian dude or whatever, that Roy was supposed to fight, and he didn't fight him. And that's when what's his name stepped up. Fucking Lights Out Tony. He said, "I'll take the fight."
Right, but Tony, now that's the guy that would blow up between fights.
Oh
Burger
fuck yeah!
King! Burger King! Like, man, if that dude stayed in shape, man,
Yeah, Tony
like
was
if that
that
dude,
monster.
man, I don't know, man. Like,
He sure did love his Burger King and milk.
we didn't,
Goddamn right he did, boy.
right? You know what? We didn't get. Oh man, what? I think Roy was probably the most talented fighter that I've probably ever seen. Talented, I mean, just God gifted. Where he could get away with shit that other people
Yeah,
can't
his
get away with.
athleticism. When he was
His
young
athleticism. But Tony skill set was above and beyond. But you need to be in shape to apply that. And sometimes that motherfucker would just he would just come in and it wouldn't be training camp, it'd be weight camp. Oh man,
It's
I
just
would.
like a lot of people shit on Amir. I mean, not Amir Khan. Fucking shit. The guy that got beat by Barrera. Hassan.
Oh,
Oh
oh
yeah,
yeah,
Prince Hassim.
Yeah, Prince Nassim. He had abilities like a motherfucker.
right.
But like when I saw his flaws was when he fought Kevin Kelly. I said, well, shit. If Kevin Kelly tagged him up 3 times like that, and Kevin Kelly was a good, you could say, 1-2 type of fighter. I said, well, if he fight, when I saw him fought, he was gonna fight Barrera, and he was talking all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Barrera was just eating that shit up. He wasn't saying shit. He wasn't in his interviews, man. I was like, oh shit, Barrera gonna fuck this dude up, son. I didn't bet on that shit because I rarely bet. It's once a blue that I probably try that shit. But man, when he got in that ring and Barrera fucking iced him,
Yeah, man. He beat his ass. Like he gave him a pounding. Remember when he slammed him up against the ropes and shit? I was
yeah,
like, damn, man. Like that was one of the best ass whoopings I've seen in a long time. But you know what was crazy about that fight? Is I like Nassim. I knew Barrera was gonna get him, but I like what Nassim brought to the game.
yeah, he
You know
brought
what I'm saying? Yeah,
entertainment.
yeah. He had that flair. He had that flair about him. He had that. He had power. He did have skill. And you know who he wanted? He wanted Morales. And
Yeah,
you know what's funny is if Morales, you know what? Morales would have stopped him. I just feel like, Barrera is a better tech. Well, in some ways, is a better technician than uh than Morales, but Morales Morales would have stopped him. Cause you remember what Morales did
like
to
fucking
Pacquiao
look.
in the
There's a.
first fight?
I knew a guy. Right, check this out. I knew a guy that fought. Me and him was in Afghanistan and shit. Um, I was like, bullshit. Let me see. He said, yeah, bro. I went back. I looked at it. It was for the NABF fight. It was a 2 day notice. He was 28 years old. He didn't train, and I know the guy personally, so I know he's a womanizer and shit. So I know that motherfucker he be pimping and shit. So anyway, he fought at the hoodie. What's his name? Eric Morales. He fought him when Morales was 19 years of age. He was he was 28 years of age. He was the NABF champion. He was a southpaw, and his name was Rudy Bradley. He fucking fought Morales, and my dudes was like, "Get out, fuck out of here!" I said, "Dude, look at that fight. If fucking Rudy didn't gas out, he would have gave he would have
Morales,
gave Morales
bad
his first loss,
motherfucker.
bro.
And that
He
was
would have gave.
early in Morales' career too. So
Yeah,
that
he
was
was
a bad
19.
mother. Your boy was a bad motherfucker.
Roy Jones did some incredible shit that will never. It's just like how I look at all boxers, how different attributes that I look at them and see, wow, that's amazing. You know what I mean? Like with Roy Jones was his speed,
Fuck,
his
it was
accuracy.
insane.
See, and then like with let's say Pacquiao with his foot speed and hand speed, and then when he learned how to fight with 2 hands, oh my god! Like when he first fought Laguaba, everybody thought he was going to get destroyed, and he came in there. He just finished fighting at like 118. He lost his belt or something, but he couldn't make a 115. He couldn't make the weight no more, so he blew up to 126, and he fought Laguaba. And that's when his first fight with Freddie Roach was. That shit was crazy.
Yo, yo,
That shit
yo.
was crazy.
When right though. I don't think people remember. Like, you know what's crazy about that is everyone talks about Pacquiao, but you notice when people talk about Pacquiao, they talk about him at welterweight or super lightweight, but they don't talk about him when he used to have them fire trunks on. When he
Mhm.
was just putting yo, y'all remember that shit? When he
Bro,
was lighter, oh my god, that motherfucker was just like he was 1-2 the shit out of everybody.
yo,
Yo,
I didn't know that motherfucker started. He lied. He lied. He was 15 and going on 16 years old to get a pro fight.
that was good, man. So I mean, but
That motherfucker had to put.
Manny
He
was
was
different, man.
yo.
Manny was
He was
different.
starving so much that he had to put rocks in his pocket to make weight.
Yo, but even Floyd said it, and he was like, "Yo, after fight, like when he got interviewed after it, he was like, now I know why everybody was hyping this dude up. I mean, it was late. I thought it, everyone pretty much thought it was a dud. The performance of both fighters because the style matchup was hot garbage. You know what I'm saying? Because you got one dude. Floyd knew what Manny could do, and Floyd tried to neutralize it and take everything away from him. But that takes away from the entertainment of the fight. But Floyd don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But and Manny was doing what he had his moments in the fight, even when Floyd was neutralizing him. So what I'm trying to say is like he said the dude was a phenomenal fighter. Like now I understand why. Because I remember when he was doing the interview and his lip was fat as fuck. He was like, you know what I'm saying? He was like, because he was getting hit with them straight shots. And Thurman knew too. He slept on his legs. How you gonna hit me with them T-Rex arms? I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be shock and awe for this man. This dude's hands is fast and he can cut the distance within seconds. And I'm like, he not ready for that. If he's talking like he could be, but he's not. And he gonna get in there with Manny and
yeah.
how do you think,
I think what
man?
really pissed Manny off though is when he said he's gonna crucify him. When you look at the clip when Thurman said that shit, and he looked at him and he told him, he went, "I'm gonna crucify you." And
Yeah,
Pacquiao, yo, his face went from a smirk to like a plain no motherfucking motion. I want to fuck
stone. He
you
went stone face on him, right? But the thing about Manny though that I realized a long time ago is he's not as humble as people as he puts on. That's a show, bro.
up.
I'm not saying that he don't have no humbleness about him, but he not as humble because I remember when he was about to fight Mosley, and Mosley said something to him like, "Well, we're both champions," and some shit. And Manny looked at that motherfucker, and I was like, "That's the real Manny right there." I got a glimpse of who that motherfucker is because he just started laughing at him, and I was like, when it was a serious comment and giving him props, he laughed at him, and I was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, Manny's
Man, you
not."
gotta understand, man. That motherfucker
You
came from
gotta be though as a fighter. I'm not mad
bro,
at it. I'm
bro.
just saying the persona that motherfuckers be putting on these fighters. These
You got
fighters is
you
crazy.
got you gotta look at it like this, bro. I'm married to a Filipino, okay, and that bro, I seen shit in the Philippines that motherfucker just walk up to a motherfucker and just blast him right in front of a cop. And he goes like this: here's a couple of dollars. Shut the fuck up and walk the fuck off. I'm talking about that's a third world country, even though it's still developing. It's
Right,
still
right.
a third world country.
Different.
So you imagine what he had to come up from. And I lived in New York, and I know the shit in my life the adversities that I had to go through to get where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm crazy like that, you know what I mean? But back in my day, when shit came to shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to put up or shut up. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I'm just
So
saying, the motherfucker got some arrogance about him, but you need that if you're gonna be in confidence about him. I'm
yeah,
just saying when people say, "Oh, he's so humble and he's such a," good, I'm like, deep down, when this motherfucker around motherfuckers and the cameras ain't on, nah, man, this motherfucker just like, yeah, nah, it's not. Nah, I know, man, I know this motherfucker is not that guy. I mean, he gives to people. I get it. You know what I'm saying? And you can have a kind heart, but I'm just saying, this dude, he got a cold way about him, man. And I'm like, when dude said that shit and he started laughing at him, like he just snickered and shit. I was like, yeah, you can't hide that. I was like,
nope.
if you got that in you, you just got that in you. And I'm like, oh, okay. So when with yo, like what you said, when Thurman said what he said to him, I'm like, man, he has no idea what he gonna walk into, and he gonna be surprised. Like he not prepared, you know.
That's why I looked at it at that moment when he went like that. I'm gonna crucify you. Yeah, I know you Christian or whatever. I'm gonna crucify you like Jesus crucified. He looked at him. He looked back to forward, and he went from a smirk to like a stone face, man. I mean, like, yo, I'm gonna fuck you up, son. You don't know
Yeah,
what you just unleashed.
right, right. But I mean, but when they get in the ring, it's different, and that tells you who they are when they get punched in the face.
Yep.
When they get punched in the face, they can say whatever. Sometimes these guys shell up, sometimes they do this. But you know what? Props to all these motherfuckers for doing it because I stepped in the ring quite a few times, and I tell you what, man, just stepping in that motherfucker take guts.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because
And
it ain't you
I
can't
was
reach
in
for
Golden
nothing.
Gloves back in New York.
Can't reach for nothing, man. It's just you and this man. So you better believe in yourself some way, somehow. You know what I mean? But it gets to a point where some of these dudes are just fucking like Tio. I don't know, man. I love his style. I like the way he fights, but there's just this delusion about him, man. And I'm like, once you once you lose that little bit of, you know, I don't
Aura.
know, yeah, and you just start eating that shit. It's so good, man. When you see like Ryan and you see Tank say the things that they say, and it's like, and uh, we seen it with like Broner, you know. Stardom is a motherfucker, man. You know, and when they get and what's crazy is they at such a young age they don't know how to deal with it. Like you see Mike right now going through that shit, and Mike was doing big things, things that these dudes couldn't even touch with a 10-foot pole.
It's
When
just
he,
what I
you know,
I don't mean to cut you off.
nah, go
What
ahead, man.
what I know about certain fighters like AB and stuff like that, the mentality didn't grow with the and what they couldn't leave the hood behind. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like we grow, we prosper. You have to keep continuously going forward. You don't look behind you
Yeah.
because all the bad things that you left to with your adversity and the challenges you went through in life, you got to keep moving forward. So when you get of age, that you know what I mean by that, of age is when you in your last stages of life, because you only got like 20 years. You know, if you're 50 something, you got to look at it, hey, I got to be rational. I got like 20 years left, 25 years left. I can't be naive to the fact. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So they don't know how to leave the things that they that challenge them to move forward. They don't know how to regress from that. They need to, okay, now understand I'm getting older. I'm getting I have to be proficient to be able to go further in my life. So when I don't have any of this and all this lights and flashing, how am I gonna live? They don't think that. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
That
right.
yeah,
I think, yeah, I totally get what you're saying. It's like uh, you can have assets from coming up from nothing,
right,
but you need to pick the good thing. You know what I'm saying? You can't pick the. You got to be. You can only take a few things with you forward.
right.
You don't want to pick the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? And then
Exactly.
when you get up there, you like, all right, well, this is what it is, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, no, 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 no. You can be humble, you can be real, but you know what I'm saying? But you knew when you got to this place that you didn't belong there to begin with. And none of the people that you came up with did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when you start realizing that, then things get different for you. You know what I mean? And then when you come up with the people who are on the same wavelength as you can't bring the hood with you.
Nope.
I'm not saying sell out. Be you. You learned mad shit from being in that predicament, and you're gonna know things in another crowd that they don't understand. You know what I mean? And you can
Yeah.
use that to your advantage, but you don't have to take advantage. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You can use that to your advantage, but you don't have to. You don't have to be in it. You don't have to do it in a devious way. You know what I'm saying? You could just be. You could be a good person and be from the hood. Like
Right.
it's not that big a deal.
Right.
But
And I mean, the smart ones tend to like evolve and incorporate, you
right,
know, whereas the ones who don't, those are the ones that you hear about getting murdered because
right,
they keep going back to where they came from. And the reality is this: everybody you thought was your friend ain't always necessarily your friend.
fact.
um so yeah, I mean, you
Word,
got to be
word
smart.
to
I
good
mean, look
like
at look at Dr. Dre, look at Snoop Dogg, look at all these guys that are still alive today. Ice Cube, like look at fucking Ice T. Went from getting in trouble because he made a song called "Cop Killer"
Yep.
to he's been playing a cop on TV for the past 20 years now.
yeah. And let's keep it real. Ice-T can't act,
Hey, hey, but he's getting paid,
but
son.
he's getting paid, right? And but
Yeah,
you
he
know
is.
what? His persona and his character gets him by
Yep.
It's just
because
like
of
I didn't know, I didn't know, about Ice Cube. He as he was coming up through the ranks and stuff like that, he brought some of his friends that that was true with him. You know what I mean? Not just out for a paycheck and whatever and being a hype man. The true friends, he showed them how to entrepreneur and made businesses and
right,
stuff like that because he evolved. He's like, yo, this is not my end game. You know what I'm saying? My
right.
end game is to move up. I don't
But
want to
the
Right.
be. I don't want to be. I'm gonna use this as my stepping stone, and then I'm gonna continue on, and then utilize it and change it my way. And he's been doing that. He does productions. He fucking do movies now. Like he's
Yeah.
too good. He becomes a producer. He's like directing shit. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, yo, if my mentality is not like that, and you not with me, it's not no uh disrespect on you. It's just that I have to move forward, and you still my boy and stuff like that. We can still chop it up. We can still whatever. But if your mentality is not in my, it means makes my mindset like that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't meet my mindset, then there's no disrespect to you, but I gotta keep it moving forward. You know what I
Right.
mean? People
Because
may
you
look at
know,
you, oh, you a fucking sellout, or you a piece of shit, or this and that. No, if he's doing it the right way and he's still your boy and still keeping you like that, and you got to be understanding. But there's people that don't understand that because they cannot grasp the concept of his ideology.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you know who you end up like at best. You end up like Adrian Broner. At worst, I'm dead ass. But at
Yeah.
worst, you end up like Tupac and Biggie.
Yep.
So like either end of the spectrum's really not that good. But you look at Dr. Dre, he's doing this thing with Beats by Dre, charging an obscene amount of money for Bluetooth earphones and more power to him. And he's not the only one. Ludacris, I know at one point, I don't know if he still has it, but he had his own uh what is that shit? Cognac, and like if you're smart, you'll make moves like that. You
Right.
invest in other things that'll make you more money. You're not gonna just, you're not gonna. In other words, you're not gonna act like Adrian Broner.
Right.
Like I
So
hate to keep on using him as an example, but he's a perfect example of exactly what we're
But
talking about here.
you gotta
like
you gotta
another thing, like what you was just saying, mentioning, like I'm gonna use like P Diddy, regardless, right? Whatever he
Hmm.
does, I don't care. The entrepreneurship is what I'm saying
Yeah.
about. He took and he did, and he put people in positions to continuously move forward, but that's his way of helping them to help themselves. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like another one, fucking RZA from Wu-Tang Clan. He
Yeah.
brought them, he needed them to bring that flavor and that thing, and then he kept it within himself, and then he showed them, yo, look at the business side, son. Y'all ain't looking at it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I respect motherfucking RZA a lot. My brother knows his older brother, William, and RZA used to hang out with I used to hang out, met him like a couple of times in East New York. Like, I
Does his
mean,
dad live in Florida?
Flatbush or something.
Oh,
His dad,
okay.
I
I
don't
know
know
one
though.
of the yeah, his dad, because I know one of the Wu Tang. There's a video of his dad getting pulled over, but he was in the car with him, and
yeah, that was. I think that was RZA. I'm not sure.
yeah, I think it was RZA too. Yeah, he there was like an issue where the cop wanted to ID him. He's like, "You didn't pull me over, you pulled my dad over,"
Right.
you know. So
When it
I
comes to
yeah.
Cube though, y'all, like
Uh huh.
Cube was always the smart one. Like he didn't sign the contract. He
Yeah.
was the one dude that didn't do it in the beginning when he was young. So he had a sharp mind early on.
Right.
So he excelled in the way what he did to Cypress Hill was fucked up. I'm not feeling that. I'm a creative person and I don't like people. Red, you're very creative as well. So when people copycat or just bite your shit, I feel like that's kind of, and then try to low key act like it didn't happen. You
Yeah.
know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Right.
Like I felt like that was, but nobody's perfect. But I mean, as an example, I think he's a good example of someone who transitioned and brought the good shit that he brought up, and then just continued on. When it come to Pac and Big, like Pac was trying to send a message to everybody.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And but he was very passionate about what he was doing, and at the level he was at, he was still affiliated with Big. Big came from it and was excelling beyond, but it caught up to him. The
Yeah.
shit that he had done prior, it came back to him. He was past it, but it still grabbed him because that's all he talked about. That's what, you know what I'm saying. So it
Yeah.
followed him. So what I'm trying to say is like that's what I took like in hindsight of all of that, and I met Pop, you know what I'm saying? So in correctional facility. So I mean,
That's when he was living before he did the movie Juice.
well, I put like my brother had his tape. He was singing Hail Mary to me a year and a half before it came out.
Right.
So like, and he was like, "Yeah, dude stashed it in the trash can, and I grabbed it." And he was like, the janitor grabbed the tape of one of the demos and he put it in here, and my cousin was arguing with some death row dudes because he couldn't get in to visit my brother, and I'm like, it was crazy, and there was some New York cat out there getting stung by bees with him, you know what I'm saying? It was nuts. It was, but it was real. It happened, you know. And
Yeah.
it's funny. It's funny, like when you got like OG Boogie, he telling these stories about this shit, and I'm sure there's plenty of times when he's sitting here talking to people, and they like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Oh, and then they walk away and they go, yeah, that dude's full of shit.
Well,
But the OG knows, right?
yeah,
That what he been through. God's seen it. He knows that shit, and if you ain't paying attention, it's gonna slip right by you. And
yep,
when
Yeah.
and that's what I'm trying to say is like I tell stories constantly and motherfuckers be like, oh shit, that's crazy, and then when they walk away, and I've done it with my father where I'm like, yeah, okay, that shit didn't happen, and then I'm sitting there hanging out with his friend and he's telling me the same story line for line, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to reassess how I be listening to people, and then I'm like, how can I judge someone when I'm I'm doing the exact same shit and people doing that shit to me? So fuck, man, we all just people that live in the world is a lot smaller than people believe.
yep.
You know what I'm
That is
saying?
true, sir.
So I'm like, it's crazy, you know. So when Red telling his stories and everybody telling their little stories about life, you know what I mean? It's like it's crazy. I just feel like I feel like right now, I think the internet. I think we use the internet for what it's good for, communication,
Yes.
um, and actually using it for what we can, not just pumping bullshit and but people don't want to hear the truth. It's not what truth is the new hate, right? Black says, and Red's got sayings as well, and I'm too hurt cruel, and you know what I'm saying. But it's the truth. The truth is not a unpopular demand right now. It's it's tell me lies, baby. You know what I'm saying? Lie to me.
I'll give you an example to this. Like, my wife tells me sometimes, "Oh, why you talk to the kids about finance and this and that and this?" And I'm like, "Okay, babe." I said, "Well, how can you prepare your children for the future? For if when we are not here, are we? Why are you gonna not tell them about finances? Now you're not allowing them to understand the concept of being on their own and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So you not there's no pun on you. You may think of it old school wise because back in the days the parents never talked about finance and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? If you really think about it, they'll probably say little glimpses here and there. If you don't catch it, you're dead. You're you don't hear. You become that monkey. You're deaf, dumb, and blind. You know what I'm saying? So she's like, I didn't really think about it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because my wife, she's more book smart type shit, while I'm book smart and common sense smart because
Right.
most of it was forced upon me in my younger years growing up in New York. And I had to think quick. All the things that I experienced in my life that it sharpened me that I could go in a room. I already could scope the whole room, and
Right.
I know you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You scope a room and
Yeah.
get the feel and vibe and know what's who's what they doing. You know what I'm saying? So
But I don't think people realize it, but everybody from the streets is an empath.
yeah,
I don't think people understand that. I mean, if you really like from the streets, you can feel the energy. You can feel the vibe. You
yep,
know when shit's popping off. You know when shit's smooth. Like, and I'm not just saying, and that's an insult too, because when I've been at work and I've had someone tell me, well, when this happens, use your street smarts. I'm like, what the? Like, I want to punch him in the face. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you ask me for information every day, and now you telling me to use my street smarts, and I'm like, I'm in the wrong lane right now. I should be an employee. I should be an employer, and I became one very
Mhm.
quickly. But I realized that, you know, listen, man, ain't nothing out of touch in this world that you can't achieve. Don't buy into the media because they selling you. And once you get off of that shit, man, you can do anything you want to do. just, just, just leave the media alone. Stop being told what to do, and start doing you.
yeah.
Cause can't nobody do you like you.
But one two, but one two, kid. Are you speaking with your street smarts right now? Or are you speaking?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna put it like this. What's your location? I'm on my way, God damn it. Now, all bullshit aside, though, it is what it is. Like, I mean, but I can't stand when people are when I see people shoving ideas, and you can see it. You can read. It's just like watching a street game or a motherfucker playing three card Molly, or what I mean, doing the little beam thing on the side of the street. That's what these motherfuckers is doing in the commercials. That's what these motherfuckers is doing on channels. They selling you this shit. They selling you this dream, and they pushing that shit because they being told to, but trying to get over on their own. And it's just like, man, if you gotta knock the next man, say all three of us are in a job, right? And all three of us are good at what we do. But let's say I say, yeah, man, I don't want Red to have this position because it might expose the fact that I ain't shit. That might that's like you can feel that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You can feel when someone does that shit. Like me myself, when I would expand and expand my horizons and start doing well, and I have other people come up to me and be like, damn, I want to do what you do, and I'm like, nah, man, the first thing you got to do is you.
Yep.
And if you do you,
You
you can
can't
do
be
it.
somebody
Stop
else.
trying to be me and be you.
Yeah,
No one can be you better than you.
exactly.
Right.
But you never tapped into you yet.
Yep.
That's all I'm trying. That's the only thing I be getting. And I don't. And if a motherfucker better at what I do than I am, then I got to get better. I'm not gonna knock him.
It's like this, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not like that.
You can have a good heart and you can have a good mentality and stuff like that. Going back to being you. Okay, I'll give you an example. I brought this dude up. You know, I'm not gonna name names. I brought this dude up. He came with me. I was like, "Yo, son, I'm gonna show you the ropes. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna show you how to do this electrical shit. Boom. So you could be as proficient as I am. So you won't be your mentality won't be limited because they look at you because of your skin complexion, like my skin complexion. They look at you, and I'm being real on a
Mm-hmm.
professional level. You know, they look at your skin and the way you dress. They they already think they know you and shit.
Making assumptions.
Right. So I'm like, okay, I helped him out, got a job done. We did a job. The dude wanted fucking to get it done faster than what the other people did. We knocked that shit out in like 7 hours. He was like, "What? You finished? Oh shit, God, you got this." I ain't gonna say much more on that because I don't want to plagiarize myself. So we wound up getting the contract for the shit, and then um, so I was with homeboy teaching him the ropes and everything because I was like, I don't give a fuck. I want somebody to know, if not more than what I know. If I can give it to you, I'll give it to you because you know what? Ain't nobody gave me the knowledge that I earned. But I'm gonna flip the script because I'm gonna enlighten you because if you think that I'm a piece of shit person, okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. My purpose is when you with me, you're gonna know as much as me or more
Right,
than me. I don't really give a
right,
shit. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Because that's me, and I want you to move up with me. So this dude tried to backdoor me
Yeah,
after I hooked him up and all this shit. And then the funny thing is, the motherfucker that he went to tell this shit to, that motherfucker came to me and said, "Yo, son, check this out. Your boy, boom, 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 boom." I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "All right, check this out, bro."
wow,
Like, son, so you want this government job? I was like, "Nah, I'm gonna get this other thing. Don't worry about it." Next thing you know, when I left, I told homeboy, I said, "You got it? Hey, I'm leaving." He said, "What? Why are you leaving?" I said, I already knew he was talking shit about me.
right.
Okay. I already saw his demeanor, how he started acting or acting uh, uh, personally to me. So I was like, okay, I'm not gonna say shit. So I let God judge that shit, not me.
Mhm.
I don't give a
Right,
fuck. You know what I mean? So I did my thing. I bounced out. Next thing you know, they lost the contract. Next thing you know, he
right.
he was like asked out, and I called him up. I said, "Yo, son, hey, I could hook you up with something if you want this shit, because I know you got a baby girl and such and such." He's like, "Yeah, all right, man, whatever, whatever." I don't have that animosity towards people.
Right.
Even though I know, the stuff that I grew up back in the days, kill or be killed,
Mm,
when you know what I'm saying, when Manteca was flowing, when motherfucking,
mm.
when birds was flowing and shit,
Right.
hear birds all
Cause
over
you
the place
grown.
and
You
shit.
grown though.
Yeah, I was like,
Right.
yo, son,
Right.
that's you. You want to be like that? I still gonna give you that helping hand just to elevate you and to show you that I don't have no animosity towards you. You know what I'm saying?
I had that issue though. I, I had to I have to check myself on a regular basis though, because sometimes you'll be sitting there, you'll be talking to somebody, and yeah, I mean, I dealt with a couple of situations where I had motherfuckers come up to me and pull some shit, and then I felt it like coming up. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where it was coming up, where a motherfucker was checking me, sizing me up, all that bullshit. And I was like, and then I just checked them, bow, and they never been checked before,
Hmm.
and because these motherfuckers is in a different lane because, or they feel that they're in a different lane because they drive a better car or they move a different way.
I don't give a shit
Now
what
we on the
job you
same
have.
we're on the same wavelength, and when I put you in that wavelength, it's like, and I'm not saying like tough guy shit because I don't consider myself tough in any way, but the dude, like, I don't know, he tried to check me in front of some folks, and I checked him, and he tucked tail and ran to a female and started bitching about me, and I was like, is this supposed to be a guy above me? And then it just put things in perspective and was like, um, I don't know, man.
Look,
Life
I
is
learned
crazy.
this in my life, man. Like you just said before, do you,
Yeah,
and things be you.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
always for you though.
You don't worry about
That's
what other
it.
people do. You know, I've experienced it from all sides, from
Yeah.
family members, from outside, from my jobs, and from all the experience in my life. Look, that 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 word that you said, do you, because there's nobody like you.
Right.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
And
That
when
you
you
keep
tap
doing
into that,
you,
bro, when
huh?
you start tapping into that, like you got like regular militant, friends, original individual. I
Yeah,
myself, original individual. You yourself, you also probably. I don't. I haven't associated with you that much, OG. Like I would read, so I don't know for a fact. But talking to you is pretty dope. I'm enjoying the conversation.
yeah,
I'm
bro.
just saying,
Hey,
but we
what you
original.
see, what you see or you hear from me is what you get. I'm real as real can be. I Motherfuckers don't like. Hey, if I'm your boy, I'm
But
gonna
people
tell
don't
you
like real
what's
no
wrong.
more. You can't be real no more. That's not
Yeah,
popular.
look, I'm real. If I see that it's going to affect your judgment or something about me, and I'll just keep my mouth shut. You know what I'm saying? And just let it ride. You know what I mean? I'm not. But if I'm that real dog and I'm your real, you my dog,
Mm,
my nigga, I'm gonna tell you the truth,
right,
whether it hurts you or not. But don't 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 kill the messenger. You know what I'm saying?
right, right,
right. But that's unfortunately people don't like to hear the truth, and I mean they can't decipher
Yeah.
certain things because we talk about this a lot, right, Red? Especially on the UGC, it's ego is a motherfucker.
yeah,
If the ego is too big, it
Another
can
thing,
hinder
pride,
you. Hinder
pride,
you. Yeah,
pride.
pride, ego, all these things. Things like virtue don't mean anything no more. Morale don't
Yep.
mean that these things are insignificant now. But I tell you what, they'll never be insignificant in the way you move in life if you apply them.
Yep.
right,
Because you can apply them to everything.
right,
Budgeting, relationships, at work, outside in the world, all these things you can do that, and you know what? No one can check you. When you on your shit and you're all the way real and you keeping it 100 and you walking that line, you got receipts.
Yep.
So I mean, no one can really touch you, but you will have motherfuckers that will try to close the door on you and put you in the closet because they don't like that. They just don't like that, man. They want to get you out as soon as possible. But you know what? Just stay with you because we might think we a dime a dozen, but that's not a fact. That's what they want you to think. So
right. I
I mean, because
agree.
we got three motherfuckers up here talking some real shit, and it's us. It's just us three, and we got the chat, what have you. But I'm just saying, like, it's not a dime a dozen. Don't buy into the fact that, like that. Yo, your neighbor might be a cool motherfucker. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? You never know.
You just gotta give people a chance, and
Mhm.
then if you don't see the value as you see your value,
Mhm.
and it don't meet the aspect of your value, then just leave it at that. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Take care, buddy.
I
You
call
know.
it I call it lines, OG. I know where to go with some people and know where to go
Yeah.
and where not to go. And then
Yep.
I do it like that. And then if they act in a certain way, I just mirror it.
Yep.
And then they can take that for what it is, and I just keep it there. But they'll never see this side of me because you got to earn that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I mean, it is what it is. And when you
Yeah.
earn that, yo,
It's like
I get that up. And if
yeah.
you giving that up, I'm getting that up.
It's like You could be you and you won't change, and yet even family members will look at you indifferent and they think, oh, you think you did this? No, motherfucker, I'm still the same motherfucker that you know, motherfucker. What the fuck is your problem? You
But
know what
you
I'm
can
saying?
always improve. That's the thing is, yeah, I can always work on me. I got so much shit to work on, and once you stop learning, you stop living. So that's like
What's
I
up,
Right.
say,
Nordic Warrior?
always
God bless you
improve.
too, brother.
I'm always improving. I'm trying to always be a little better because I know I'm always fucking up. Some shit. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
shit. A Nordic Warrior saying, uh, he said,
AJ.
AJ by a hook or crook.
I
You know what? I
didn't even
mean,
realize Nordic Warrior was there. Hey, how's it going, Nordic?
I don't know, man. I mean, yo. I gotta say, me and Tony review fucking rarely agree on anything. And his breakdown of Usyk and fucking AJ was dope. That shit was. I was like, yo,
So that's
I
two things I got.
I gotta admit, man.
Deontay
You know,
Wilder's skit.
that was a good assessment because I could hear him going back and forth and fighting with himself the whole time. It was entertaining. I enjoyed it because I'm like, yo, I'll be sitting doing the same shit sometimes, but like we don't agree on a lot. But you know what? I respect his opinion, and I
Yo,
gotta
my
say
brothers.
that one, I'm like, yo, I totally agree.
I'm gonna say this, yo, my brothers. Plumber right now because la mujer, the old lady want me upstairs. So I just gotta say, God bless you all, man. Be yourself. Um, love one another. Help one another. If you see that the person ain't motherfucking in your same wavelength, let let bygones be bygones. Walk away, but be, you know, polite and give
Not
them a
worth
Right.
smile.
your not worth your energy. Yeah, I'm still learning that.
Yeah,
I'm learning.
you still
I'm
gotta
still
learn.
learning, but hey, man, no one is half the battle like you got Joe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yo, RGM, my brother, God bless you, man.
God bless you too, man.
Bruno, hey, God bless you, man. Great talking with you. I like chopping it up. That was cool.
Yo,
And
yeah, yo, OG Boogie, you got a channel?
no, man, I don't do that.
All right, well, yo, I
Nah, he
got a
just
channel. Yo,
RG
you're
could
more than
tell you.
welcome, man. Come through once
RG
you
could
get.
tell you on the background.
I think he was telling you that he has a channel, which he does, and he does some good editing, and I like 1-2 Kid stuff, man.
Okay, I come check you, bro.
All right, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. You're more than
Because
welcome,
the
man.
way
I'll be
you
doing live
talking,
too, man.
I
I'd love
like
to
I
have
like
you on the chat.
Oh
I
yeah,
like
he
your
does. He goes live too. That's right.
yeah, I like how informational you are in debating purposes. We may disagree with each other and stuff like that, but at least we doing
That's
it
all
like
good,
men.
man. Yeah, it's all
We
good,
doing
man.
it like
Nah, that's
men.
good. That's good. Learn a little something every day.
That's right.
You know what I'm
We
saying?
we, we
Ain't
can
nothing wrong
always
with
learn something.
that. That's right.
Yeah.
But yo, I gotta say, man, yo, Red, man, did I hold up your live, bro?
No, no, you're good. We're gonna end it now though, cause it is getting late. Yeah, when OG Boogie said he had to go, I'm like, you know what? It's a good time to end it, cause it's 3. We're all on Eastern time. It's 3 in the morning. So
All right, yo, but Red, I gotta ask you a question though before you
sure,
go,
go
man.
ahead. Go
Like,
ahead.
yo, check it out, man. Like, if the sky is blue, the ocean's blue, and the grass is green, then what are you?
Red.
Boom. All right, my man. All right, all right, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, man.
All
Get
right.
ready for
Thanks. You
bed.
too. God bless both y'all. Y'all always welcome. Y'all take it easy. Peace.
Peace.